352. Vol 3ch, 51. Moo. Rosvisser heard a strange, loud bellow echoing through the hall. Turning toward the sound, a complex expression appeared on her icy, elegant face. 10 minutes ago, her clever but often impractical husband, who usually excelled only at slaying dragons, told her he had a plan to help her practice soul judgment. Now, 10 minutes later, he was standing in front of her, holding the reins of a massive bull as large as an elephant. With anyone else, the scene might have felt absurdly out of place, but when it came to Leon, it somehow made perfect sense. Whatever Leon got involved with was either refreshingly innovative or a complete disaster. Still, Rosvisser couldn't figure out why he brought a bull to her sacred hall. More importantly, where did he get this bull? This here is an S-rank beast, the Furyhorn bull, Leon explained with an amused grin. Genetically speaking, it's a mutated species of the armored yak. Due to the mutation, it's got significantly enhanced power, defense, and speed compared to your standard armored yak. Not to mention its heightened. MOOO. Leon pointing like Donnie Yen, and of course, it's got a temper to match. Rosvisser, frustration level at 20%. I don't need a lecture on dangerous creatures. What I want to know is how you got this thing into my sanctuary. Oh, you were in the practice grounds earlier, and Anna was handling some of your duties. I happened to pass by and heard this big guy had wandered into your tribe's territory. Anna was about to call for help, but I couldn't resist taking on the task myself. Rosvisser, frustration level at 40%. As the Silver Dragon Prince, you really don't need to be this enthusiastic about cattle herding. Just lending a helping hand, no big deal. Rosvisser, frustration level at 60%. So, what exactly do you plan to do now with this helping hand of yours? I brought him here to be your training partner. You mentioned soul judgment would be more effective on a highly emotional target, right? Leon confidently patted the Furyhorn bull's massive head. And this guy here fits the bill perfectly. Just listen to its name, it's downright furious. Rosvisser, frustration level at 80%. I didn't even tell you about soul judgment's effect until just this morning. So, what's the real reason you brought him here? Leon grinned slyly. Guess sharing the same bed for so long has taught you a thing or two about me. Rosvisser, frustration level at 95%. Could you just say it all in one breath? The girls are coming home for a break tonight, so I thought we'd make beef hot pot. Rosvisser. But Noah, Moon, and Aurora together don't even weigh enough to handle a bull this size. Leon waved her off, indicating she should calm down. He tied the Furyhorn bull to a sturdy stone pillar, a fixture Noah often used for her Chidori training. Even after thousands of blasts, it had never budged, proving its resilience and leaving the bull no chance to break free. Leon then approached Rosvisser, reaching out to take her hand as she cooled down from her temper. She initially pulled her hand away, feigning indifference to his attempt at affection. But after a moment, she allowed him to hold her hand. Together, they walked up to the towering bull. Leon gazed up at the creature and said, "No beast, no matter how fierce, would dare trespass into dragon territory unless it was truly furious, even out of its mind. For practicing magic, you need the right target. Only then can you track your progress in real time. So." Leon turned to the silver-haired beauty beside him. "Go on, try it. No harm in that, right?" Rosvisser shot him a sidelong glance and sighed in playful annoyance. Fine. Just step back so you don't end up as collateral." Leon smirked. "You got it." He moved to the side, and Rosvisser began gathering her primordial magic. Mu, Japanese letter, de letter FF89. The Furyhorn bull bellowed, still protesting its forced captivity. Little did it know, if it didn't perform well, it might soon end up as beef stew. Leon remained vigilant, prepared to step in if things got out of hand. After all, he had to ensure Rosvisser's safety. Not because he was concerned about her, of course. It was mainly because if their daughters came home to find their mother knocked out, he'd have a lot of explaining to do. The swirling winds of magic brushed against Leon's face, snapping him out of his idle thoughts. Glancing over, he saw Rosvisser deftly gathering her power. Much faster than when Constantine attacked the Red Dragon Sanctuary, he murmured, smiling in admiration. My wife is truly progressing. As her primordial magic gathered, Rosvisser began casting Soul Judgment Asterisk. The wind lifted her hair, her gown, her sleeves, and even the pendant resting at her neck. This time, she could feel the energy changing in her grasp much more than when she had trained alone earlier. A spark of excitement flashed in her eyes as she maintained her focus. The energy in her hands, initially milky white, gradually morphed into a rainbow-hued light, glowing with 7 distinct colors, like a small rainbow. Looking down at the multicolored sphere in her hand, Rosvisser felt a surge of triumph. According to her books, this was the first step in mastering Soul Judgment Asterisk. And so, she clenched her fist, crushing the sphere in her palm. A dazzling cascade of rainbow light burst through her fingers, glittering in a halo of pearly energy. Rosvisser lifted her head and aimed directly at the enraged bull. Mu, Japanese letter, de letter FF89. Sensing danger, the bull thrashed against its restraints. Seizing the moment, Rosvisser unleashed Soul Judgment Asterisk. The rainbow light shot toward the Furyhorn bull, enveloping it in a cloud of dust-like fragments. It struggled and roared, low and strained. Breathing heavily, Rosvisser steadied herself. Even this mild attempt at soul judgment had drained a substantial amount of her energy. Looks like primordial magic really is. MOOO. Before she could finish, the Furyhorn bull resumed its defiant thrashing. It didn't work. Rosvisser gritted her teeth, summoning the last of her strength to try again. One more chance. She might not need to push herself this hard, but if she didn't seize this opportunity to practice, her training partner would be simmering in a pot tonight. She activated Soul Judgment a second time. Yet again. Moo. Rosvisser, you dare mock me. With that, she spread her dragon wings, transforming into her dragon form. Though the bull was elephant-sized, it looked like an insect next to the dragon queen. Muo, sigma Japanese letter degrees de degrees, Japanese letter. The silver dragon loomed over it, her dragon breath stirring, her immense aura making the bull almost stop breathing from the sheer pressure. Arooizr. The deafening roar shook the heavens. Bull, XX. Rosvisser opened her jaws, gathering a scorching dragon flame. Calm down, Your Majesty. Leon rushed forward, one dragon breath and we'll end up with charred beef, burnt to a crisp. After a brief hesitation, Rosvisser reluctantly swallowed her flame, transforming back into her human form. But as she retracted her wings, she felt the world tilt, her magic and stamina drained to the point of exhaustion. Just as she was about to collapse, Leon caught her in his arms. Now how'd you manage to work yourself into such a state while training? He asked, smiling at her. Leaning against his chest, Rosvisser pouted defiantly. It laughed at me, so I taught it a lesson. Oh, if anyone can hold a grudge against a bull, it'd be the dragon queen herself. With a sigh, Leon steadied her arm and helped her back toward the hall. After a few steps, Rosvisser stumbled again. With a small chuckle, Leon scooped her up in a princess carry. Her tail curled slightly, a soft blush gracing her cheeks as she muttered, I can walk on my own. Sure you can, he said with a smirk. Still, I didn't see much of an effect. I wonder when I'll finally master it. Leon paused, glancing back at the bull, which now looked dazed after Rosvisser's fierce display. Thinking back to the scene, he said, Actually, it did have some effect. Didn't you notice? What do you mean? That bull was wild and angry, wasn't it? But after the first asterisk soul judgment, it calmed down noticeably. And by the second attempt, it almost completely lost its rage, you could tell by its calls. Rosvisser thought back, then nodded thoughtfully. You might be right, wait a minute, is this something you're making up to comfort me? Your Majesty, I may have many faults, but lying to you isn't one of them. Don't go mixing sweet talk into moments like this, thanks. They chuckled as they returned to the bedroom, where Leon gently laid her down and pulled a blanket over her. Rest up for now, the girls will be home tonight. All right, what about you? Leon rolled up his sleeves with a wry smile. I've got a date with a soon-to-be beef hot pot bull. 353. Vol 3ch, 52. The bull, now cleansed of its furious spirit by the queen herself, ultimately ended up as beef hot pot. Of course, with several tons of meat, there was no way Leon and his family of 5 could finish it all, even if they ate to their heart's content. Leon initially suggested that Rosvisser transform into her dragon form to polish it off. He quickly closed his mouth when she swatted him with her tail. In the end, they invited the maids and a few guards to join them for this unexpected feast. The group gathered in the courtyard, eating hot pot, singing songs, lighting a bonfire, and sharing laughter. Rosvisser, having exhausted herself in training that afternoon, drank only a small amount of wine. After eating, she found a patch of grass and sat down. The cool evening breeze lifted her silver bangs, revealing her smooth, jade-like forehead. Her exquisite face, sculpted with precision, held a sleepy elegance, her lashes long and defined, her nose small and delicate, her gaze lowered with a hint of fatigue. This slight weariness lent her an aura of mature, unguarded charm. Footsteps approached and stopped beside her. Leon glanced at the orange juice in her hand and remarked, "Your Majesty doesn't seem in the mood tonight." Why do you say that?" "You haven't had any wine." Rosvisser paused, then smiled faintly. "I'm tired, I don't feel like drinking." Leon knelt beside her. "Tired, huh?" he echoed. Since she'd taken the soul judgment manual from her master, Rosvisser had devoted herself intensely to practice. Leon knew the reasons behind her determination to become stronger. Having faced so many unexpected dangers, Rosvisser was now aware that the world was changing rapidly. If they didn't adapt, they might be swallowed by the shifting tides of their era. Excessive practice had worn her down, and that was one reason for her low spirits. But there was something more. Still thinking about this afternoon. What? That first attempt at soul judgment asterisk, the one that didn't work so well on that stubborn bull. Or at least, it seemed that way. Rosvisser pouted and lightly bumped her shoulder against his. "You didn't have to remind me. At least give your wife some face." Leon chuckled, but then grew serious. "It's not about saving face. Think back to what I said just now." Rosvisser raised an elegant brow, replaying his words in her mind. After a moment, she spoke. "You said it seemed like it didn't work. Why emphasize asterisk seemed asterisk?" "Because this afternoon's test on the Furyhorn bull revealed some subtleties about soul judgment asterisk." Leon explained, "It operates differently from the magic we're familiar with, so the results are, well, less defined." "Less defined?" "Exactly. Let's take a basic example. If your dragon flame can cause 100 points of damage, and my Zumi's shadow can block 90 points, you'd end up dealing 10 points to me." "But..." "Hold on," Rosvisser raised her hand. "What?" Leon thought she'd guessed his next point and started to look pleased, but she continued, "Why am I only dealing 10 points? Are you saying my attacks are just a light graze?" "It was an example, don't be so literal." Leon muttered, "If we're being picky, you wouldn't even scratch me. Hey, don't pinch me, I surrender." Rosvisser released his side, squinting slightly. "Just remember, Cosmod, I have plenty of ways to deal more than 10 points of damage to you, with or without magic." Yes, your Majesty is formidable. Back to the topic, shall we?" She nodded, listening closely. To put it simply, traditional magic can be measured by straightforward numbers for effect, though it's often more complex in real situations. But primordial magic asterisk, particularly soul judgment asterisk, can't be quantified so easily. The book says soul judgment's power depends on the opponent's emotional intensity. That bull wandered into your territory by chance and got tied up here, naturally full of rage. You saw it yourself. At first, it roared at you defiantly, but after you used soul judgment the first time, it calmed down noticeably. Rosvisser's eyes flickered, and she mused, "Yes, then it started mocking me." Leon snickered, "That's beside the point. Didn't you transform into a dragon and scare it right back?" "I didn't really pay much attention when you explained it briefly this afternoon," Rosvisser admitted. "But are you sure its mood shift wasn't just from me scaring it?" "I'm sure. The shift happened before you transformed." Leon shrugged. "So, your practice was effective. Just remember to view the results through the lens of primordial magic, not typical magic. Listening to Leon's explanation lifted Rosvisser's spirits a bit. She knew he wasn't just trying to cheer her up. Leon was always serious about magic, never joking or sugarcoating when it came to training. He understood well that in the world of Samuel, magic, or rather, power, was the only reliable currency. That had been his approach when training Noah in magic, and now, acting as Rosvisser's sparring partner, he was just as committed. "All right, I understand," she replied, her tone noticeably lighter. Leon felt relieved, happy now. "Maybe just a little," she said, gazing at the bonfire. "Well, when you're happy, are I supposed to get a reward?" "I'll prepare a nice, warm basin of water for your feet when we get home." "It's not that kind of reward." Rosvisser slowly turned her head, a playful smile curving her lips. "Oh, then, what kind of reward would you prefer?" They locked eyes, black meeting silver, their gazes intense and unyielding, like embers sparked by the crackling bonfire nearby. As the evening breeze brushed against them, the warmth felt intoxicating. Slowly, they leaned closer, her breath carrying the faint scent of orange soda. "Mom's Dad." A child's voice pierced the moment. Rosvisser quickly pulled back, flustered, while Leon also withdrew his hand. But then he paused, thinking. Wait, why do we always get interrupted at the worst moment? No way, tonight I'm claiming that kiss, no matter what. Just as Rosvisser retreated, Leon leaned forward, cupping her neck and pressing his lips firmly against hers. The queen was caught off guard, only realizing what had happened the moment their lips met. With their daughters approaching, they shared this daring, exhilarating kiss, their hearts racing. Fortunately, they parted just in time. Rosvisser's cheeks were flushed as she wiped her mouth, stealing a glance at their daughters, who were now approaching. She whispered, "You really are fearless, aren't you?" "Just fearless enough to hope the queen takes a little break." "Shut up." Mom, Dad, Tilda. Moon and Aurora each scrambled into their parents' laps. Noah, on the other hand, settled down between her parents, cross-legged. The family of 5 sat on the grass, savoring this rare weekend together. Moon excitedly recounted the new spells and skills she'd learned during the week, while Aurora rambled on about the amusing things she'd seen. Then it was Noah's turn. Their eldest daughter, always full of surprises, brought up something unexpected. "The Young Dragon Division is hosting a play contest, and I signed up." Leon nodded. "That's great. Is it an original play or something else?" "Of course it's original," Noah said proudly. "Helena wrote the script, and I'm in charge of casting." Leon's eyes darted from Moon in his lap to Aurora beside him. Judging by their calm expressions, they'd clearly been precast in Noah's production. "Moon and Aurora are in, but we still need 2 more actors." Noah's wide eyes sparkled as she looked up at her parents. "Mom, Dad, do you want to join us?" Leon pursed his lips and glanced at Rosvisser. She hesitated as well. To be fair, the 2 of them had a bit of a complicated history with stage plays. They recalled their first date in Sky City, where one of the activities had been attending a play. And, to their horror, they'd been selected by the host to reenact a classic proposal scene in front of everyone. It had been enough to shake their confidence for a lifetime. And now, it seemed fate's wheel had turned full circle once more. Well, Leon didn't want to disappoint his daughter and decided to ask about the story. "What's the plot about?" "Oh, it's amazing," Noah began seriously. "It's about a brave knight who's betrayed and captured by his enemies. But then, he meets the princess of the opposing side, and they fall in love." "All right, I get it. No need to say more." Leon covered his face, suppressing a groan. Noah tilted her head. "But it's an original story, Dad. How did you know the rest?" "Oh, honey, if you hadn't mentioned it was original, I'd have thought you were writing my biography." Then, at the end, the princess falls into a coma, and the knight's kiss revives her. Moon added enthusiastically. "Leon." I twitched. "You're telling me there's a kiss scene?" "Of course, Moon thought you 2 were perfect for the roles. Right, Aurora?" "Aurora, absolutely. Why else would I agree to be in this play, if not for a front row seat to all the drama?" Leon scratched his head, unsure. Rosvisser seemed equally reluctant. The trauma from their past performance still lingered, and another play, they'd be spreading all their couple's drama for the whole academy to see. Noticing her parents' reactions, Noah's smile faded. She lowered her voice, saying softly, "If you two don't want to, that's fine. I'll find someone else." Noah. Well, Aunt Claudia finally agreed to perform too, Noah added wistfully. Leon and Rossvisser. The two exchanged glances. And in the unspoken conversation between them, one thought was clear. Well, now it looks like we have no choice but to join. $354. Vol 3ch, 53. The couple contained their excitement for the moment. There was one thing they had to confirm before getting too ahead of themselves. Noah, did you just say that your classmate Helena managed to convince Aunt Claudia? Leon asked. Noah nodded. Aunt Claudia's clan rarely makes public appearances, even at places as neutral as St. Heath Academy. Helena's, the only young dragon from their tribe attending school here. Leon and Rossvisser exchanged glances. It looked like it was finally time to break out the champagne. So, which tribe exactly does Helena belong to? Rossvisser asked. The Sea Dragon clan. Just 3 simple words, but they sent a thrill of excitement through Leon and Rossvisser. From the time Tiger had given Leon the *9 gates of hell to the recent acquisition of Soul Judgment *, and even Leon's journey 20 years into the future, where he learned about his daughter's lives. All these events had one common thread. The Sea Dragon clan, specifically Claudia Poseidon. She was the author of both the *9 gates of hell and Soul Judgment *, as well as the future mentor of their daughters. Most intriguingly, this mysterious, talented, and compassionate member of the Sea Dragon clan might have a connection to Leon's master, Tiger. It couldn't be mere coincidence that both of the invaluable manuals Tiger had given him were written by Claudia. Leon had longed to meet Claudia, to understand what kind of person she truly was, and if he could glean something about her relationship with his master, all the better. But the Sea Dragon clan had isolated themselves for the past 30 years. Combined with the complicated social etiquette among dragons, Leon had yet to meet Claudia. Now, thanks to his precious daughter, they finally had a chance to lift the veil of mystery surrounding Claudia Poseidon. Leon wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. Neither was Rossvisser. They shared a look and Noah noticed. Mom, Dad, do you know much about the Sea Dragon clan? Noah knew they were reclusive, and she had even asked Helena about them, but Helena didn't know much either. But the way her parents' expressions changed when she mentioned Sea Dragon clan piqued her curiosity. Leon chuckled and shook his head. Not really. We've just rarely heard about any activity from the Sea Dragon clan, so I suppose they must be a secluded and quiet tribe. True, in both the Young Dragon Division and the Youth Dragon Division, Helena's the only one from her clan, Noah replied. So Helena convincing Aunt Claudia to perform in this play was no small feat. Are you sure you and Mom don't want to join? After seeing Vice Principal Wilson interrogate them so many times, Noah had picked up on her parents' aversion to public displays of affection. Meanwhile, Moon was too preoccupied with her VIP seat in the drama of how to convince Mom and Dad to have another baby to notice. As for Aurora, Noah seriously suspected that it was her sister's behind-the-scenes maneuvering that had led to their parents being forced onto the stage for the Academy's recent award ceremony. So, one sister wanted a new sibling, the other just wanted to stir things up. That left Noah, as the eldest, with the responsibility of being the family's little confidant, tactfully minding her parents' well-being to maintain a healthy family dynamic. Given her parents' personalities, she'd expected them to decline. She hadn't pinned her hopes on their participation. She just wanted to do something with her mom and dad to share this experience with them. We'll do it, Noah. Rossvisser spoke, your father and I will join the play. Hearing this, Noah's eyes sparkled with joy. Really, Mom? Rossvisser smiled and gently pinched her cheek. Really? You're the best, Mom Tilda. Noah beamed and wrapped her arms around Rossvisser, planting a soft kiss on her cheek. Noah rarely showed her affection so openly. For her to offer a kiss so willingly showed just how much she wanted her parents to be part of this play. Seeing this, the father standing beside her felt a pang of jealousy. Ahem, Leon cleared his throat, trying to make his presence known. Hey, dear daughter, you kissed Mom. Don't I deserve one too? We're a family here, and families are about equal treatment. Noah turned to her father with a mischievous smile. What's wrong, Dad? Are you not feeling well? Leon froze, recognizing the playful glint in her eyes that reminded him so much of Rosvisser's sly grin. Wow, like mother, like daughter. Noah might have that cool, aloof exterior, but beneath it lay the same cunning streak as her mother. Sweetheart, couldn't you have taken after your dad's straightforward nature a little more? Look at your father, always direct, never coy. No, my throat's fine, Leon replied. Noah tilted her head, her smile not fading. Then why the cough, Dad? My face just felt a bit dry. Oh, so does that make your throat dry too? Exactly, it's called a chain reaction. Oh, I see, so what should we do about it? Why aren't you saying anything, Dad? So, you're really not going to kiss your old dad, huh? Before Leon could finish his grumble, Noah leaned over and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. What was that, Dad? She asked, still grinning like a mischievous little fox. Leon scratched his nose, turning to ruffle the hair on Moon's head, and nothing. Though it had taken a bit of wrangling, he'd finally earned a kiss from his daughter. He was content. They continued to chat about the play's general arrangements before Noah took her sisters to bed. The hot pot feast was winding down as well. Leon and Rosvisser strolled away from the courtyard. I won again, Rosvisser remarked suddenly, a hint of smug pride in her voice. Leon rolled his eyes. What did you win now? Noah kissed me first, then you. That's because you were the one who decided to join the play, Leon reasoned. If I'd made the decision, Noah would have kissed me first. Keep telling yourself that. Rosvisser crossed her arms, her tail curling up in a little flourish of pride. HMPH, not worth arguing about. Rosvisser chuckled. Whenever that man said something wasn't worth arguing about, it meant he'd conceded. Ah, well, our dear General Leon is just a bit thin-skinned. As his wife, it's only fair I look after him, even if he can't admit it out loud. A fake wife has to play the part of a real wife sometimes, especially when it helps keep the peace. Well then, let's prepare ourselves, Rosvisser said. It won't be long before we finally meet the mysterious Claudia. (355) Vol 3CH 54. On the weekend, Leon and Rosvisser made their way to St. Heath Academy. Usually, their daughters spent the weekends at home, but with less than a month remaining before the Academy's play competition, everyone needed to dedicate extra time to rehearsals. And the rehearsals took place in an empty classroom at the Academy. As for why they didn't rehearse at each other's homes, the reason was simple. A play rehearsal wasn't considered a valid, formal reason for travel among the dragon tribes, especially for high-ranking members. If someone were to travel to another tribe's territory for such informal gatherings, it could easily spark some sort of political conflict. And if any accidents happened involving important dragon figures, it would create a diplomatic disaster for both tribes. Therefore, using the Academy as a rehearsal site was the safest and most sensible choice. On the weekend, the school wasn't very crowded. Most of the dragons bustling around were young dragons, busy with their graduation tasks, maximizing every minute. Occasionally, they passed younger dragons dressed in various costumes. Rosvisser recognized that these outfits weren't specific to any dragon tribe. They were likely props for the play rehearsals. As they walked, she turned to Leon. So, when we meet Claudia, how do you plan to approach her? Leon strolled along, hands in his pockets, looking ahead nonchalantly. I'll just chat with her casually as a parent. It'd be pretty strange if I just walked up and asked, Ms. Claudia, do you happen to know Tiger Lawrence? He's my mentor. What's your relationship with him? Rosvisser stifled a laugh. Yes, that'd probably make your first sentence with Claudia your last. Right. The Sea Dragon clan went into seclusion 30 years ago, so they're probably quite guarded against outsiders. Leon paused thoughtfully. Considering that, It's actually incredible that Noah's friend Helena managed to convince Claudia to join the play. Rosvisser shrugged. It's not a miracle. Oh, what is it then? The queen stopped walking, looking over at Leon with a knowing smile. It's a mother's support for her daughter. Leon blinked, then chuckled, catching her gaze with his own silver eyes. Ever since Aurora was born, you've been embodying that motherly vibe more and more. Nowadays, you could just stick a mother of 3 sign on your forehead, and it wouldn't be far from the truth. Rosvisser rolled her eyes at him, flipping her tail with a light sway. It's not that exaggerated. Please, I don't even have to look. You're definitely holding back a laugh right now. She paused, pressing her lips to keep from smiling, but that split-second hesitation gave her away. Leon grinned, sighing in mock disappointment. Ah, I miss that cold, fierce queen who is always plotting her revenge against me. HMPH, if you really miss it, I can bring her back. No, that's quite all right. She nudged his arm with a teasing smile, and with their light-hearted banter, they soon reached the empty classroom Noah had mentioned. The door was open. Leon peered inside and saw no other adults. Even their daughters were nowhere to be seen. Only a girl with blue hair was sweeping the floor. Leon paused, wondering if they'd gotten the wrong classroom. He knocked on the door frame and asked, "Excuse me, is this Noah's rehearsal room?" Hearing him, the blue-haired girl turned around. Leon and Rosvisser recognized her immediately. She was the same girl Noah had introduced to them recently, Helena. While blue hair was rare among humans, it wasn't as unusual among dragons. In his years here, Leon had seen dragons with every color of hair imaginable. Of course, his favorite remained silver. And for the record, his preference for silver had asterisk nothing to do with Rosvisser. Note, this will be on the denial test. So, just to avoid any awkwardness from mistaken identity, Leon had knocked to be sure. Uncle Leon, Aunt Rosvisser, you're here. Helena put down her broom and walked over, greeting them warmly. Hello, Helena. Why are you here alone? Where are Noah and the others? Oh, they went to prepare the props and costumes. They'll be back soon. Seems like you've got everything organized, even the props and costumes. Rosvisser smiled approvingly. Helena nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Noah is always so dedicated to any competition, so we're giving our all for every rehearsal to make sure we're ready for the big event. Hearing this, Rosvisser leaned over to Leon and whispered, You used to complain that Noah should take after you a little more. Well, here it is. Her obsession with winning is pure inheritance from you. Like you're not competitive yourself. Me, competitive. You even compete with me over who our daughters kiss first. Uncle, Aunt, please have a seat. Helena set up 2 chairs and poured them each a cup of warm water. After sitting down, Helena handed over the script for the play. Leon flipped through it. The storyline was much as Noah had described. A brave knight falling in love with the princess of an enemy kingdom, ultimately achieving a happy ending. Helena, Noah said you wrote this script? Rosvisser asked. Yes, I did, Helena replied modestly. Oh, that's impressive, Helena. You're so young, yet you've written such a structured, cohesive story. While reading the script, Rosvisser had felt like she was reading her own biography. But she couldn't deny that for a 10-year-old to write such a complete script was an impressive feat. Oh, it's nothing, really, Helena replied with a bashful smile, scratching her head. I got a lot of inspiration from my mom while writing it. Keyword detected, her mom. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance, sensing an opportunity to learn more about the elusive Claudia before the rehearsal started. Your mother, does she often write stories like this? Rosvisser asked. I wouldn't say she specializes in it, Helena replied, pulling up a chair and sitting nearby. My mom often works on ancient texts and manuscripts, so she's very skilled in language and timing. As for this script, she swung her legs lightly under her chair, her white stockings catching the sunlight, soft and delicate as if they were melting snow. Her eyes twinkled as she looked at Leon and Rosvisser. My mom said the inspiration for this script came from real life. At that, the couple couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Could it be the Sea Dragon clan had also experienced some epic dragon-human romance? No, that seemed unlikely, right? At least, Leon found it hard to believe there could be another dragon knight as courageous as he was. Rosvisser also found it unlikely. But there was one thing that intrigued her. Even if the Sea Dragon clan hadn't experienced any grand dragon-human love stories, perhaps they still had some connection with humans. More specifically, they might have a connection to Leon's mentor, Tiger. It was only a theory, a very bold one, based on the 2 martial manuals she'd seen. But for now, she had nothing concrete to support it, so she'd need to keep observing. "Your mother sounds like an amazing person," Rosvisser praised genuinely, then asked, "But why isn't she here?" "Oh, our clan lives far from here. My mom left early this morning and should be arriving any." Click-clack, click-clack. The rhythmic sound of high heels echoed from the hallway outside, each step steady and purposeful. The sound grew louder and louder. Finally, it stopped at the classroom door. Leon, Rosvisser, and Helena all looked toward the entrance. A tall, elegant woman stood there, with long blue hair cascading down her back like a tranquil ocean in the soft sunlight, undisturbed by any waves. Despite her appearance suggesting that she was older than Rosvisser, her beautiful face held a timeless grace, her features refined and dignified. And with her poised presence and regal demeanor, she exuded the aura of a true royal from the Sea Dragon clan. Her deep blue eyes swept across the classroom, pausing briefly on Rosvisser and Helena. But ultimately, her gaze settled on Leon. Leon held his composure, recognizing her instantly. Her face matched perfectly with the woman he'd seen in his daughter's photos from the future. There was no doubt she was the legendary Claudia Poseidon. "356. Vol 3CH, 55. Mom, you're here," Helena beamed, running over to the door. Claudia responded with a calm nod. Helena took her hand and led her forward. "Mom, let me introduce you. These are Noah's parents." Seeing Claudia approach, Leon and Rosvisser rose from their seats. "Hello to you both. I'm Helena's mother, Claudia Poseidon." Her tone was polite yet cold, her voice carrying an aloofness that reminded Leon of how Rosvisser had been before becoming a mother of 3, cold, detached, almost untouchable. Even though her words were courteous, there was a clear sense of distance. "Hello, Ms. Claudia. I'm Noah's mother, Rosvisser Melkve," Rosvisser replied with a livelier tone, though she kept her excitement in check. As the reigning queen for 50 years, Rosvisser was skilled in social graces, knowing that revealing too much eagerness could easily tip the balance. Even if Claudia wasn't an adversary, this first encounter was a delicate game of subtle maneuvers. "A pleasure to meet you, Queen of the Silver Dragons, Ms. Melkve." Claudia's title for Rosvisser reflected her long lifespan and the dragon tradition of acknowledging age and status. In dragon terms, Rosvisser, just over 200, was still a miss. Then Claudia's gaze drifted to Leon, finally acknowledging him after entering the room. Leon, sensing her attention, took the initiative. "Hello, I'm Rosvisser's husband, Leon Cosmod." Rosvisser raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. She was used to Leon calling her my dear wife, my dragon queen, or, occasionally, his less affectionate dragon lady. Hearing him call her Rosvisser was a rare occurrence. Only her family called her by the pet name Rose, given her status as the youngest of her generation. And surprisingly, she didn't mind hearing it from Leon. It even sparked a small warmth within her. Rosvisser shook her head, clearing her thoughts, before they all took their seats. Helena handed her mother a copy of the script, which Claudia skimmed through with a nod of approval. "Very well done, Helena," Claudia remarked, the faintest hint of pride in her otherwise reserved tone. Receiving her mother's praise, Helena's tail swished in delight. "Where are the rest of your group members?" Claudia asked, placing the script down. "They're gathering the props and costumes. They'll be back soon." "Good. For future activities like this, make sure everything's ready ahead of time." "Yes, Mom," Helena nodded obediently. Watching this mother-daughter exchange, Leon and Rosvisser shared a knowing glance. This scene felt eerily similar to the days when General Leon had first taught Queen Rosvisser a bit of human parenting. Years ago, when Rosvisser had just become a mother, she hadn't quite known how to interact with her daughters. She'd been much like Claudia, always serious and stern, correcting Noah and Moon over even the smallest things. Her daughters had adjusted to it, and she hadn't thought anything was amiss. But then Leon had awoken from his 2-year coma, bringing with him the parenting philosophy of the human world, and Rosvisser, initially resistant, soon found herself charmed by it. Watching her daughters grow more affectionate and cheerful, she had quickly seen the appeal of Leon's methods. Now, living in such a warm household, she'd almost forgotten what traditional dragon parenting looked like, until Claudia reminded her. As she pondered this, Leon tapped her hand lightly. She turned to him, and they silently activated their private channel. Leon asterisk, doesn't this scene look familiar? Rosvisser asterisk, I know what you're thinking. I've changed a lot. Leon asterisk, so, Claudia really has that leader vibe going. Think she's a high-ranking figure in the Sea Dragon clan. Rosvisser asterisk, absolutely. Poseidon is a noble surname in their clan. Leon asterisk, guess it'll be tricky to dig up her background then. Rosvisser asterisk, probably. Every question needs to be carefully weighed. A misstep could lead to misunderstandings. Leon asterisk, got it. Their conversation ended as Leon turned back toward Claudia and Helena. Claudia was offering Helena feedback on the script. Helena, do you feel this line truly conveys the character's emotions? Which line, Mom? I can't live without you. Please, you have to wake up, Claudia pointed at the script. We're near the end, but in this 2-hour play, the protagonists have never openly expressed their feelings. Throughout the twists and turns, the audience may have sensed their love, but those are merely the fuel for this emotional explosion at the finale. You need a fuse to ignite it. This line is that fuse. You need to think again about how to make this line encapsulate all the buildup, so the audience can feel the depth of the character's connection. With that, she handed the script back to Helena. Helena accepted it with both hands. Yes, Mom, I'll work on it. Good, I trust you'll come up with an even better line. Leon, watching the interaction, blinked in admiration. Claudia had quite a talent for directing, guiding Helena with a thoroughness and intensity that was surprising for what was, essentially, a children's play. Her practical attitude reminded Leon of his mentor's wife, a kind woman who, in her own gentle way, would deliver unyielding commands to both Leon and his mentor. As he watched Claudia, Leon took the time to study her face, realizing that he'd seen something similar in the photos he'd glimpsed in the future. He scratched his head, trying to make sense of the familiar feeling. He was no lovesick fool who saw a pretty woman and thought he'd met her before, although Aurora had once teased him about exactly that. As he pondered, a burst of energetic footsteps filled the hall. They all looked to the door. The young dragon girls entered, their arms loaded with props and costumes. Oh, everyone's here, Noah announced as she set the props down, then turned to Claudia. Hello, Aunt Claudia. I'm Helena's classmate and roommate, Noah K. Melkve. Claudia offered a slight smile and nodded. Hello, Noah. Aunt Claudia, my name is Moon. I'm Noah's sister. That's a beautiful name. It means moon, doesn't it? Hello, Moon. I am Aurora, but everyone calls me Little Light. Hug, please. Aurora eagerly held out her arms. Oh dear, sweetheart, let's not hug. Leon quickly intercepted his youngest daughter, anticipating her signature uppercut. One wrong move, and they could kiss any chance of learning more about Claudia goodbye. Aurora looked up, blinking her big eyes in confusion. Leon immediately added, It's not polite to ask for hugs right away, Little Light. All right. Aurora nodded obediently, though she was a bit disheartened. Her achievement unlocked. Hug all the pretty ants would have to wait another day. Introductions complete, Noah clapped her hands. All right, everyone, now that we're all here, let's officially begin rehearsals. (357). Vol. 3ch. 56. The first task in preparing the play was assigning roles and responsibilities. Noah-chan will be the director of this play, and I'll be the writer. Neither of us will have set roles, but we'll fill in for some minor characters if we're short on actors, Helena explained, holding the script. The first page wasn't filled with dialogue or scenes, but rather her little notes. Mom will help me revise the script during rehearsals, and Uncle Leon and Aunt Rossvisser can chime in if they have any suggestions about the plot. Moon and Aurora can join in too. After all, this play was organized by the Academy's Division for Young Dragons, so it was only natural that children took on the director and writer roles. It wouldn't be meaningful if everything was left to the adults to handle. Besides, their division of roles was quite logical. Noah had previously directed a documentary, so she already had some experience. It was a few years ago, back when Leon and Rossvisser went on their first date to Sky City as part of Noah's school assignment. Noah had documented the entire date, determined to capture the most genuine side of her parents. Fortunately, it was Noah's version of genuine and not the messy secrets they were constantly hiding. Otherwise, the family harmony would have turned into a historical account of the Dragon War incited by Miss Silver Dragon. In the end, Noah completed a heartfelt essay that earned high marks, and the affection between the foolish couple had indeed warmed a bit, if only on a cosmic scale. And Helena, as the writer, was fitting too, given her mother's profession. She'd been exposed to the craft from a young age, and everyone had confidence in her abilities. All right, with the director and writer set, let's decide on the main cast for the play, Director Noah announced seriously. Since the plot centers around the romantic entanglements of the main characters, it would be best if the actors playing them are in a real relationship. Everyone's gaze naturally turned to the only couple present. Both Leon and Rossvisser had anticipated they might bear this burden, but before the decision was finalized, Leon tried one last shot. Noah, Helena, do you think there's a chance that having a bit of contrast between the characters and the actors might pleasantly surprise the judges and the audience, creating an unexpected effect? Leon suggested. Noah frowned. There's no chance, Dad. In fact, Helena said that these two roles were specifically tailored for you and Mom. Tailored, huh? Is this play meant for the Academy's competition, or just an excuse for his kids to make him and his wife publicly display their affection? No problem, Noah. Your dad and I will follow the arrangement, Rossvisser said with a smile. Leon looked at Rossvisser, who gave him a subtle nod. Seeing this, Leon didn't argue further. Since he'd already agreed to join the play for Noah's sake, he might as well go along with her wishes. Moon's role is that of the maidservant to the princess, our lead character. She's responsible for taking care of the princess and will even help her bravely pursue love when necessary, Noah said, looking at her sister. Moon, thrilled, wagged her little antenna-like hair, looking at Rossvisser. Yay, Tilda, it's Moon's turn to take care of Mom Tilda. Rossvisser smiled and patted her head. Thank you in advance, Moon. Puffing up proudly, Moon placed her hands on her hips, lifted her head high, and even curled her tail. Taking care of Princess Mom is Moon's solemn duty. Perfect, such spirit. You'll make a committed actress someday, my dear daughter. Aurora's role is a small sprite who guides the male lead step by step out of his troubles and back to the princess, Noah continued. I know this one. Aurora raised her hand eagerly. It's inspired by Cupid. I read about him in a book. He's a little sprite that helps grown-ups fall in love, Tilda. Well, your role isn't exactly like Cupid, Noah clarified. Aurora tilted her head. Oh, what's the difference? Cupid doesn't wear any clothes, but you won't have to go that far. Aurora. Haha, you've got quite the sense of humor, sis, Leon whispered with barely contained laughter from behind Aurora. There weren't many people who could outwit his feisty youngest daughter, but her big sister was definitely one of them. What about Lady Claudia? Rossvisser asked proactively. Noah had intended to bring up Claudia anyway, but Rossvisser was strategically bringing her up to leave a memorable impression on their first interaction. Rossvisser planned to keep it subtle, ensuring that Claudia didn't feel offended. Aunt Claudia will play the role of the male lead's Tilda mother. Leon. Why would a romantic story have the previous generation involved? Leon asked. A love story isn't always smooth sailing. There's got to be someone to add some obstacles, Noah replied. It raises the stakes and makes the final happy ending all the more rewarding. Rossvisser raised an eyebrow. Obstacles. So Claudia's role will be an antagonist. Not exactly an antagonist, Helena explained. It's just that my mom can really bring that intimidating aura and yet show concern for the male lead. Understood. It's a complex role that requires both authority and emotional nuance, too challenging for the young dragons, so it's best suited for an adult. Helena. For the first time, Claudia spoke up. Yes, mother. Helena looked up at her mother's serious expression. Leon silently sympathized with the little sea dragon. As the writer, it was perfectly normal for her to design a multifaceted antagonist character. If done well, this role could become one of the highlights of the play. But dear, did you really have to say it so bluntly? My mom fits a role with an intimidating aura? Imagine Noah casually telling Rosvisser that Aunt Rosvisser would make a great villain. Leon could only imagine how his wife would vent that evening. Let's just hope Claudia has a sense of humor. With her gaze softened, Claudia lowered her eyes and asked in an intensely serious tone, "Do I really look like an evil queen?" Helena pondered. "Oh, please, child, your mother is giving you an out. Think carefully before you answer." Finally, after careful consideration, Helena nodded firmly. "Yes, you do." This time, even Rosvisser was taken aback by the child's daring comment. Rather than counting on Claudia to be forgiving, Rosvisser could only hope she wasn't the kind to take offense easily. Otherwise, they'd have little chance of conversing about anything beyond the play. It was funny, though the conversation was between the sea dragon mother and daughter. The silver dragon couple was the one drenched in nervous sweat. Yes, Mommy feels reassured, Helena. You've learned the most important lesson in creating: never let anyone's doubt sway your vision. But, Claudia continued, Mommy has to clarify something. Mommy may look a little fierce, but she's actually a very kind person. Got it. Helena nodded vigorously. Got it, Mommy. Satisfied, Claudia smiled warmly and then turned her gaze to Leon and Rosvisser. Without saying a word, her expression seemed to silently repeat the phrase she just said. But I'm actually a very kind person. Leon narrowed his eyes slightly, curious as to why Claudia was making such a clear point of this. "358. Vol 3CH, 57. With the roles assigned, director Noah's little troupe immediately began rehearsing the first scene. First, director Noah gave a quick briefing. The first scene is the main character's initial meeting in a dungeon. We'll need 3 actors: Dad, Mom, and Moon. At the start, Mom enters the dungeon with Moon, but she wants to speak alone with the enemy knight imprisoned there, so she sends Moon away. Once Moon leaves, Mom enters the knight's cell, and they exchange a few simple lines. Since this is our first rehearsal, we can just read directly from the script. After everyone memorizes the lines, we'll move on to a full performance. Any questions about this scene? Questions? Not exactly, but this first scene seemed a little too familiar. How did you know that your mom once wanted to talk to your dad privately in a similar setup? And that's how you and your sisters came to be. This script is clearly inspired by real life. Leon couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. No questions, Noah, Claudia said. All right then, let's start the first scene, Noah announced, and the rehearsal began in earnest. The actors without roles in the scene moved aside, leaving ample space in the classroom. Moon, playing the maid, followed closely behind Rosvisser, mother and daughter making a circle around the classroom. Your Highness, that wretched enemy knight is just ahead in his cell. We're about to interrogate him, Moon read from the script, enunciating each word with impressive clarity. Leon had to admit his daughter's line delivery was pretty solid. Her tone was completely natural, and her pronunciation of wretched enemy knight was crystal clear and dripping with emotion, without a hint of mercy for her dear old dad. Meanwhile, Rosvisser couldn't help but feel a bit youthful as she was addressed as princess. Before becoming a queen, hadn't she too been someone's precious little princess? She snapped out of her thoughts and read her lines. Very well, but before that, let me speak with the knight alone and see if I can glean any useful information from him. Yes, Your Highness, please be careful. I will. Moon stepped aside as Rosvisser took a step forward with the script in hand. Leon, meanwhile, had already prepared himself to play the captured knight. Though he hadn't started his lines, he had already perfectly embodied the defiance, humiliation, and stubbornness of a captured warrior. It was so convincing it was almost heartbreaking. Damn it, General Leon, your performance as a captive is disturbingly well practiced. Care to share your secret? Just kidding. Rosvisser stifled a laugh as she observed his performance. She took a step closer, stopped in front of Leon, and began reading her line. "Oh, dear prisoner, you're more handsome than I expected. It's just a pity you're looking a little worse for wear now." After delivering this line, Rosvisser frowned slightly. Something about this line feels odd. She glanced over at Noah and Helena, but seeing that neither the director nor the writer had stopped her, she decided to press on. But before she could continue, Helena spoke up. "Hold on a moment, Aunt Rosvisser." "Yes." I didn't think anything was wrong when I wrote this line, but hearing it performed, it doesn't feel quite right." Holding the script, Helena analyzed thoughtfully. "Our princess is supposed to be proud and in control of everything, which sets up the contrast later when she unexpectedly falls for the enemy knight. That contrast is a big turning point in the story. So, with everything under her control, she probably wouldn't say something like, 'More handsome than I expected.' It needs to be revised." She looked over at Claudia, a hint of pleading in her gaze. "You're absolutely right, Helena, so how would you change it?" Claudia asked. The little sea dragon scratched her head, momentarily stumped as she stared at the heavily annotated script, unsure how to phrase the line in a way that would convey the princess's personality. "I have a suggestion," Rosvisser suddenly said. Helena looked up. "What is it, Auntie?" Rosvisser put down her script, slowly turned to Leon, and gently lifted his chin with her fingers. Meeting his dark eyes, her gaze softened, and she whispered in a sultry, teasing tone. "A rugged, handsome man, the scars are the perfect adornment for that face." Her voice was seductive, but not playful, haughty yet carrying a hint of admiration. It was exactly the kind of tone Helena had envisioned for her princess character. "Yes, that's perfect. Auntie, you're amazing," the little sea dragon beamed. "Of course, it's perfect. That was precisely the first line Auntie used on your uncle back in the day." Claudia, standing nearby, wore a knowing smile. However, everyone's attention was on the leading couple, and they missed her expression. "But while the line is great, it still feels like it's missing a bit of conflict," Helena mused. "Just lines alone do soften the sense of conflict. You could try using physical actions to amplify the tension between the characters," Claudia suggested. Thanks to Claudia's professional advice, Helena's face lit up with understanding. She and Noah tried to brainstorm some gestures on the spot, but none of them quite hit the mark for the dramatic effect they wanted. At a loss, Rosvisser spoke up again. "I have another suggestion for a physical action." With that, Rosvisser lifted her tail and slowly wrapped it around Leon's neck. "Wow, Tilda Auntie, you've perfectly captured the princess's personality just by glancing at the script," Helena exclaimed. "It's not just your princess's personality, my dear. It's your auntie's past persona, too." Sweetheart, it's just a play. No need for this level of accuracy. For the kid's artistic ambitions, bear with it, my dear husband." "Fine, you win." Even so, Rosvisser was mindful of the strength of her tale, careful not to fully recreate the heroic feats of their past. They continued with the script, with each line becoming more refined as the rehearsal progressed, bringing the characters and the plot to life. By lunchtime, they had already reached the scene where the two leads begin to fall for each other, but the knight must return to his homeland. Helena praised the couple's performance as they ate lunch. "Uncle Leon, Aunt Rosvisser, you've completely embodied my vision for these characters. You nailed it. Acting skills, 100 out of 100. The couple exchanged a knowing look. "Well, dear, your aunt and uncle have a saying for you. All of life's a play, with no acting, only memories." "359. Vol 3ch, 58. The day's rehearsal went smoothly. Whenever a scene called for emotional development between the main characters, Leon and Rossvisser effortlessly delivered with their seasoned acting skills. They flawlessly portrayed scenes like, "Though we say we don't love each other, we'd still risk our lives for one another. And today, whether you want to or not, you're going to express your feelings." Helena was curious about how this couple could act with such impeccable chemistry. According to Noah, Aunt Rossvisser was a workaholic who dedicated most of her time to clan matters, leaving little chance to explore acting techniques. Uncle Leon, on the other hand, was a top-tier warrior dad skilled in combat and magic, but acting was certainly not part of his skill set. Yet here they were, perfectly capturing the awkward, yet affectionate dynamic between the play's protagonists. How could this be? A young dragon from a sheltered family pondered with deep curiosity. Of course, the rehearsal wasn't without its quirks. One part of the script proved problematic. This was the scene between Leon and Claudia. According to the story, Claudia was Leon's mother empress. Upon discovering that her only son had fallen for the enemy princess, this stern mother imposed strict opposition, becoming one of the primary obstacles in the couple's romance. In the end, though, the mother empress relents, allowing her son to pursue love, leading to the classic happy ending. It sounded fine on paper, but actually, performing it was a bit awkward. "Mr. Cosmod, you clearly have strong line delivery skills, so why can't you say this one line, Mother Empress?" Claudia asked with a raised eyebrow. "Uncle Leon, it's Mother Empress, not Mom," Helena corrected him firmly. No, Dad, you need to show reverence. Not like you're visiting an old friend," Director Noah, as meticulous as ever, pointed out. "Husband, rebellious son pursuing love doesn't quite suit you. You're better off as a captive," Rossvisser added, nailing him with her wit. "Big sis, maybe you should play the knight, and Moon can be the princess you awaken with a kiss," chimed in Moon, sneaking in some sisterly favoritism. "What about Aurora, you ask?" She was just on the sidelines, enjoying the show. Things were lively enough without her adding fuel to the fire. General Leon had never imagined he'd one day have to call a dragon Mom. Leon had a strict three don'ts policy when it came to addressing someone as Mom. 1, his biological mother, asterisk he had never met her, as he was raised in an orphanage. 2, anyone ordinary. Asterisk Leon was sure that the woman who could give birth to someone as handsome as himself had to be an unparalleled beauty. 3, a fire-breathing, long-lived dragon. Asterisk 1 dragon wife was enough. He certainly didn't want a dragon mother. In most cases, dragons were the ones who'd scream, Mom, when they saw him. For example, "Mother of Mercy, it's the black armor. Run, boys." Or, alternatively, "Damn it, Leon, ease up. Are you starving for a fight?" But only Rossvisser would ever say something like that in certain contexts. Yet the thought of addressing Claudia as Mother Empress was profoundly uncomfortable for Leon. "It's fine, it's only our first rehearsal. Maybe Leon just needs a bit of time to get used to it," Claudia said, gracefully diffusing the situation. "We still have a month to practice, right?" Helena nodded. "Everything went smoothly except for the scenes between you and Uncle Leon. Let's focus on this part in tomorrow's rehearsal." "All right." Leon glanced out the window and, noticing the setting sun, suggested, "How about we stop for today? We can pick this up tomorrow, Mother Empress." "No need to go back home tonight, Dad. You and Mom can stay here at the academy. Going back and forth takes too much time, and we don't want to waste any of it." Since rehearsals would take place every weekend for the next month, Noah's suggestion for her parents to stay overnight at the academy was practical. With the academy's thorough preparation, they had even arranged lodging for parents to stay over the weekend to support their children's involvement in the play. "Does the academy have enough rooms? I wouldn't want to inconvenience the staff," Leon asked. Noah shook her head. "No trouble at all. The academy made special arrangements for families to stay over weekends for this competition." Leon and Rossvisser exchanged a glance and nodded subtly. Staying at the academy wasn't a problem, especially since it was just one night. Back home, Anna could handle any clan matters on Rossvisser's behalf. Claudia glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. She mentally calculated the time, muttering to herself, "Almost feeding time." "What was that, Mom?" Helena asked, looking at her mother. Claudia shook her head with a soft smile. Nothing. Helena, I won't be staying here tonight. The little sea dragon looked puzzled. Why not, Mom? Well, there's something at home that I need to handle. Can't Aunt handle it? No, dear, this one's for me, Claudia said, gently patting her daughter's head. Be good, Helena. I'll be back tomorrow for the rehearsal. Her tone was gentle, but there was a hint of firmness that couldn't be ignored. Helena nodded obediently. I understand, Mom. Be careful on your way home. Of course, and be good to your classmates and Auntie and Uncle here. Memo. Claudia slipped on her coat and bid each of the children farewell. Bye, little ones. Goodbye, Auntie, chimed the children in unison. Claudia turned to Rossvisser. It's been a pleasure, Ms. Melkve. She extended her hand. Rossvisser instantly understood and extended her hand as well, their handshake firm yet restrained. The pleasure was mine, Ms. Claudia. Then Claudia turned to Leon, reaching out her hand. Leon knew the proper decorum, so he shook her hand as well. Claudia teased, let's hope to hear a convincing Mother Empress tomorrow. Leon chuckled awkwardly, I'll do my best. See you both tomorrow, Claudia said, bowing slightly before leaving the classroom with graceful strides. Once the elegant woman was gone, Helena sighed with visible relief. Noah looked at her friend with a smirk. Really? Does Aunt Claudia put that much pressure on you? Relieved of her earlier tension, Helena slumped back into her chair, placed her script over her face, and sighed, You don't understand, Noah. My mom is incredibly gentle until she's not. When she's strict, you don't even have a chance to lift your head. Noah nodded solemnly. My mom's the same way. From behind them, Queen Rossvisser's voice interjected. Noah, Mommy can hear you. But my mom's gentle most of the time. Hee hee. Helena waved her hand dismissively. Enough about that. Let's review today's rehearsal. All right. Moon S joining 2 Tilda. The little dragon girls gathered together, diving into the script to make some final tweaks. Leon and Rossvisser exchanged a glance before quietly leaving the classroom. The evening sun bathed the academy grounds in a golden glow. Leaning against the railings, the couple enjoyed the crisp evening breeze and the serene campus atmosphere. Claudia seems quite pleasant, Leon said. Rossvisser propped her chin in her hand, gazing out at the sunset. The red hues of the sky reflected in her eyes, making them shine with a vivid intensity. It's only our first meeting. Everyone's on their best behavior. We'll see how things develop. True, Leon agreed, feeling thoughtful. But something about her personality, along with what Helena said, reminds me of someone. Who? My mentor's wife, Leon sighed. She's gentle most of the time, but the moment my mentor steps out of line, she'd lose it. Rossvisser looked at him with interest. What would happen when she lost it? Leon shrugged. If she was lenient, he'd be banned from the bed. If not, he'd have to turn over all his secret stashes. Rossvisser chuckled. Sounds serious indeed. She paused, then added, So, if Claudia reminds you of her, why is it so hard for you to call her Mother Empress? Leon rolled his eyes and shrugged. That's a completely different matter. HMPH silly. The couple continued their light-hearted chat until Leon stretched, deciding to ask Noah where they'd be staying for the night. But as he lifted his arm, Rossvisser's gaze caught a faint gray strand on the back of his hand. Wait, what's this? What is it? Rossvisser gently took the gray strand from his hand. They leaned in close, examining it together. Is it hair? She asked. Leon shook his head. Not hair. It looks more like animal fur. You've been keeping pets, she teased. Oh sure, we have 4 dragons at home. 1 big one, 3 little ones, ah geez. Not the elb. Again. Rossvisser gave him a playful elbow jab, along with a scornful look. We don't have pets. Where would gray fur have come from? Rossvisser wondered aloud. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Could it have stuck to you when you shook hands with Claudia? Maybe. The Sea Dragon clan lives far from the hustle and bustle, so it wouldn't be surprising if they kept pets for companionship. What kind of pet is gray fur? A cat, or maybe a dog? Taking the gray fur from Rossvisser, Leon examined it closely before concluding. Judging by the texture, length, and softness, it's neither a cat nor a dog. Rossvisser's curiosity deepened. So, what is it? After a moment's pause, Leon replied with a single word. A donkey. "360. Vol 3ch, 59. Hearing the name of this particular animal, Rossvisser was momentarily taken aback. A donkey. Leon nodded. But why would a dragon clan keep a donkey as a pet? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Rossvisser's skepticism was well-founded. Donkeys were nearly non-existent among the dragon clans, not because they were valuable, but simply because they held no practical value for dragons. As food, they didn't have enough meat or the preferred taste. As labor, anything a donkey could do could be done better and faster by other creatures trained by dragons. The idea of keeping a donkey as a pet was almost absurd. Even the fearless General Leon considered donkeys to be creatures deserving of respect. After all, they were among the rare beings capable of dealing him actual physical damage. Leon's certainty was unwavering. This is definitely donkey fur. Trust the judgment of a man who grew up with donkeys from the age of 5. He said this with such conviction that Rossvisser almost imagined the donkey as one of his childhood friends. It's not that I don't believe you, I just don't understand how Claudia is connected to a donkey. Leon shrugged, brushing the fur from his fingers as the breeze scattered it. It might not even be from her. We've been around the academy all day, meeting all kinds of dragons. Maybe one of them just happens to like donkeys. That could be true, but it still feels strange. Strange was one word for it. Out of place might be better. The idea of dragons and donkeys, two creatures worlds apart, appearing together in a single conversation was downright bizarre. But beyond the oddness of it all, Leon felt a pang of melancholy. He let out a quiet sigh, not saying more, but Rossvisser noticed the subtle shift in his expression. "What's on your mind?" she asked gently as they began to walk down the stairs. They had spent part of their lunch break strolling around the academy, both enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Leon stuffed his hands into his pockets, his tone quiet. "Oh, it's nothing, just remembering my mentor's donkey." "Your donkey, so your 4-legged childhood friend had a name," Rossvisser teased. Leon chuckled. "Of course it did." "Then why not give it a nice name? Donkey sounds so lazy." They exited the school building and made their way to the athletic field. The setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. A few students were jogging by, and others were training on the grass. They walked slowly, savoring the rare peaceful moment. Well, it actually had another name. Rossvisser's curiosity was piqued. Oh, what was it? Leon took a deep breath and said each syllable with deliberation. Elizabeth * Shaw * Lawrence. Rossvisser stopped in her tracks, a large question mark on her delicate face. Leon stopped too, turning to look at her. "Right, my expression was the same when my mentor first told me." Rossvisser covered her mouth, laughing softly. "It's not a lazy name, that's for sure. It even has a bit of nobility to it. The middle name, Shaw, was from my mentor's wife, and Lawrence is my mentor's last name," Leon explained. "And Elizabeth. Supposedly the name of the king's wife." "Supposedly? Come on, you and your mentor both worked in the Empire. How could you not know the queen's name?" Leon shrugged. The queen was shrouded in mystery. She showed herself only once, on the day she married the king. After that, no one saw her again. Even Elizabeth was just a rumor. "Oh, I see." In the end, my mentor felt it was odd to shout Elizabeth among a herd of cows and sheep, so he shortened it to donkey. And that's how my beloved donkey got its name. Rossvisser rolled her eyes, crossing her arms and kicking the edge of her skirt as she walked ahead. Smooth talker. Beloved donkey, really. Leon's eyes sparkled as he quickly sidled up to her, throwing an arm around her shoulder with a grin. "But you're my beloved wife." Rossvisser made a token attempt to shrug him off. "Get lost, you silly fool." But he was holding on tight, and she couldn't shake him off. "By the way, it's been a while since you last saw your beloved donkey, hasn't it?" she asked. "Yeah, ever since the Empire stationed me in the Silver Dragon's territory, I haven't seen Donkey or my mentor's wife," Leon replied. Rossvisser's expression softened. "But you do see your mentor regularly, and he's assured you that she's safe, right?" That's true, but it still feels a bit odd. Odd? Yeah, after all this time, he's never given me a recent photo of her. Leon sighed. Could it be that they rarely see each other too? Rosvisser raised her eyebrows. It's possible. But my mentor said she went back to her family. Even if it's difficult, they surely would have found a way to meet at least once by now, wouldn't they? Didn't your mentor say he doesn't have a great relationship with her family? Leon let out another sigh, shaking his head. I get the feeling there are a lot of things he's not telling me. Whenever I ask, he just brushes it off. Rosvisser looked at his slightly troubled expression, choosing not to comfort him right away. Instead, she let her arms fall to her sides and gently reached out to hold his hand. She didn't interlace their fingers, just clasped his hand lightly. Leon's battle-scarred hands were rough yet strong, a reassuring presence. Everyone has secrets, Leon. You can't expect everyone to pour out their hearts to you. That's not realistic. Her voice was soft. And your mentor has helped us so much over the years. If he's keeping something from us, it's probably for a good reason, not because he's suspicious of us or anything like that. Leon nodded silently. He understood the logic. Still, being kept in the dark for so long left a bit of bitterness. All right, shake it off. We're about to have dinner with our daughters. You don't want them swarming you with, Dad, what's wrong? Do you? When she wanted to, the Queen's words could be as sharp as a blade, but her comfort could be equally soothing. In truth, she rarely concerned herself with others' emotions. Happiness or sorrow, what did it matter to the Queen of the Silver Dragons? But this melancholy man at her side was her one and only captive. Naturally, she had to care a little. After all, if her captive actually did fall into a slump, who would fetch her bathwater? It was all interconnected. She wasn't comforting him for free. Leon's spirits lifted slightly. In response, he gave Rosvisser's hand a gentle squeeze. Rosvisser chuckled to herself. Good, no more gloomy moods. Tonight, he'd be fetching her bathwater. So, you just said everyone has secrets. Yes. Do you have any secrets you haven't told me? Hearing this, Rosvisser stopped in her tracks. Leon took a few steps ahead, but their hands remained clasped. They stood in the center of the athletic field, facing each other as they gazed into each other's eyes. Yes, Rosvisser said simply. What kind? She didn't answer directly. Instead, she slowly raised one heel, setting it down with a soft click, inching closer and closer to Leon. Until she was standing by his side, she leaned up on her tiptoes, close to his ear. Leon's curiosity was fully piqued, and he leaned in closer. Only to have his ear tugged. You really want to know, don't you, silly? Why would I tell you my secrets? Then they wouldn't be secrets anymore, would they? Such dishonesty. Rosvisser released his ear, then clasped her hands behind her back and took a few steps back, putting some space between them. The sunset bathed her hair in a deep red hue, like roses blossoming across the galaxy. She stuck her tongue out playfully. When you confess your love to me one day, I'll tell you my secrets. (361) Vol 3ch, 60. After several rehearsals, Leon and Rosvisser gradually became more comfortable around Claudia. Once they got to know her, the couple realized that Claudia wasn't as intimidating as she might have seemed. She was intelligent, possessed high emotional intelligence, and carried herself with such refinement that it left no room for criticism. Being around someone like her was easy. Congratulations, Leon. Now you can call me Mother Empress without hesitation, Claudia teased. Still feels a bit awkward, but if it helps the kids succeed, anything goes, Claudia, Leon replied with a grin. By now, they'd dropped the more formal Mr. Cosmod, Miss Melkve, and Miss Claudia, opting instead to use each other's first names, a sign of growing familiarity. Speaking of children, Claudia continued with a hint of amusement, Helena couldn't stop praising the warm atmosphere in your home after her visit. You must have put a lot of effort into creating that environment. The girls are well-behaved, so we don't have to do much, Rosvisser responded. When it comes to family atmosphere, I don't think there's a good or bad, it's more about what's suitable. Oh, Claudia's eyebrows arched with curiosity. Suitable. Rosvisser nodded slightly. Our family's way of interacting suits Noah and the others, but it might not work for other children. Helena may have enjoyed the novelty, but that doesn't mean it would work for everyone. Don't you agree, Claudia? Rossvisser subtly paused on Claudia's name, a hidden subtext. Do you understand what I'm saying? Claudia's smile became thoughtful, a hint of satisfaction and pride. Rossvisser recognized the satisfaction. It was often her grandmother Veronica's expression when she or her sister Isha accomplished something impressive. Maybe Claudia was still in character from the play, lingering in the role of Mother Empress. After a bit more discussion about children, Claudia shifted the conversation to a lighter, more personal topic. In dragon culture, live births are relatively rare. Even Helena was born from an egg. So, if you don't mind my asking, how did the two of you end up together? The couple exchanged glances, each reading the same thought in the other's eyes. Why does everyone always ask this? They were just a married couple, not a scandalous mystery. But with most dragon couples, answering this question was straightforward. The problem lay in the fact that Leon and Rossvisser's relationship was unconventional. So each time someone asked, they had to craft a story that was believable, yet kept the truth hidden. Ah, well, it's a long story, Rossvisser began with a smile. After Leon's clan disbanded, he came to the Silver Dragon clan, and it was love at first sight. Right, love at first sight, Leon echoed. Love at first sight was the perfect excuse to dodge a deeper conversation. Why did they fall for each other? Love at first sight. When did they realize their feelings? Love at first sight. What was the moment they knew they wanted to be together? Love at first sight. An answer that couldn't be argued with. How romantic, Claudia said with a touch of admiration. Unfortunately, like most traditional dragons, I've always been a bit of a loner and have never experienced romance myself. Consider yourself lucky, Leon thought. You don't know what I went through when Rossvisser was pregnant asterisk. But my sister did fall in love with someone, Claudia added. Leon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Helena mentioned she has an aunt, so this must be your sister. Claudia nodded. Yes, that's her. She fell in love, and then. Claudia gave a small chuckle, shrugging. They ended up together, of course, but unlike our love at first sight, theirs was a classic hero saving the damsel tale. Leon and Rossvisser exchanged knowing glances. Now we're talking about some good gossip. They took back their earlier thoughts. There was nothing wrong with a little gossip. In fact, the world would be a dull place without it. Claudia noticed their eager expressions and chuckled. Their story is a long one. Many years ago, my sister was in danger, and a powerful man saved her, so they got married. Leon and Rossvisser. Hold on, that's it. A long story that barely took 50 words. What about the details? We need details. It was like reading a romance novel where, right at the climactic moment, everything steamy was replaced with ellipses. And then, what were they supposed to just be satisfied? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Claudia covered her mouth, laughing softly. Oh, you want the specifics. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. I don't know much about the details myself, but they're very much in love. A brief but sweet love story. Short, sure, but hey, at least they got a bit of gossip. Then Claudia's tone shifted slightly. However, my family, including myself, didn't approve of their marriage. But in the end, we couldn't sway her, so we let it be. With that, the children returned, and the afternoon rehearsal began. But Leon's thoughts lingered on the conversation. While Claudia had shared a snippet of her family's background, he couldn't shake the feeling that she had chosen her words deliberately. It was almost as if she wanted him and Rossvisser to hear it. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. (362). Vol 3ch, 61. A few days later, the drama competition for the young dragon students at St. Heath Academy finally began in the student auditorium. Noah's group had decent luck. They were scheduled to perform near the end. This was advantageous since performing later often left a stronger impression on the faculty and judges, which could positively impact the scores. the first two groups performed exceptionally well. Their scripts were solid, with well-structured plots, and each time the story reached a climactic moment, the audience responded with enthusiastic applause. Noah felt a growing pressure. To be fair, this drama competition was an area completely foreign to her. In her usual realm of book knowledge and practical competition, her natural talents and her status as a top student always kept her well ahead of others. But drama was different. Beyond being unfamiliar with this type of competition, another aspect made her uneasy. Achieving a good score here would take more than just her own efforts. Her anxiety wasn't because she doubted her fellow actors in their group would falter, but stemmed from the fear that despite everyone's hard work, they might not achieve the desired outcome. Noah was never afraid of failure. She had always handled her own setbacks, growing stronger with each one. However, this time, as the director, the entire group had rehearsed under her guidance, and their final performance would reflect directly on her. If they didn't do well, wouldn't it mean that Dad, Mom, her sisters, Helena, and Aunt Claudia had wasted their time and effort? In the days leading up to the performance, these thoughts weighed heavily on Noah's mind. This was the first time she felt the pressure of being a leader. Noah hadn't shared her worries with Helena, knowing that doing so would only spread the anxiety within the group and wouldn't lead to any positive effect. As the third group neared the end of their performance, Noah's group was about to go on. Noah, standing backstage, watched the lively performance on stage, her little face etched with a serious expression. "They're really good," Noah murmured quietly. "Noah." A familiar voice sounded behind her. She quickly composed herself, turning to greet him with a smile. "Dad." Leon was already dressed for his role in the first scene. Battered armor, a wig stained with fake blood, and a broken holy sword. The battle-worn makeup on his face was surprisingly convincing. "Dad, you were born to play the captured hero," Aurora had remarked with admiration. Leon knelt beside Noah so they could see eye to eye. Watching the others perform, Leon asked, "Yeah, you taught me to observe the opponent before a fight. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll be invincible," Noah replied earnestly. Leon chuckled and patted her head. "Drama isn't quite a battlefield, Noah. Try to relax." "Yes, Dad." Despite her agreement, her tone remained serious and focused. Leon glanced down and noticed her hands tightly clutching her skirt, her little tail drooping limply behind her. So, she's still nervous, Leon thought. "Don't worry, once we're on stage, your mom, your sisters, and I will give our best performance. We won't let you down, Director Noah." He assumed Noah's nervousness stemmed from her fear that they might not perform as well as they had in rehearsals, possibly costing them a good score. But Noah's response seemed to deny Leon's assumption. "It's okay, Dad, just do your best," she said softly. Leon froze. "Wait, sweetie, was I supposed to be comforting you? How did it turn into you telling me, 'It's okay, just do your best'?" Leon opened his mouth, prepared to continue comforting her, but then paused. His perceptive, high-achieving daughter wasn't like other kids. She had been in countless competitions and battles, even ambushed Dragon King-level opponents twice, and no small drama performance could shake her to this extent. Leon had also seen how determined Noah looked when she aimed for a championship or first place. She was always brimming with energy and confidence. This demeanor now was completely different. So, it wasn't because she was worried about the others' performance. Leon's thoughts shifted, trying to understand his daughter's mind. Meanwhile, the current group on stage earned applause from the audience and judges. Hearing this, Noah turned to look at the stage, her grip on her skirt tightening even more. On the opposite side of the stage, behind the curtain, stood the young director of the other group. Watching his cast receive rounds of applause, the young director was overjoyed. Noah's gaze lingered on him, unable to look away. Leon noticed this subtle gesture. He blinked and immediately understood what Noah's true concern was. "Being a director comes with a lot of pressure, doesn't it?" Leon asked. Noah's small figure gave a slight shiver but didn't turn around. It's okay. If I remember correctly, this is the first time you've directed so many people to accomplish a single goal, right?" Noah pressed her lips together, hesitating briefly before nodding. Yes. Leon pondered for a moment, choosing his words carefully before speaking. Would you like to hear a story from when Dad used to lead troops into battle? Noah raised an eyebrow, her heavy thoughts pulled back by his story. Sure. At that time, my tribe hadn't disbanded yet, and I was one of the top frontline commanders. Blending the backstory Rossvisser had crafted for him with his real experience, Leon animatedly recounted, I remember when I led my first mission. Although everyone was skilled, it was my first time taking charge as the team leader. Every decision for the entire squad fell to me. To be honest, it was a heavy burden. I worried that one wrong decision could cause injuries or even, Leon paused, his voice lowering, cost someone their life. So I played it safe, avoiding risks. I didn't have any confidence in my own skills as a leader. I thought that if I kept being cautious, we'd make it to the end of the mission. But unfortunately. At this point, Leon paused. Noah's interest was piqued. She always enjoyed hearing stories about his past. Unfortunately, Noah tilted her head slightly. Leon chuckled, rubbing his nose. Unfortunately, we were backed into a corner by the enemy right at the mission's end. The reason we ended up in that situation was because I was too cautious with my decisions. The enemy picked up on this and trapped us as a result. Noah's eyes widened slightly, saying, But Dad, you still managed to survive in the end, didn't you? Yep. How did you do it? There was a girl in our team, a sharpshooter, well, a master of ranged magic, who, seeing my guilt after my mistake led us into a trap, slapped me right across the face. Leon laughed, recalling the moment, which he rarely looked back on. He wouldn't be sharing this story if not to help his daughter through this hurdle. She told me, you weren't made the leader just because someone ordered it. We all trust you. We believe in your skills, so much that we're willing to put our lives in your hands. But all day, you've acted like a timid old lady, scared to do anything. Even if you played chess in the park, the old men would call you a coward. I asked her if she regretted me being the leader. She said no, but if I didn't get back up and lead them, I'd be getting a second slap from her. That was when I finally understood. When you become a leader, your team becomes an extension of yourself, like your own limbs. You have to guide them just as you would move your own body. When your team believes in you, they're ready to face whatever consequences come with your decisions. Leon gently placed a hand on Noah's head as he stood up. Just like your mom, she wasn't crowned queen of the Silver Dragons first and then gained everyone's respect. She earned everyone's respect and then became their queen. Your mom and I both walked this path, Noah, so I understand how you're feeling now. I'm not asking you to overcome it all at once, but remember one thing. As he rose to his feet, a few figures stepped up behind him. Noah looked over, recognizing them. Mom, everyone. We believe in you, Noah. No matter the outcome, you won't have to face it alone. As he finished speaking, the host's voice echoed from the stage. Next up were Love Sinks, directed by Noah K. Melkve. Please welcome them. Though Noah herself may not have realized it, her name in the Young Dragons division was almost synonymous with invincible, and nearly everyone in the audience knew of her. The audience responded with even more enthusiastic applause upon hearing her name. Rossvisser led Moon toward the stage. Leon followed right behind. As he passed his eldest daughter, he patted her shoulder. Did you hear that applause, Noah? It's all for you. .363. Vol 3CH, 62. With the stage prop set, Leon and the others took their places. In the first scene, just as they had rehearsed, Rossvisser sent Moon away, leaving her alone with the captive Leon for a private conversation. The classic tail lock and handsome man with scars scenes played out, stirring whispers among the school faculty and judges in the audience. These young actors are quite skilled, they really bring the scene to life, one commented. The lead actress nails the expressions and intonations, especially with that regal, haughty cadence. She genuinely has the aura of a cold, proud princess, even a queen, another noted. Could she actually be a queen? Someone mused, half-jokingly. And why is no one talking about the male lead's performance? His portrayal of a defeated, yet defiant captive was outstanding. Yes, his acting is quite remarkable. It's so convincing, it almost doesn't feel like acting. Hearing the faculty praise the model family's performance, Vice Principal Wilson, seated on the left side of the judges' panel, stroked his white beard in satisfaction. He leaned toward Headmistress Angelina Owlette, lowering his voice. "Well, Headmistress, didn't I say the Melkvays would put on an unforgettable performance?" Headmistress Owlette nodded in agreement. Indeed. Their impressive performance pleasantly surprised Owlette. She recalled their first meeting in her office, where Veronica had entrusted her to deliver the primordial crystal to Rossvisser as a wedding gift. At that time, the couple had left her with a favorable impression: humble, polite, adept in conversation, and balanced in their approach. They exuded sincerity without being overly trusting, leaving a sense of reservation. "Shrewd couple" was the label she mentally applied to them back then. Watching their flawless performance now, Owlette was convinced they weren't just shrewd. They were deeply in love and in perfect sync. She'd often heard Vice Principal Wilson's praises of their love and harmony, though she hadn't fully believed it. But after seeing them perform today, she was convinced. "Has the recording stone captured all of this?" Owlette asked. "Every single moment," Wilson replied proudly. Owlette gave a small smile. Perfect. Later, she'd give Veronica the recording stone so she could see for herself what a harmonious pair her granddaughter and her husband were. On stage, the first scene concluded. In the second scene, Aurora, playing the role of a little spirit, entered to guide the captured male lead in his daring escape from the dungeon. After overcoming countless obstacles, he finally returned to his homeland. Yet, as he neared the borders of his own kingdom, the princess who had been pursuing him caught up with him. He assumed she'd try to stop him, but instead, this princess, who had already developed feelings for him, came to bid him farewell. They lingered in each other's company, neither admitting their feelings. The pink-haired spirit off to the side grew increasingly exasperated. She'd been frustrated during rehearsals. Now, in the actual performance, she was just as anxious. But her older sister had told her that such matters couldn't be rushed. Otherwise, they'd have to close the curtain right after the second scene, leaving nothing left to perform. Fine, the director's the boss. Listen to the director. Finally, after much ado, the two parted ways. Aurora waved her magic wand and declared, "Brave knight, I foresee in the fables that you and the princess will meet again someday. Now, return home, regroup, and prepare for the greater challenges to come." With a final wave of Aurora's magic wand, the second scene concluded, earning enthusiastic applause from the audience. The judges continued, discussing the actors' performances. If the first scene established the characters, giving the audience a clear impression of each, the second scene breaks those impressions, making the characters more complex. Yes, through the shifts in their emotions, the story naturally flows forward. The writer has impressive skill. Indeed, but I think the director deserves equal praise for weaving these scenes together so smoothly. After all, bringing a script to life is no small feat. It tests the director's ability. True, what was the director's name again? Noah K. Melkvay, the youngest in the Young Dragon division, yet she's held first place for years. "Oh, I usually direct for the Sky City Theater and was invited to judge this competition. But I had no idea your academy had such a gifted student." "Professor, don't even think about stealing Noah away. Directing is just one of her many talents. She's destined to be one of the greatest dragon warriors." "Ha ha ha, so quick to read my mind." The judges continued to praise the first two scenes. Next came the climactic third scene, the showdown between Leon and Claudia. In this scene, Noah made a cameo as a maid by Claudia's side. After completing her cues, blocking, and stage setup, Noah watched as her father stepped in front of Aunt Claudia. Leon bowed his head respectfully and called out, "Mother Empress." At that, Noah sighed in relief. "Good job, Dad. You finally called her Mother Empress without a hitch." The two exchanged a few lines, and due to time constraints, the tension quickly escalated. "You want to return to that woman? Absolutely not. I will never allow it." Claudia's commanding presence and acting were so convincing, it was as if Leon really were her son, and she genuinely forbade him from loving a princess from a rival nation. Noah admired Claudia's performance from the bottom of her heart, no matter how many times she saw it. She'd always known her parents had a talent for acting, but she hadn't expected Aunt Claudia to be a natural as well. Leon had thought similarly, until Claudia mentioned once that the Sea Dragon clan had never fully supported her sister and brother-in-law's marriage. Only then did General Leon realize. Life's a play and memory is the script didn't apply solely to him and Rosvisser. It seemed every family had its own share of struggles. Leon mused quietly. Mother Empress, just let me see her one last time. No, if you insist on seeing her, fine, but only after you remove your armor, relinquish your insignia, and strip away every honor you hold. Only then may you go to her. Fine, Mother Empress, I'll do as you say. Leon stripped off his armor and other props, tossing them aside. Mother Empress, now are you satisfied? You would abandon all of this for that woman. Is she worth it? She's worth everything. For her, I'd give up anything. Very well, so be it. Guards, banish him from our land, and let him return only when he's come to his senses. As the scene unfolded, Noah watched with delight from the side. Her dad was born to play a rebellious character willing to risk everything. That intense, defiant energy suited him perfectly. Aunt Claudia, on the other hand, portrayed each subtle shift of emotion, shock, anger, and finally resignation, so naturally. Aunt Claudia, are you even acting? It's like you actually have a rebellious family member at home. In the following scenes, Leon's character, guided by Aurora, reunited with Rosvisser. But Claudia wasn't the only obstacle in their path to love. They faced the wrath and condemnation of their respective countries, endured hardships, fell into a witch's trap, and faced life-threatening trials. Just as they were about to escape to a peaceful haven, a curse cast by the witch plunged the princess into an eternal slumber. No. Snow fluttered, and the northern wind howled. My love, you can't leave me like this. Don't leave me. On stage, Rosvisser lay in a coma in Leon's arms. Leon held her head, looking skyward in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Or rather, from the onion he'd applied near his eyes, before going on stage to avoid laughing. The idea of Rosvisser in an endless slumber actually thrilled him, because then he could dress her up in black stockings and bunny ears and take endless photos, heh. Though inwardly amused, he still delivered a powerful, moving performance. Many young dragons in the audience worried whether the beautiful princess would ever awaken. The story continued. Leon's knight character traveled the world, desperately searching for a cure to wake the princess. Eventually, both nations learned of his quest. The princess's coma was no trivial matter. Yet, hindered by years of conflict, neither side wanted to be the first to extend a hand. In the end, the knight's unwavering love moved them both. He was no longer alone in his battle. For the first time, he had people supporting him. In the final scene, the knight finally found a way to awaken the princess. They reunited on the seashore at sunset, the perfect setting for the play's title, where love sinks asterisk. Leon held Rosvisser in his arms, waiting patiently for her to awaken. The stage lighting created a soft, sunset-like glow, casting a warm, romantic atmosphere. Meanwhile, backstage, Helena approached Noah. We're almost ready for the curtain call, Noah. We did it. Noah nodded. Yeah, we did it. Oh, by the way, remember how Mom asked me to revise the last line? Don't worry, right before we went on, Dad said he'd thought of the perfect line. The young sea. Dragon's eyes sparkled. Really? Yeah, really. I don't know what he'll say, but I trust him. On stage, Rosvisser slowly opened her eyes. The lead characters gazed into each other's eyes, the sunset reflecting in their pupils. A tender tension shimmered between them, almost tangible, complex, and unbreakable. You're finally awake, Leon whispered. Rosvisser was momentarily captivated, her gaze locked onto Leon's deep, dark eyes. She softly replied, yes. The final line of the play was next, the one Helena had rewritten multiple times but never perfected. Curious, Rosvisser wondered what Leon would say. Would it be something simple yet formal, like, I've waited for you all along? Or a long, romantic speech filled with poetic declarations? Or perhaps, Rossvisser had no idea. This man always managed to surprise her. Rossvisser. He didn't use the name of her character, but instead chose this moment to call her by her real name. Of course, Leon was mindful. His voice, saying Rossvisser, was soft enough that only the two of them could hear it on stage. Rossvisser looked at him, a little surprised. This idiot, calling her by her real name, what was he planning? Rossvisser. Looking into her eyes, with hundreds watching them, Leon spoke slowly. I love you. "364. Vol 3ch, 63. As evening fell, all the drama performances had concluded, and it was time for the final scoring and awards. The young directors and writers from each group were called up onto the stage, 5 groups in total, standing in a line. The guest judge from the top drama troupe in Sky City slowly ascended the stage, standing before the young dragons. Meanwhile, in the audience, Leon, Rossvisser, Claudia, and the rest of the family sat in anticipation, anxiously awaiting the announcement of the results. Leon himself wasn't entirely confident about their performance this time. In past competitions, he and Noah had always relied on their top-notch skills, and both were naturally confident in their abilities. As a result, they were never particularly nervous when awaiting results. But this drama competition was uncharted territory, not only for Noah, but also for Leon. So much goes into judging a drama performance, and Leon, not being an expert, had no idea how he and the others had fared on stage. Everything would come down to the professional theater judge. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves, then turned to look at Rossvisser beside him. She gazed ahead, her beautiful, cool face expressionless as usual. But Leon noticed something in her expression. She seemed distracted. And if he looked closely enough, he could even see a faint blush on her cheeks. Hey, he whispered. No response. Hey, what's on your mind? He nudged her shoulder playfully. Snapped back to the present, Rossvisser stammered, oh, it's nothing. Really nothing. Really nothing, I'm just a little nervous, that's all. Yes, a bit nervous. She pursed her lips, adjusted her hair, and looked back at the stage. Leon studied her profile, sensing that she wasn't as nervous as she claimed. He knew how she acted when she was truly nervous. She'd try hard to stay calm, an unmistakable inner tension in her expression. But right now, she seemed distracted by something else entirely. Noticing Leon's inquisitive gaze, Rossvisser shot him a sidelong look and gave a little pout. HMPH, as if she'd actually tell him the truth. Tell him she was still lingering over his last line on stage. That secret was staying buried deep within her heart. No one would know, not even Leon. Even with his sharp gaze fixed on her, Rossvisser decided to play dumb to the end. Sure enough, after a few seconds of staring her down, Leon gave up. He didn't push any further. His focus turned back to his daughter's results. Everyone's performances today were exceptional. Each group brought something unique to the table. Truly impressive work, all of you. The judge waved a sealed envelope and continued, and here, in this envelope, are your scores. Starting with 5th place, we'll go up from there. Ready. The judge slowly opened the envelope. To build tension and engage the young dragon's emotions, the judge employed an exaggerated series of facial expressions. Surprise, excitement, and finally, a calm acknowledgement. Noah raised an eyebrow, muttering, "No wonder they're a professional actor." Helena covered her mouth, giggling. "Do you know what I like most about you, Noah?" "What?" "No matter who it is, you always give credit where it's due." Noah smiled. "Praise is just a label to work toward. It's about reaching that level myself." Helena tilted her head with interest. "Who's the one you've labeled the most, then?" Without hesitation, Noah replied, "My dad." The two friends exchanged a smile, then fell silent, waiting for the results. 5th place goes to. Drawing out the last word, the judge scanned the young dragons in the audience, heightening everyone's nerves. Angela and her team, congratulations. Angela and her co-writer exchanged a look, their smiles tinged with a hint of disappointment. Though their ranking was lower, the 5 teams selected to perform had all been chosen from a large pool of competitors. So, even though the placing wasn't ideal, it still represented an achievement above many others. Everyone applauded Angela and her writer for their efforts. Now, moving on to 4th place Tilda Tilda. After 2 more rounds of announcements, it was down to the final 2, the championship and the runner-up. The last 2 groups standing were Noah and Helena's team and one other group. The other team consistently ranked among the top in their grade, putting quite a bit of pressure on Noah. During the main event, they had also received rounds of applause from the audience. No one knew who would ultimately take 1st place. And the 2nd place goes to Noah. Both Noah and Helena felt their hearts lurch. Even Leon and Rosvisser tensed in their seats, barely containing their nervous sweat. Claudia, however, leaned back in her chair, arms crossed and legs elegantly crossed, looking completely at ease. "Noah, who do you think 2nd place will be?" she asked. Leon muttered through gritted teeth, "Can I go up there and smack that teacher with 1,000 birds?" Rosvisser pinched the bridge of her nose. "Be patient, just be patient, please." The judge finally got serious after seeing the audience's mixed reactions to the drawn-out suspense. The championship title will go to either Noah's team or Vivienne's team. The styles and themes of both works were very different. Noah's team conveyed the message, breaking free from societal expectations and courageously pursuing one's desired life. A serious topic, but they balanced it with humorous touches. The depth of the actors, writers, and directors' skills was evident. On the other hand, Vivienne's team presented a more grounded concept, portraying how an unremarkable dragon lives a simple yet fulfilling life. It's a reflection of most of our lives. So, which message ultimately stood out? The judge flipped to the last page of the results. On that page was the name of the winner. With a smile, her gaze fell upon Vivienne, who immediately sat up straight, her eyes full of joy and anticipation. But then, the judge's eyes shifted to the person beside her. Noah K. Melkve and her co-writer, Helena Poseidon, congratulations. With the announcement, all the tension in the room dissolved. Noah let out a sigh of relief, her cheeks flushed from holding her breath. Helena wrapped her arms around her, rubbing her cheek against Noah's. "Noah, we won, we won." "Yes, we won." The audience rose to their feet, applauding. Noah looked out at the crowd, remembering the words her dad had told her before the performance. "Do you hear that applause, Noah? It's all for you." Once again, Dad's words rang true. "Congratulations, Noah." Vivienne and the other young directors stepped forward to offer their congratulations. "Seriously, how is your mom and dad's acting so good? They totally crushed us." And that blue-haired lady's presence was amazing. I almost thought she was a professional actor. "Just you wait, Noah. Next time I'll beat you." The young dragons gathered together, praising one another and setting friendly rivalries, keeping the spirit of friendship above competition. After the brief celebration, it was time for the commemorative photo. All of Noah's team joined the stage, with the principal, vice principal, and the judge standing with them for the group photo. Leon sidled over to the vice principal, whispering, "Vice principal, we must have gotten 1st place because you gave us all the points right." "Not at all, Mr. Leon. Headmistress Owlette anticipated my personal bias, so she voided my scores entirely." Respect to the headmistress. So they'd earned 1st place entirely on their own merit. Satisfied, Leon thought proudly. Once the group photo was done, Leon scooped Noah into his arms, giving his eldest daughter a tight, joyous hug. Just then, Claudia approached. "Leon, do you have a moment?" Still holding Noah, Leon turned to her. "What's up?" Claudia lifted her camera, giving it a little wave. "I'd like a photo with just you and Rosvisser, just the 3 of us." Leon blinked, glancing at Rosvisser beside him. She shrugged, indicating she didn't mind. "All right, sure." Leon gently put Noah down and stepped beside Rosvisser and Claudia. Claudia raised her camera and snapped the shot. "All done, thanks for cooperating." She lowered her gaze, examining the preview on her camera with a satisfied nod. Not bad." The couple exchanged a look, a bit puzzled by Claudia's request. Mom, Dad, can we go for barbecue to celebrate tonight? Moon ran up, and Leon instinctively bent down, scooping her into his arms. You little glutton, always thinking about food. Hee hee Tilda, let's go, let's go. All right, barbecue it is tonight. With the St. Heath Academy Drama Competition officially concluded. Elsewhere in the human empire, however, the curtain was rising on a different kind of drama. (365). Vol 3CH, 64. In the Empire's fusion laboratory, a sprawling underground facility, the top members of the Royal Sorcerers Guild gathered alongside the Empire's chief steward, Erland, ready to witness a historic moment. Lord Erland, I assure you, this iteration of the fusion process is more refined than ever, one of the sorcerers said with confidence. Erland stood with hands clasped behind his back, staring blankly at the massive dragon-headed creature suspended in a large incubation chamber. Without a word, he let the sorcerer continue. This time, we selected compatible dangerous species with high compatibility with dragon physiology. So both the magical abilities and physical coordination of this creation far exceed those of our initial attempt. Erland wasn't as knowledgeable in magic as the professional sorcerers, but even he could tell that this version of Constantine looked far more dragon-like than the previous grotesque mishmash. Seeing that Erland's expression remained stern, the sorcerer, sensing what he most cared about, added, My lord, this reborn Constantine will be the Empire's strongest living weapon. Strongest? For a brief moment, Erland's cold mask shifted. Just a few years ago, the Empire had once held the strongest man. During the bloodiest days of the Human-Dragon War, he had single-handedly broken the deadlock, tilting the scales of victory for humanity for the first time. No one denied his power, though everyone feared his terrifying strength. People had thought the war would soon end, with that man crushing all opposition. But the Empire didn't want, or rather couldn't allow, the war to end so quickly. The conflict wasn't about races, it was merely a grand, intricate game. And that man was an unruly piece on the board. He killed the previous Constantine before Erland, symbolizing the entrance of a third player into this game. Erland had been ordered to eliminate him, but after all these years, that man was still alive and well. A fact that infuriated him. Recalling those memories softened Erland's rigid expression ever so slightly. Sensing his reaction, the sorcerer added eagerly, My lord, the reborn Constantine will surpass even Leon Cosmod. The man's name was like a bitter pill lodged in Erland's throat. He would never speak it so lightly himself. Fortunately, the sorcerer had said it for him. Erland turned slowly, his tone laced with displeasure. I recall that your last fusion attempt was also aimed at killing Leon, wasn't it? And what was the result? Not only did Leon survive, but he also destroyed every heart skill we had. It was Erland's greatest shame. A lifetime of acquiring heart scales, painstakingly hoarded, only for that damned Cosmod to blow them all up. The king had nearly had Erland executed when he learned of it, and if not for Queen Elizabeth pleading on his behalf, Erland would have been exiled to some godforsaken corner of the Empire by now. The sorcerer stammered, last time was unforeseen. Who would have thought that scoundrel Leon would hide thunder magic inside the heart scales? Enough, I don't want any more excuses, Erland cut him off, raising a hand. Without heart skills, are you sure Constantine's power will surpass the previous attempt? We're certain, my lord, because this time, we used the primordial force. For dragons, it's like an ancestral treasure, impossible to resist. Erland replied, The primordial force is one of the Empire's rarest resources, and the dagger trio has already begun fusing with it. If Constantine fails again, the Empire won't spare more primordial force for a third try. Do you understand? Yes, my lord, the sorcerer bowed. Erland exhaled deeply, turning his gaze back to the tank. Inside, the dragon-headed beast kept its eyes closed, as bubbles rose rhythmically in the liquid. The sorcerers moved around, adjusting spells and materials. After a while, Erland's patience wore thin. When will it be finished? Although he had put a lot of pressure on the sorcerers, Erland still had high hopes for Constantine. Or rather, he was betting on him. He had staked every high-value resource in the Empire on Constantine. All his heart skills were gone, and now he had wagered the remaining primordial force. If this failed, not even Queen Elizabeth could save him. Power always came with risk, and Erland knew this well after spending half his life in the royal court. The saying, serving a king is like serving a tiger, was something he understood better than most. But even if it meant risking everything, he couldn't imagine giving up his power to live as an ordinary man. Power was a tantalizing thing, one that countless people fought over. "My lord, it's almost ready," one of the sorcerers said excitedly. Erland snapped back to reality, looking up. The creature in the tank was slowly opening its eyes. The sorcerers cheered, brimming with excitement. "Constantine is awakening. A masterpiece, greater than any known being. Come forth, Constantine, awaken and let the world hear your roar." With the opening of his eyes, a fierce aura spread from Constantine. Erland stared into his eyes, where fury seemed ready to burst forth. Meanwhile, the primordial force began moving across Constantine's body like streams of water. It slowly pieced the new body together, fully integrating it. "Yes, the primordial force is taking effect," one sorcerer shouted. "It's almost complete." The lab erupted with cheers, and Erland, swept up in the moment, stepped forward, raising his trembling hands in anticipation. "Rise again, Constantine." Suddenly, bubbles in the incubation tank began churning violently. A powerful energy radiated from within, spreading outward. Crack, crack. Two sharp sounds rang out as fissures appeared on the tank's outer wall. Liquid started to seep through the cracks. Erland's elated expression froze as he stepped back, quickly asking, "What's happening? Is this normal?" The sorcerer swallowed hard. I don't know, my lord. Was this part of the plan?" A nearby sorcerer replied in a loud, crisp voice. "No, my teacher, it was." "Sorcerer. Erland. What the hell?" Before Erland could explode in anger, a massive burst shattered the tank. The dark green liquid spilled onto the floor, and the dragon-headed beast slowly raised its right leg, stepping out of the tank. Its massive frame filled the cavernous lab. Has it lost control? Why isn't Constantine calming down as planned? Many sorcerers panicked, screaming and scattering. The senior sorcerer beside Erland forced himself to remain calm, ordering, "Activate the backup suppression array. Quickly." For such an important and dangerous experiment, the professionals had naturally prepared safeguards. Upon hearing the command, the chaotic sorcerers scrambled to activate the array. A crimson light glowed beneath Constantine's feet, forming an invisible cage. He roared, trying to break free. But his newly fused body was still incomplete, with much of his strength trapped within. He started to howl, his dragon's roar deafening. One young sorcerer sneered, narrowing his eyes. "Pointless fury, he thinks he can escape the array? Dream on." The suppression array was strong, and Constantine wasn't fully in control of his new body yet, so the crisis should be under control, right? The array compressed further, limiting Constantine's remaining space. As he was nearly forced back into the containment chamber, he continued to roar defiantly. Why is he still resisting? Stop struggling and submit. Become the Empire's weapon. The sorcerers began celebrating prematurely. But the senior sorcerer remained silent. He frowned, murmuring, "Something's off about Constantine's roar." Erland glanced at him. "What do you mean?" "It doesn't sound like anger or resistance. It sounds more like a call." "A call? What could he be calling for?" As soon as Erland spoke, the ground began to shake violently. "What the hell now?" Erland cursed. The next moment, the underground laboratory started collapsing, rocks falling everywhere. The sorcerers, trying to avoid debris, couldn't maintain the array's stability. If this continued, Constantine would break free again. But that wasn't the worst of it. Amid the chaos, a massive iron-blue figure with wings burst through the rubble, scattering the sorcerers in all directions. "That's Fair, the Iron-Winged Dragon King Fair. Why is he here?" Hiding in a safe corner, Erland stared in shock at the dragon form of Fair. The senior sorcerer finally understood. Constantine's roar, he was calling for Fair, my lord, this isn't an accident. What? They planned this from the beginning, it's their strategy. Too late, Erland realized the truth. Without the sorcerers maintaining it, the suppression array was effortlessly shattered by Fair. He quickly approached Constantine, who raised his right hand and grasped Fair's claw. With Fair's iron-blue wings spread wide, the two of them burst from the underground lab, heading straight into the dark night sky. Under the full moon, the fires of vengeance burned once more. (366) Vol 3CH 65. The collapse of the underground laboratory threw the entire Imperial city into chaos. Erland, barely alive, staggered out of the rubble, saved only by the sorcerers and guards who had shielded him. But before he could catch his breath, he shouted through his exhaustion and pain. Quickly gather all available forces. Stop Constantine and Fair at any cost. Yes, my lord. Erland looked up, watching the two massive figures against the night sky, clenching his teeth in frustration. The old sorcerer had hinted that this escape had been planned from the beginning by Constantine and Fair. But Erland couldn't understand how Constantine had mustered enough consciousness to plan such a dangerous escape. The first contact between Constantine and Fair must have occurred after the Red Dragon Sanctuary battle, when Fair carried Constantine's head back to the Empire. At that time, Constantine should have been too weak to plan anything, and there was no guarantee that the Empire's sorcerers wouldn't entirely wipe out his will during the second fusion attempt. If they had succeeded in controlling him, Constantine would have become nothing more than a biological weapon, void of any self-will. As Erland tightened his fist, shouts and spell chants filled the air as sorcerers and guards bombarded the sky with long-range spells, trying to target Fair and Constantine. But Fair, the Iron-Winged Dragon King, wasn't renowned for nothing. His speed and agility gave him complete dominance in the sky. With his arm extended, Constantine gripped one of Fair's claws, his whole body suspended in the air. As he looked down at the humans below, a dangerous gleam of hatred ignited in his eyes. They trapped me in that incubation chamber, cut my flesh, and tried to erase my will with their potions and magic, he said, his voice a low growl. Fair nodded. It was a privilege to help you, Lord Constantine. I only provided the barrier spell. Back when Fair had carried Constantine's head from the sanctuary, Constantine, with his faint remaining will, had managed to communicate with him. Upon learning of Constantine's plan, Fair had cast a barrier spell within his mind, isolating a part of his will, invisible to the Empire's sorcerers. When the Empire revived him, the barrier was lifted, allowing the Red Flame Dragon King's rebirth. Do you intend to take revenge on these humans now, Constantine? Fair asked. Constantine looked down at the town, and the scrambling soldiers, casually hurling a fireball into their ranks, igniting an explosive blaze among the pursuing troops. Now's not the time for revenge. Constantine studied his right hand, which had just unleashed the fireball. This new body will need time to adjust and... Constantine clenched his fist, a glimmering white energy gathering within his palm. And this ancient power, I can't control it completely yet. Ancient power, you mean? The primordial force. Primordial force? The power of the original Dragon King, Noah, the first Dragon King in dragon history, second only in rank to Tiamat, the dragon god. During his time in confinement, Constantine had often overheard the humans mentioning the primordial force. Being an ancient dragon king himself, Constantine knew exactly what that was. He hadn't expected these insignificant humans to have obtained such an ancient and potent power. It was genuinely surprising. Ah, yes, the primordial force. The Empire's other partnership with the dragon clans is for the primordial force in the far north, Fair explained. Stella Dragon King Ravi and I both contributed to that partnership. Fair paused, adding, Ravi even sacrificed his life in the process. Constantine's gaze shifted. Who killed him? Fair didn't answer directly, but Constantine could guess. Leon Cosmod. Yes, that man killed several dragon kings allied with the Empire, one after another. Constantine growled, Kid. What? How long did you stay in the far north? Fair was puzzled but replied, about 5 years, I suppose. Oh, then you wouldn't know, Constantine muttered to himself. Know what? Fair asked, curiosity piqued. Constantine scoffed. You wouldn't know who Leon's first dragon king kill was. Fair, ever straightforward, asked, who was it? Constantine wanted to ask if Fair was deliberately messing with him. He sighed and said, it was me. Fair's flight faltered for a moment in shock. Sorry, I don't keep up much with the news down south. It's fine. Constantine's mind churned, his attention drawn to Fair's words about the Empire's collaboration in the far north. So, the Empire's deal with us dragons isn't just about prolonging this war. It also involves something in the far north. I didn't know that. It's a secret project to locate Noah's primordial force, Fair explained. But after Ravi died, without a dragon king adept in spatial magic, they couldn't get past the northern ice barriers. The collaboration was called off. As Constantine considered Fair's explanation, a wild thought began to take shape in his mind. The pursuers below continued to multiply. Fair beat his wings, gaining speed as Constantine sent down a few more fireballs to distract the soldiers. Take us to my territory, Fair. Got it. With a thunderous clap, the Iron-Winged Dragon King accelerated, disappearing into the thick night. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Imperial City, Tiger and Rebecca watched the chaos unfold from the top of an abandoned tower. Looks like the Empire's alliance with the dragons has crumbled, Rebecca remarked. Not entirely, Tiger replied. But after what happened with Constantine, no dragon will be eager to work with these selfish madmen. Rebecca's mind worked quickly. You think Constantine will go after our captain too? Tiger nodded, but at least not right away. We still have time to prepare a countermeasure. Good, we're meeting with the captain soon to exchange intel. Rebecca's eyes sparkled mischievously. We'll also tell him about our Lionheart Society. He'll be thrilled. Tiger hesitated, scratching his forehead awkwardly. So we're really going with Lionheart Society? Isn't that a bit flashy? What else? Tiger Club, Rebecca teased. All right, Lionheart Society it is. After all, a girl who named her squad old, weak, sick, and pregnant was unlikely to come up with something modest. Lionheart Society sounds fierce, and it's clearly dragon-slaying inspired. Perfectly suited to the captain's image, Rebecca argued, arms crossed. Fine, fierce it is. Tiger straightened, his hand on the hilt of his sword, and gazed into the depths of the night. Then, turning his head slightly, his gaze softened, and he whispered to himself. A greater threat is on its way. Take care of yourself, Charlotte. (367). Vol 3ch, 66. The maids of the Silver Dragon Sanctum had noticed something peculiar this past week. Ever since Her Majesty, the Queen, and His Highness, the Prince, returned with their daughters from the St. Heath Academy play, the atmosphere in the Silver Dragon Sanctum felt off. Sure, Her Majesty maintained her usual routine, working from dawn till dusk, sometimes even burning the midnight oil. His Highness continued his helpful, civic-minded duties, assisting Her Majesty with various external matters, like taking care of any dangerous intruders near their tribe. They were a prime example of harmonious teamwork, reinterpreting the old adage of the woman handles internal affairs, the man handles the external. But beneath this peaceful surface lay an oddly unsettling undercurrent. After several days of close observation, the maidservants, led by Anna, became convinced that Her Majesty and His Highness had entered a post-marriage cool-off period. So, what exactly was a cool-off period? After the initial stage of infatuation, marriage, having children, raising children, and then another rekindling of passion. Mind you, that second surge of passion is akin to a dying person's final burst. Once that phase ended, it often signaled the beginning of a cool-off period in the marriage. Cool-off periods aren't scary. In fact, books say that this is something every couple, even every pair of lovers, goes through. It's the natural progression from having endless things to talk about to not much at all. Even for Her Majesty and His Highness, no matter how passionate they once were, such passion was bound to gradually cool off. So why were the maids so convinced that the couple had entered this cool-off phase? The reason was simple. They hadn't had any juicy gossip in ages. A ship you're rooting for with no scandals or rumors, how is one supposed to live? Therefore, as the head of the maids and the leader of their couple fan club, Anna decided. Milan, the task of reigniting their majesties, passion is up to you. Milan, why me? Milan's pretty face filled with confusion. Sure, everyone wanted to see the queen and the prince stay as loving as ever, but why did it have to be her leading the charge? What if she messed up and upset the royal couple? She could kiss her paycheck goodbye. Because you're the only one among us who's actually been in a relationship. Shirley, who was lounging nearby with an amused grin, chimed in before Anna could respond. Arms crossed and ready for entertainment, she added, we've all been single for over 100 years. How are we supposed to help rekindle the royal couple's spark? Milan quickly protested, but I've been broken up for ages. Also, what's a scout from the guard team doing hanging around the maids' quarters? Shirley ignored the second part and replied to the first, a breakup doesn't erase experience. You still know more than we do. Blushing, Milan pouted, her mind racing with ideas. After a moment, she let out a reluctant sigh, seemingly accepting her fate. Fine, if I don't take this on, who will? All right, I'll do it, but you need to tell me what to do, head maid. Of course, everything's prepared for you. Anna produced 2 elegant tickets and handed them to Milan. Looking down, Milan read the tickets. A Northern Territories Extreme Survival Adventure Limited Edition tickets. Exactly, Shirley had to pull a lot of strings to get those, Anna replied with a proud grin. Milan scratched her head, puzzled. But what does a survival adventure have to do with rekindling passion in marriage? Have you heard of the suspension bridge effect? Milan shook her head, baffled. It's a phenomenon where, when someone crosses a dangerous bridge and their heart races, if they meet someone of the opposite sex on the way, they might mistake that racing heart for feelings of affection, and vice versa. Anna explained, so, to help Her Majesty and His Highness rekindle their spark, we're gifting them a thrilling trip to the north. Listening to Anna's well-reasoned plan, Milan couldn't help but mutter, head maid, it sounds like you have way more experience with this sort of thing than me. Anna cleared her throat, hey, I'm just a strategist here. You're the one who's got to carry it out. Milan scoffed, pocketing the tickets. All right, I'm going, wish me luck. The entire maid team is behind you, Anna cheered. And the guard team, Shirley added with a raised hand. With a sigh and a deep breath, Milan headed towards the hall, her steps heavy, like she was marching to her doom. Please, no pay cuts, please, no pay cuts, she chanted silently, knowing full well that interrupting the queen with non-work matters could easily mess with the efficiency of this workaholic. Before long, she found herself in the grand hall. Her Majesty sat on the throne, elegantly engrossed in her work. Watching the queen's poised profile, Milan gulped. She took a moment to brace herself, then stepped forward towards Rosvisser. Yet when she reached the throne, Rosvisser didn't spare her a glance, still immersed in her paperwork. Feeling a little lost, Milan ended up standing awkwardly in silence for several long seconds. Finally, Rosvisser spoke first. Is there something you need, Milan? Snapping back to her senses, Milan stammered. Why yes, your majesty, it's nearly dinner time. I'll be there soon. Rosvisser assumed Milan was merely reminding her about the dining arrangements. In reality, Milan wanted to say, it's almost dinner time, so please take a break. Then she could hand over the tickets in the process. But the queen was so engrossed in her work that Milan had no opening. She was so flustered, she almost started pacing on the spot. Seeing her still standing there, Rosvisser set her pen down, looking over at her. Was there something else? Yes, there was. Go on. Well, it's just. Seeing Milan's hesitation, Rosvisser tilted her head. Love advice. No, I broke up a while ago. Oh, so, break up advice then. Milan pressed a hand to her face, thinking, we never pegged you for a counselor, your majesty. Yet here you are slipping right into the role. And not quite. Milan, I'm very busy. All right, Your Majesty, I have these 2 adventure tickets. I was originally going to go with my ex, but since we broke up, I figured I'd gift them to you and His Highness instead. She crafted a believable excuse on the fly. After all, who'd get mad at someone giving them a gift, right? Indeed, Rosvisser showed no sign of displeasure at Milan's interruption. An outdoor adventure, that's for 20-somethings. After saying it, Rosvisser paused, realizing something. Isn't that man just in his 20s? Fine, she thought to herself. Perhaps from now on, when she wants to express her queenly maturity, she shouldn't use age as a benchmark. Milan piped up, Your Majesty, this isn't any ordinary adventure. It's an extreme survival trip to the Northern Territories. It's seriously thrilling, Tilda. Hearing this, Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. The Northern Territories. Milan nodded eagerly. The Queen wasn't unfamiliar with that place. Her grandmother, Veronica, had worked on a project there with Academy headmaster Orlet, but the results were snatched by a traitor placed in the team by the Empire, causing the project to be halted. Upon learning her grandmother was in the Northern Territories, Rosvisser had thought about going there to see if there was any danger. But once the project stopped, she no longer needed to go. Plus, that region was nothing but ice and snow as far as the eye could see. Rumor had it that even Constantine's flames couldn't melt through the ice layers, though that rumor was now impossible to verify. It was one of that guy's favorite jokes about Constantine's hell humor. So going there for an adventure would just be asking for trouble, wouldn't it? Rosvisser shook her head. Keep them for yourself, Milan. You might still use them if you get back together with your ex. Your Majesty. If there's nothing else, go wait in the dining hall. I'll join you after I finish this. Actually, Milan's voice grew louder as she straightened up. Rosvisser blinked. Actually. Lowering her head, Milan bit her lip. Actually, the truth is, everyone thinks that you and His Highness have entered a cool-off phase. So we thought this adventure might help you both recapture that old spark. Rosvisser blinked, taken aback. Who cool-off phase, me and Leon? Milan nodded sheepishly. Rosvisser's gaze flickered as she reflected on her interactions with Leon over the past few days. The usual routine by day, the same assignments at night. Their life was harmonious, their intimacy still very much intact, so where was the cooling off? Okay, maybe. They'd kept their nighttime activities a bit straightforward lately. But a full cool-off phase, not quite. She almost clarified, but then paused, considering. Could it be that she was too close to see it, while others could? Could it be that Leon was already growing indifferent to her? Perhaps this was worth investigating. Thank you, Milan. I'll skip dinner tonight. No need to wait for me. Putting her pen away, Rosvisser stood up, and as she turned to leave, paused as if recalling something. Oh, and His Highness won't be dining either. Why? Before Milan could ask any questions, Her Majesty had already lifted her skirts and dashed up the stairs. Your Majesty, do you still want these tickets? Majesty. (368). Vol 3ch, 67. Leon was still lying in bed, lost in his own thoughts. With his daughters busy excelling at the academy, his dragoness honing her primordial force skills, and his own 9 gates of hell technique reaching new heights, he found himself feeling oddly invincible in his married life. A feeling he hadn't experienced even in his dragon-slaying days leading campaigns across the Empire. Could marriage really change a man so much? Bam! The loud bang of the door interrupted his wandering mind. Judging by the strength and sound, it could only be his dragoness. After all, she was the only one in the entire Silver Dragon sanctum bold enough to slam Her Majesty's bedroom door like that. Leon had a hunch that something must have set her off. Otherwise, there was no way she'd come barging in so forcefully. Just before Rosvisser stormed in, Leon quickly ran through his recent activities, wondering if there was anything he'd done that might have set her off. Maybe she noticed when I braided her hair into bunny ears while she was asleep. Or when I hid all her flat shoes so she'd have to wear those lace-up high heels I love. Or could it be the memory stone, where I recorded her singing in the bath. Any of these could probably land him in hot water. But instead of panicking, Leon actually felt a bit excited. As they say, there's no household rule that can truly restrict a seasoned married man. Only a rookie husband would get caught off guard, unlike Leon, who had mastered this game. Bring it on, Dragoness. With that thought, he heard the hurried clacking of high heels approaching. In moments, his silver-haired beauty stormed into the bedroom. Leon leisurely sat up, then calmly picked up the pillow beside him and held it in front of his face. Almost simultaneously, Rosvisser grabbed a stuffed toy from the bed and aimed it at his head. But Leon had already anticipated her move, blocking the incoming plush bear with the pillow. Unfazed, she lashed out with her tail, aiming for his chest. Yet Leon dodged with ease, lying back just in time for her silver tail to brush past his nose. Infuriated, she pounced onto the bed, intent on pinning him down for a thorough lesson. Naturally, Leon had predicted this move too. With a flick of his feet, he slid under her skirt like a slippery eel, black lace panties, nice touch, my dragoness ! And then darted towards the foot of the bed, landing gracefully on the floor. His escape was seamless, not a single wasted movement, a textbook display of anti-domestic strike tactics. Frustrated by her failed attempts, Rosvisser glared at him from where she lay sprawled on the bed, teeth gritted. You get back here. Leon and Rosvisser simultaneously, right now. A pause. Leon and Rosvisser, stop copying me. Another pause. Leon and Rosvisser, do it again and see what happens. Yet another pause. Leon and Rosvisser, arg, I'll kill you, you mangy beast. With that, Rosvisser grabbed the pillow by the bedside and hurled it at him. Leon caught it effortlessly, gauging that their routine had just about run its course. He patted the pillow, set it aside, and greeted her as if nothing unusual had happened. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Good afternoon, my foot. Rosvisser straightened her clothes and huffed, plopping down onto the edge of the bed. Leon, seeing her fuming, strolled over and plopped down beside her, completely ignoring her murderous glare. Undeterred by her cold shoulder, Leon casually picked up her tail and gave it a gentle squeeze. Rosvisser made a token effort to pull it away, but Leon let her tail slap against his arm, putting on an exaggeratedly wounded expression. Oh, Your Majesty's tail is as mighty as ever. A poor, fragile soul like me stands no chance, Tilda. Marital Rule 1, feign weakness to draw them in. Rosvisser tried to keep a stern face, but her lips were twitching as she pulled her tail back. Now that you know the strength of this queen, you'd better be a good boy from now on. Of course, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unmatched. Marital Rule 2, agree readily, change nothing. You say that now, but I know you'll forget it in an instant, she replied with an air of disappointment. Now, everyone knows I'm the most devoted husband there is. Marital Rule 3, rope and others, shared blame is diffused blame. Rosvisser gave him a teasing glare, calling me wife so intimately, someone might actually think we're really married. Leon smirked inwardly, got her. Unlike other women, my dragoness doesn't turn all lovey-dovey after a little sweet talk. For Rosvisser, hearing, we're not actually married, or I don't even like you, was the real signal that she was pleased. Don't ask, just years of experience talking. So, he finally asked, what exactly brought you storming in here? Rosvisser opened her mouth, then hesitated. She'd initially wanted to ask, have we hit a cool-off period? You don't seem as interested in me lately, have you? But voicing that would mean admitting she cared about his feelings toward her. And given the opportunity, this man would never let her live it down. After a brief pause, she chose a different approach. Lately, it seems like our fake marriage plan has run into a slight problem. Leon raised an eyebrow. Problem? What kind of problem? Well, Milan and the others seem to think. They think we're getting stale. Stale how exactly? They think our feelings are fading. But didn't you always say we don't actually have feelings for each other? How could something that isn't there fade? Well, we don't, Rosvisser clarified, but from the outside, people are supposed to believe we do. Rosvisser added thoughtfully, Milan was just here, and she said it seems like we're going through a post-marriage cool-off phase. She said you're not as invested in me as you used to be. She turned red, feeling somewhat guilty, since this was really her own question, but for the sake of her queenly persona, she'd placed the responsibility on the maid. Leon blinked, then gave a nod. I get it. Since we're putting on an act, it should be judged by others, not by our own standards, right? Exactly. So what did you tell Milan? Leon asked. Rosvisser hesitated before mumbling. I just told her we're the same as always. Not exactly the most convincing answer, is it, Dragoness? Well, if you're so great at it, why don't you take over? Oh, I'd be more than happy to. Leon cleared his throat and put on a serious face. First off, we're not in a cool-off period. Everyone knows the itch for old couples only comes after 7 years of marriage, and we've only been married for 5. Not time to itch yet. Second, even in 2 years, there won't be any cool-off period because... Rosvisser's curiosity was piqued by his confident tone. Because every day with you is a joy. Where would a cool-off come in? Rosvisser /v/. Also, I don't think showing affection means we have to cling to each other all the time. Giving each other personal space can actually improve the quality of married life. Rosvisser /v/* nods along. And I've never once not cared about you. I care about you a lot, Rosvisser. Without you, I wouldn't survive. Rosvisser /v/. Because who else would cook for me? Rosvisser. And lastly, Leon turned to Rosvisser, his eyes locking onto her silver gaze as he spoke slowly, deliberately. If anyone still thinks we're in a cool-off period, or that we're not in love, they should borrow a memory stone from Vice Principal Wilson for a love that shakes the heavens and fast forward to the final line. (369). Vol 3ch, 68. The final line from Noah's play, a love that shakes the heavens *, was etched into Rosvisser's memory. At the time, she'd thought it was just a line Leon had come up with for the play's dramatic end, a line meant to fit the moment, to be forgotten after the curtains fell. Yet here he was, bringing it up himself. Could it be that line had been more than just an act? Had that mangy man snuck a piece of his true feelings into the script? Rosvisser's lips curled into a teasing smile as she folded her arms, feigning indifference. What line? I don't remember, she said with a playful glint in her eye. Leon blinked. You're only 200 years old and already forgetful. He. When Leon failed to catch on to her meaning, Rosvisser grew a little anxious. I mean, there were so many lines, how could I possibly remember every single one? But that last one, there's no way you could forget it. Well, I did, so what? Classic Rosvisser, turning the tables even when she didn't have the upper hand. Leon could do nothing but sigh. It wasn't that he was unwilling to reason with her, it was just that. When Rosvisser got unreasonable, there was this rare, endearing charm, like a teenage girl sulking. Moments like these, Leon couldn't help but cherish. Fine, fine, if you say you don't remember, then you don't remember. Leon shrugged, pretending to brush it off, but with a smile hinting at his amusement. Annoyed by his lack of persistence, Rosvisser nudged him in the shoulder. Is it going to kill you to just say it again? What she really wanted was to hear him say those 3 words once more. After all, they both knew exactly what the last line was, but just implying it wasn't enough. The words themselves were what mattered. Rosvisser looked at him expectantly, thinking, he said it once so boldly before, so saying it again shouldn't be a problem, right? Right. I'm not saying it, Leon replied, stubborn as ever. The Queen's brow furrowed in displeasure. And why not? Leon mumbled something, avoiding a direct answer. But Rosvisser could tell he had a reason, a real one, behind his refusal. This wasn't just his usual stubbornness. She leaned in, her tones softening as she tried to coax him. Is it because you feel embarrassed? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just the 2 of us here. Whatever you say stays between us. It was rare for the Silver Dragon Queen to coax anyone into saying anything, but she was willing to make an exception for the chance to hear those words from him once more. Leon shook his head. No, it's not that. If I wasn't embarrassed saying it in front of hundreds of dragons, then why would I be now? Then why not say it? Because. Yes. Leon lowered his head, fidgeting with his fingers. Because it's been a week since the play, and you still haven't responded to it. Rosvisser froze. She hadn't expected that. She could even hear a hint of vulnerability in the voice of this renowned dragon slayer, of all people. For all his bluster about being a rough and simple guy, Leon had a surprising depth to him. Lowering her gaze, Rosvisser placed her hand gently over his, speaking in a soft voice. I didn't respond because I thought it was just a line. I didn't realize that was, she hesitated, a blush dusting her cheeks. I didn't realize it was something you wanted to say to me. Leon simply shrugged, not saying a word. Rosvisser glanced up at him, catching the faint sadness on his profile. After a moment's pause, she lifted her hand to his shoulder, leaning forward. Pressing her soft figure against his sturdy arm, she moved close to his ear, her warm breath tickling his skin as she spoke in a voice laced with warmth and allure. Leon Cosmod, I love you. Her whispered words were a perfect blend of seduction and tenderness, each syllable sending a thrill through him. Before he could respond, she leaned in and pressed a soft kiss against his cheek. Then, with a gentle hand, she tilted his face toward hers, gazing into his eyes as she murmured, There, I've responded to you now. Their gazes locked, breaths mingling, and the intense pounding of their hearts filled the silence between them. The simplicity of I love you was powerful enough to shake even these two notoriously stubborn souls. Not just Leon, Rosvisser herself was unsure of what to do with this response, feeling just as unsettled by the intensity of it. After a long pause, Leon exhaled softly. Doesn't count. Rosvisser's eyebrow arched. What do you mean it doesn't count? That response, it doesn't count. Oh, this man was pushing his luck. Rosvisser grabbed his ear and gave it a tug. And why, pray tell, does it not count? Let go, he protested. Explain first, then maybe I'll consider it. Go on, why doesn't it count? Why? For 200 years, she'd never told any man, I love you. She'd expected gratitude, maybe even a tear or two, and here he was, demanding more. If he didn't have a good explanation, Cosmod or not, he was in for a world of hurt. Because I said it in front of an entire audience, while you're just saying it with only us here. Not the same at all. You. She wanted to argue back, but couldn't find the words. Admittedly, he had a point. Declaring love publicly carried a different weight than doing so in private. So, what, you want me to gather the maids and guards and say it again in front of them? Rosvisser challenged. Leon grinned, baring his teeth. Couldn't have put it better myself. Rosvisser shoved his head with a playful scowl. Dream on, be grateful you even got to hear it from me once, and remember, this was a one-time deal. Oh, just once. Rosvisser nodded firmly. Yes, there won't be a next time. And if there is? Rosvisser spread her hands. Then what? Leon blinked, unsure of her meaning. In the next moment, she grabbed him by his collar, pulling him so close their noses almost touched. If there's a next time, you'll have to respond to me exactly the same way I just did, got it? Well, aren't we feeling bold, thought Leon, secretly impressed by her assertiveness. But General Leon wasn't about to be swayed. Without missing a beat, he flipped her hand, pulling her forward and backed her against the headboard, effectively trapping her there. Not sure I understand, Your Majesty, he whispered, his lips grazing her neck. Maybe you'll have to explain it to me in a bit more detail. "370. Vol 3CH, 69. Rosvisser's wrists were pinned above her head, held firmly against the headboard by Leon. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, leaving her entirely at his mercy in this vulnerable position. But instead of struggling, Rosvisser remained calm and collected, a teasing glint in her eye as she asked softly, It's nearly dinner time. Aren't you worried a maid might come knocking for us? Of course, she had already instructed Milan that neither she nor Leon would be attending dinner tonight. There was no risk of interruption, even if they decided to skip the pleasantries and get straight to work. But Rosvisser couldn't resist teasing Leon. Flirting a bit before the real deal was always fun, wasn't it? If he backed down, she'd get to mock him mercilessly for shying away from a golden opportunity. But if he pressed on, he'd have to do so under the imaginary pressure of potentially being caught by the maids, like cramming all your holiday homework into the last day of vacation. Yet, as always, Leon's response was one she hadn't quite anticipated. He leaned in close, gazing deeply into her silver eyes, his expression calm as he replied, "If they come, so be it. Didn't they suspect we were in some sort of cool-off phase? Perfect chance to show them just how fired up we actually are." With that, he brushed his lips against the corner of her mouth, catching a glimpse of the sly smile playing on her lips. "What are you smiling at?" he murmured, gripping her chin with a hint of impatience. Naturally, the impatience was all for show. He knew full well Rosvisser liked things this way. If he were to dote on her gently, considering her every feeling, it would only kill her interest. The wildness of dragonkind was embedded in her very blood, and a tame approach didn't suit her at all. What she craved was raw, wild intimacy, ever since the days when they had been true enemies, locked in a fierce rivalry. That antagonism had paved the way for the unique, married life they now shared. No matter how much they bickered, both knew exactly what the other wanted. "I'm smiling at you, you idiot." "Smiling at me?" he scoffed, pushing down harder on her wrists as he smirked. "Take a look at your current situation, dragoness." "Ouch," she let out a soft sound of pain, but her smile remained unfazed. "Pinned beneath me and still laughing." Her sultry gaze never wavered as she leaned in, her breath warm against his cheek. "Then go on, do what you want to me. Stop stalling already, unless you're just," Rosvisser's eyes narrowed in amusement, "buying time." "Buying time?" "Yes, the sun hasn't fully set yet, so technically it isn't night, so you're too scared to do anything." Rosvisser chuckled, her tone mocking. "You're the kind who only dares to act after nightfall, ah." The Queen's taunt worked all too well, spurring Leon into action. He held her wrists firmly, while also pressing his knee lightly against her tail, effectively immobilizing her. At this point, her only weapon was her sharp tongue. But Leon was more than prepared for that. "Oh, dragoness, if you think that'll scare me off." He cut her off with a fierce kiss, silencing any further protest. Rosvisser's plan had worked perfectly. Feigning a few token struggles, she felt a wave of satisfaction at the fierceness of his kiss. The way he bit down on her lips overcame her defenses and claimed her mouth completely. In this moment, her entire world consisted of Leon. His breath, his warmth, his touch. When the kiss finally broke, Rosvisser's face was flushed, her silver hair clinging to her cheeks, damp with a light sheen of sweat. She gave a breathy laugh, didn't feel a thing. "Oh, then maybe we need a change of scenery," he said with a smirk. "Wait, hey, where are you taking me?" She began to panic as he scooped her up. Changing locations midway wasn't part of the plan. Where on earth was this mangy man planning to take her? The bathroom, the kitchen, the living room. They tried all those spots plenty of times, though. Every option had its charm, but they always found that the bed was best. It was a classic for a reason. Just as her thoughts started to wander, a blinding light pulled her back. Raising her hand to shield her eyes, she realized Leon had brought her out onto the balcony. She looked out, seeing the blood-red sun hanging low on the horizon. "Leon, you." Before she could finish, he pressed her down onto the small table, trapping her against it. "Didn't you just say I wouldn't dare to do anything before sunset?" he murmured, gripping her chin and forcing her gaze toward the fiery sky. "Then watch carefully, because until the sun is gone, I'm not letting you go." The battle began, the heat between them stoked into a blazing fire. The table legs creaked against the floor, and the teacups clinked together. Rosvisser's legs, long and lithe, were slightly uncomfortable in this position, the table just low enough that she had to arch her back a little. But perhaps, in certain situations, a bit of discomfort wasn't such a bad thing. Besides, it had been a long time since she'd done something this bold with Leon. The novelty thrilled her, making her even more eager than usual. With her silver hair fanning out across the table, Rosvisser's eyes reflected the crimson of the setting sun. Leon held her firmly, forcing her to gaze into the distance. The firmness of his grip and the untamed passion of the moment overwhelmed her senses. The golden light cast a warm glow on her sweat-dappled face, the cool evening breeze slipping through her collar. As the table trembled beneath them, Rosvisser felt her control slipping, surrendering entirely to this primal, consuming desire. Her long lashes quivered as she watched the sun dip lower and lower, disappearing beneath the horizon. And true to his word, Leon only let her go the moment the last sliver of sunlight vanished from her view. "I'll need to buy a new table," she muttered afterward. "Why, this one's still usable. Unless you want me to be reminded of asterisk, that asterisk seen every time I have tea." "Fine, we'll replace it," she chuckled, giving him a playful glare. "We're here, having a go at it while watching the sunset. How utterly uncivilized." "Oh, and that's suddenly a problem. It was uncivilized enough when you were pulling me close. Actions can be civilized too." "Oh really, which actions?" "Civilized asterisk beastly asterisk ones," she replied, exasperated, and shut her eyes, ignoring him. A few minutes passed and then Leon spoke up. "Hey." "What?" "I'm hungry." "Then go eat." "But we missed dinner." "So, it's not like I stopped you from eating." At that, Rosvisser froze, remembering she'd told Milan herself that she and Leon wouldn't be having dinner. Oh well, Leon didn't know that after all. With a contented sigh, Leon lay back, staring at the ceiling. "I have a dream," he mused aloud. Rosvisser said nothing, knowing full well he was about to spout nonsense. "One day, before I die, I'll get to eat a late-night snack prepared by the Silver Dragon Queen herself. Then, I'll have no regrets." "Well, this Silver Dragon Queen suggests you go die then, dear." "I want fried rice." "I didn't say I'd cook for you, and now you're ordering." "Oh, and add some diced ham." "Hey." "Some shredded pork would be nice too." "I'm a queen, not a maid." "Wife." "Fine, I'll make it. But if you don't eat every bite, I'll turn you into minced meat." Rosvisser dragged herself out of bed, her tired body protesting, and made her way to the kitchen. She tied on an apron and began preparing the ingredients. As she was chopping the ham, she sensed a presence beside her. Glancing over, she saw Leon had donned an apron himself, busy slicing pork. She couldn't help but smile at him, saying nothing as they worked side by side. Night had fallen, and the warm light of the kitchen felt cozy, as husband and wife prepared a quiet late-night meal together, shoulder to shoulder. "371. Vol 3ch, 70. A few days later, at the dragon-human border in a secluded mountain cave, it was time to exchange intel. Leon's mentor wasted no time dropping a bombshell. Constantine S. alive again. Leon had suspected the Empire might make another attempt to resurrect Constantine, especially after the Ironwing Dragon King, Fair, had taken off with his head. But he hadn't expected it to happen this soon, barely 6 months since the last incident. It seemed the Empire had an astonishing ability to rush headfirst into disaster. "Yes, but this time Constantine seems to have broken free of the Empire's control," said Tiger, Leon's mentor. Leon frowned. Broken free? How did he manage that? Leon remembered how Constantine had attacked Isha's Red Dragon Sanctum last time, mindless, like a puppet, with no will of his own. Reduced to a mere biological weapon, the once mighty Crimson Flame Dragon King had been forced into servitude. Even as his opponent, Leon had felt a shred of pity for Constantine's fate. But now, this resurrected Constantine had supposedly broken free of the Empire's grip. Leon wasn't sure whether to admire Constantine's iron will or scoff at the Empire's incompetence. "Details are unclear, but I suspect the dragon who helped him escape played a part," Tiger explained. "Judging by the size and speed, it was likely a dragon king, longer tail than usual, wings a deep iron green." From Tiger's description, Leon immediately guessed who had rescued Constantine. The Ironwing Dragon King, Fair, he's the one who stole Constantine's head from the Red Dragon Sanctum last time. They must have struck a deal then. This Fair was previously cooperating with the Empire, correct? "Yes, the Empire likely ordered him to steal Constantine's head," Leon replied. But why would he suddenly turn on them by freeing Constantine? Isn't that a direct challenge to the Empire? Rebecca asked, perplexed. Rosvisser answered, maybe seeing Constantine reduced to a mindless tool made Fair realize that the Empire doesn't view Dragon Kings as allies at all. To them, Fair, Constantine, and the other Dragon Kings are just disposable pawns in their scheme. Rosvisser continued, so Fair likely chose to help Constantine break free and sever ties with the Empire to avoid meeting the same fate. Rosvisser had heard of the Ironwing Dragon King before. Like the Silver Dragons, the Ironwing Dragons were known for their speed, and any dragon clan that shared such an advantage piqued her interest. From what she knew, Fair was a shrewd player. Though his territory was small, he had carved out a place in this chaotic world by playing his cards right. His current actions were another smart move, working with the Empire to gain benefits, then breaking ties when their intentions became clear, even aligning himself with Constantine as a hedge. Rebecca nodded, eyes wide. Oh, that makes sense. Wow, sister-in-law, you're so smart. The sister-in-law comment was loud and clear, making Rosvisser's cheeks tinge pink as she looked away. She wasn't sure if it was Rebecca's compliment that made her blush, or that bold title. Even though she'd been called sister-in-law countless times, it never failed to fluster her. Hang on, Master, Leon said, as he suddenly recalled something. Did I destroy the Empire's heartskill when Constantine attacked the Red Dragon's sanctum? They wouldn't still have any left, would they? Tiger shook his head. No, the heartskills are gone, but according to intel from Martin, this time the Empire used primordial force to rebuild Constantine's body. Primordial force? The Empire has primordial force? Leon was shocked. Primordial force was an ancient dragon power dating back to the very first Dragon King, Noah. It was nearly impossible for even the dragons to obtain, so how had the Empire managed it? Tiger shrugged. I'm not sure how they acquired it. The two of them were at a loss, momentarily stumped. At that moment, Rosvisser moved beside Leon, whispering something in his ear. Leon's eyes widened. That explains it, he murmured. Tiger looked at him, puzzled. Explains what? Oh, well, Leon began. I received intel from the dragons a while back. Fair had stolen part of a research project conducted in the far north. At the time, we didn't know what the project was, but we assumed Fair was working for the Empire. Considering the Empire used primordial force to rebuild Constantine, it's likely that what Fair stole was exactly that, primordial force. Years ago, St. Heath Academy's headmistress, Olette, had collaborated with Rosvisser's grandmother on a project in the far north, a project that had taken years to complete. But Fair had stolen a portion of it at some point. Back then, Leon and Rosvisser hadn't known what this project involved. But now, putting the pieces together, it seemed clear that the secret project had been an investigation into primordial force. With Leon's explanation, Tiger nodded in understanding. Makes sense. The realization that Rosvisser's grandmother had been investigating such an ancient power left her with a feeling of unease. Primordial force was immensely powerful. Rosvisser herself had used only the basics of it to help Leon destroy Constantine's heartskill in the past. And this power traced back to the first Dragon King, Noah, whose legacy still influenced dragons today. What had driven her grandmother and the headmistress to delve into such ancient and dangerous history? For now, Rosvisser had no answers. If the Empire has primordial force, they might try to use it for more than just creating fusion monsters, Leon said, worried. But Tiger waved a hand. No need to worry. Martin also found out that the Empire exhausted their supply of primordial force to make this new version of Constantine. Exhausted it? Yes, Tiger nodded. They poured all their resources into creating this biological weapon, only for it to escape their control. Now, all their efforts are wasted. The official in charge of the project, Minister Erland, has even been dismissed. Tiger paused, smirking. I heard he was reassigned to a pig farm. Classic Empire demotion, Leon chuckled. Tiger laughed, shrugging. Good thing we retired when we did. No, Master, I was forced into retirement, Leon replied seriously. Oh, sounds like I've still got the edge then, Tiger said with a mischievous grin. Rebecca, ever quick, jumped in. Dad, Captain retired with a grand slam under his belt. What about you? Stay out of this, kid. After the light-hearted banter, Leon refocused on the current situation. Without the heart skills or primordial force, the Empire might lie low for a while. They'll have to regroup, and they'll also need to worry about this rogue Constantine returning to seek revenge. After what they put him through, I'm sure he'll want vengeance, Leon said, nodding. And I'm probably on his list too. The question is, when will he make his move? A heavy silence fell over the group. Constantine, now bolstered by primordial force and a stronger body, was sure to be a formidable foe. Leon wasn't entirely confident about facing him again. I have a theory, Rosvisser said suddenly. The three turned to the Silver Dragon Queen. I don't know when Constantine will strike, but before he does, I imagine, he'll want to be fully prepared. Leon raised a brow. Prepared how? By obtaining more primordial force. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. (372). Vol 3ch, 71. Constantine has already tasted the power of the primordial force. Given his approach, he'll likely try to gather more of it before launching his full revenge, Rosvisser said. With Fair guiding him, he'll find it easy to reach the northernmost lands where Noah left traces of this power, she added, her tone laced with concern. As a dragon herself, Rosvisser knew just how alluring power could be for someone like Constantine, especially after harboring resentment for so long. The group listened closely to her analysis, nodding in agreement. But there's one issue, Tiger interjected. The northernmost lands are desolate, only those seeking extreme self-discipline dare to train there. It's said the ice layers there are incredibly thick. How is Constantine supposed to retrieve the primordial force from beneath those? The northern lands were indeed among the most barren regions on the entire Samal continent. No race dared to settle there. The thick ice was infamous, rumored to withstand even the fiercest flames. Rosvisser chuckled. Among the dragons, there's an old saying. Even the Crimson Flame Dragon King can't melt the ice of the northernmost lands. This legend has been around for ages, and even Constantine dismissed it as mere idle talk. But now that he knows an ancient power lies beneath the ice, he won't let that stop him. He'll use the world's fiercest flames if he has to. Her grandmother, Veronica, and Headmaster Ollet's expedition to the northern lands had confirmed the ice was not impenetrable, using the spatial magic of Lavi, the Star Wanderer Dragon King. Leon agreed with Rosvisser's reasoning. I think Constantine will indeed seek the primordial force in the northernmost lands. Even if it's a slim chance, we must investigate. Tiger nodded in support. Absolutely. If that fiery maniac gains even more primordial force, the consequences would be unimaginable. Constantine had already been one of the strongest dragon kings. After 2 resurrections, with a revenge-fueled boost, his strength far surpassed his former self. If he were to acquire more primordial force, even Leon might struggle to defeat him. Leon sighed, scratching his head. Looks like we're off to the northernmost lands soon, but I've never been that far north. I'm not even sure how to get there. Rosvisser's eyes sparkled mischievously. I have a way to get us there. What is it? He asked, intrigued. With a sly smile, she replied, I'll tell you when we're back home. Ah, what secrets are you only sharing with the captain in private, sister-in-law? Rebecca teased. Rosvisser glanced at her, reaching over to pinch her cheek playfully. Your captain and I have plenty of secrets to share. Rebecca's eyes widened as she laughed. You're getting sweeter and closer every time I see you. With the travel arrangements to the northernmost lands settled, Tiger gave a last piece of advice. Be careful out there. Yes, master, Leon and Rosvisser replied in unison. After discussing Constantine, Rebecca raised her hand excitedly. Captain, I have good news to share. Leon raised an eyebrow. Good news, let's hear it. Dad and I have been stirring up trouble within the Empire. It's kept the royal family busy, and we're even gaining allies, she said, her voice brimming with excitement. People are reaching out to us for help, joining the cause. The Empire's facing more resistance now than ever. Leon was pleasantly surprised. He had always thought the Empire was too corrupted for anyone to oppose it openly. It was reassuring to know others were joining the revolution. Given the number of people involved, we went ahead and formed an organization to fight the Empire's corruption. And we named it after you, Captain. Rebecca beamed proudly. Leon's smile froze. He had a sinking feeling. Rebecca had a knack for naming things, but her creativity was unique. Memories of her past, creative names flashed before him. So what's the name? He asked cautiously. Lionheart Society, she announced. Leon sighed with relief. Not bad, much better than your usual choices. Isn't it great? It's strong and it gets the message across. Rebecca beamed. Leon, still wary, asked, Wait, did you come up with it? Well, no, she admitted, scratching her cheek. My original idea was the United Alliance of Beautiful Maidens and their bodyguards against imperial corruption . Leon threw up his hands in surrender. Fine, Lionheart Society it is. Rebecca continued, her enthusiasm boundless. Our numbers keep growing. We've got all kinds of people joining, even fans of yours. One girl even tattooed your name on her arm. Rossvisser shot Leon a pointed look. Oh. Leon coughed nervously. Just a minor detail, anyway, the Lionheart Society is growing. Soon enough, we'll overthrow that tyrant. Seeing her passion, Leon felt a wave of warmth. He had once only wanted to clear his name and settle down with his family. But destiny had other plans, propelling him forward relentlessly. He ruffled Rebecca's hair. Remember, it's good to find allies, but don't trust everyone blindly. Keep an escape route. Rebecca nodded enthusiastically. Got it, Dad is vetting everyone personally. Leon glanced at Tiger, who nodded back. You can count on us. With the main matters settled, Leon and Tiger discussed a few final details before wrapping up the meeting. On the way back, Leon finally asked, So, what's this plan you mentioned for getting to the northernmost lands? Remember how Milan told us people think we're in a post-marital cool-off period? He nodded. Yeah, what about it? She gave me 2 outdoor adventure tickets, limited edition, no less. Said she pulled some strings to get them and suggested we go to rekindle our passion. Leon raised an eyebrow. And this adventure location has what to do with the northernmost lands? It's in the northernmost lands. He chuckled, rubbing his forehead. Dragons and their endless need for thrills and outdoor adventure in the most barren place imaginable. Rossvisser smirked. It's not just thrill-seeking. Dragons have an innate drive for rigorous environments. It's in our blood. As your master just said, only those seeking strength go there to train. And we. All right, Your Majesty. Every time you praise dragons, I get a whole lecture. Rossvisser laughed, though her tone turned thoughtful. But I'm still puzzled. About what? Dragons value strength, but we wouldn't typically choose the northernmost lands just for an adventure. So why is there a demand for these tickets? Leon frowned. I don't know. They left the question hanging as a silver dragon soared across the sky, carrying them toward their mysterious journey. Meanwhile, back at St. Heath Academy, a new adventure awaited their daughters, starting with a thrilling journey planned by a certain silver-haired girl and her blue-haired friend. .373. Vol 3CH, 72. In the Young Dragons division at St. Heath Academy, as classes drew to a close, Helena was packing her bag when she turned to Noah, her desk mate. Noah-chan, summer break is almost here. Want to spend it at my place? Buried in her studies, Noah didn't even lift her head. Spend the break at your place. Helena nodded eagerly. Yeah, it's super cool during the summer where I live. Of course, living under the ocean had its perks. Having just solved the last question on her worksheet, Noah put down her pencil and pulled out a meticulously organized plan from her desk. Let me check my summer schedule. Helena leaned in, curious to see Noah's summer plans. Learn 3 new offensive lightning spells. With Dad's stash, 3 is a bit modest. Better make it 5. Teach Moon how to use Thunderstrike. She needs to start learning practical magic next term, so we might as well get a head start this summer. Thunderstrike's a perfect choice. Pick out 10 supplementary books for Aurora for next term. That'll keep her from following me around all summer. Go on border patrol with Mom 5 times. Complete the mission Sherry assigned me to steal the bell from her hand. Took me the entire winter break last time, so here's hoping I succeed this summer. Then there's... Before Noah could list everything, Helena quickly interrupted her. All right, I get it. Your summer is fully booked. So, guess that means you can't come to my place. Noah folded up her plan, looking at her friend. Helena's eyes shone with a hint of hope. Noah's mind stirred, her cunning inherited from the Silver Dragon Queen starting to smolder. Do you really want me to come? Of course, I'd introduce you to everyone at home. They'd love you, especially my aunt. She adores little kids. Holding back a smirk, Noah pretended to be conflicted. Ah, but I really don't have the time. Aw, come on, Helena tugged at her wrist. Can't you just delay your plans a few days? Just come for a week. That's too long, Noah teased. 5 days. Still too long. 4 days. Helena's confidence dwindled with each offer. Just as Helena was ready to give up, Noah placed her hand on Helena's desk, gently tracing her fingers. 10 days. Helena's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Noah affirmed. Yay, Noah-chan, you're the best. Helena leaned over and rubbed her cheek against Noah's. Noah usually disliked physical contact, except with family. But Helena, this sweet sea dragon 5 years her senior, was an exception. Noah would rearrange her plans for her. Just as the two friends were lost in their closeness, a chill prickled Noah's spine. Oh no, could it be? Was Moon here to catch them in the act again? Though Moon's official reason for joining the academy was to follow in her sister's footsteps, Noah knew there was more to it. Her sister's blatant adoration was impossible to hide. Noah Helena, no whispering during study period. Oh, it was just their homeroom teacher. St. Heath Academy's greatest threat during study periods was always the pair of eyes at the window, deep, dark, and all-seeing. No passing notes in the back row. No mischief escaped their teacher's gaze, especially when she stood behind the door, doubling her powers of observation. Even Noah, as sharp as she was, had been caught multiple times. Their teacher walked to the front and tapped the blackboard. Summer is around the corner, and you've all worked hard this term. But before break officially begins, we have an outdoor field test, which will count toward your final evaluations. The young dragons stirred with excitement. A field test, I've heard those are really fun. But it's outdoors, isn't it dangerous? Nah, the academy picks safe locations. The worst part is usually just the tough terrain. Quiet down, their teacher knocked on the board again. This year's field test for the Young Dragons Division will take place in Redwood Forest beneath Sky City, lasting 1 week. Hearing the location, the young dragons relaxed. Sky City was a neutral territory for dragons, and no one dared stir trouble in its jurisdiction. As for Redwood Forest, it was not a dangerous wasteland. Awesome, we get to visit Sky City. I've heard adults often go there for dates, Helena said excitedly. Coming from a secluded sea dragon family, she'd never visited Sky City herself. She turned to Noah. Noah, you've been there before, right? Noah's face shifted slightly, but she nodded. Yeah, a few times. Are there really that many people there on dates? Helena asked, curious. Yeah, there are, Noah replied, a slight frown crossing her face. Helena noticed her friend's change in mood. What's wrong, Noah? I remember you telling me how much you were looking forward to this term's field test. Why do you seem a bit down? Noah looked down at her desk. I was looking forward to it, but this test location seems too easy. Easy? Helena echoed, confused. Yes, it feels more like a spring outing than a real test. Noah chuckled and added, I understand though. The school is prioritizing safety for young dragons. Helena patted Noah on the head. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Always craving tougher challenges. Noah scratched her head with a humble smile. It's the quickest way to grow. My dad says that. Leon uncle always surprises me, Helena remarked. He's just like that, always full of surprises. Their teacher knocked on the board once more to regain order. After everyone settled down, she continued. The Young Dragons Division will be conducting this test simultaneously with the Youth Dragons Division, whose test will be held in the northernmost lands. However, 2 youth dragons can't participate due to clan obligations, so there are 2 open slots for the northernmost lands test. Headmaster Ollet has approved applications from our division to fill these slots. Keep in mind, the environment in the northernmost lands is extremely harsh, suitable only for youth dragons. Young dragons have attempted it in previous years, but none succeeded. Even the top students were hindered by their youth and inexperience. For those concerned about your final evaluations, I advise you not to apply for these spots, or you risk delaying your graduation. After explaining, the teacher left the room, leaving the class in quiet murmurs. Noah's eyes sparkled as she watched the teacher leave. "Hey, Noah, you're not thinking of applying for the northernmost lands, are you?" Helena whispered, tugging at her sleeve. But she had a feeling she already knew the answer. "The environment there is terrible, and didn't you hear? Young dragons have tried and failed before. You should really think this through," Helena urged. "You're right, I've thought it through," Noah replied. "That was fast," Helena was stunned. "So you won't apply." Noah slowly turned to look at her friend, her expression calm yet resolute. Helena sighed, covering her face. "I knew it." As the bell rang, Noah grabbed her bag and dashed out of the classroom. Helena stood by the doorway, calling after her, "Where are you going?" "To apply for the northernmost lands spot before someone else snatches it." "Who else would want that spot, you idiot?" Helena muttered, watching Noah's small form disappear down the hall. A moment later, Helena whispered to herself, "I would." "374. Vol 3CH 73. There are 3 ways to reach the northernmost lands of the Dragon Clan. The first method is traveling by foot or flight, but in either human or dragon form, it takes considerable time. The second option is using spatial magic to teleport directly, which saves time but is challenging. Only a handful of dragon clans can use spatial magic proficiently, and of those, 3 dragon kings have already been tangled up with General Leon. The third method, and the one chosen for the Young Dragons Division's field test, is traveling by a specialized transport, a familiar friend to the Academy's students, Leviathan. Despite their massive size, these gentle school buses are among the few dragons who have mastered a form of spatial magic, albeit different from that used by dragons like Lavi. The journey would take 3 days from the Academy to the northernmost lands. With her backpack stuffed to the brim, Noah obediently stood behind the line of senior students, waiting to enter Leviathan's teleportation column. "Oh, look, there's a little one coming with us this time." "Another extra spot, huh? I heard the last time a young dragon applied for the northern field test was years ago." Curious, a tall senior girl turned around and bent slightly to Noah's height, smiling warmly. "Hey there, cutie. What's your name?" Noah K. Melkfey." The senior girl's eyes widened. "Oh, you're the famous Noah from the Young Dragons Division." Noah's cheeks flushed as she clutched the strap of her backpack a little tighter. "I'm not that famous." This was her first time speaking with someone in the Youth Dragons Division, and she felt nervous. "I'm Yuna from the Thunder Dragon Clan. It's nice to meet you, Noah." "The Thunder Dragon Clan?" Noah blinked, looking Yuna up and down. "But I thought thunder dragons were usually really tall and slim." She remembered her dad nearly lost a relay race at the Academy's Family Sports Day a few years back because of a tall thunder dragon's tricky tactics. But of course, her dad's cleverness won them the race in the end. "Are you saying I'm out of shape, Noah?" Yuna feigned offense, pouting. Flustered, Noah quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't mean that." Seeing her distress, Yuna chuckled. "I'm teasing you. You're thinking of the lightning dragons. They're the tall, thin ones. Thunder dragons like me are a bit different." Noah's face lit up with understanding. "Oh, my mistake. Sorry." "Don't worry, people mix us up all the time." Yuna, easygoing, didn't mind at all. "Did you apply for this test alone?" Yuna asked. Noah nodded. "Yes, by myself. The northernmost lands are tough, you know. The creatures there have thick hides and are hard to beat. You'll need to be careful," Yuna warned. Noah's gaze remained unwavering. I understand, Yuna. Yuna raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the determination in the little one's eyes. Was it courage, or did this young dragon genuinely have the skills? Yuna, we're here to take a test. Are you seriously planning on babysitting a kid? A male senior called over. Mind your own business, Anton, Yuna retorted, turning back to Noah. If you need help, you can always come to me. Thank you, Yuna. After more friendly conversation, Yuna went to join her friends, reminding Noah once again to seek her out if she needed anything. Such a warm-hearted senior. Noah positioned herself near Leviathan's tail, where she could look across its vast back. The Academy had even set up temporary accommodations on Leviathan to make the journey less monotonous. Thankfully, Leviathan was gentle. Any other dragon might flip out at the thought of a mini party on their back. Watching the other students laughing and chatting with their friends, Noah felt a pang of loneliness. She was here all alone, and the journey, including the test itself, would take around 10 days. With a soft sigh, she placed her backpack down, sat cross-legged, and rested her chin on it, her silver tail curled behind her. A gentle breeze ruffled her bangs as she looked down, a touch of loneliness crossing her face. If only Helena were here. I knew someone was missing me. A familiar voice rang out behind her. Noah's head snapped up, her eyes widening at the sight of a figure bathed in a soft blue glow. Helena, you left so fast this morning that I couldn't catch up with you, Helena said, setting down her bag and sitting beside Noah. Noah, still in slight shock, asked, Why are you here? Why am I here? Good question, Helena mused, tapping her chin. Well, there were 2 spots, right? One for you and one for me, just perfect. I can do math, Helena. I mean, why did you apply too? Because I couldn't stand the thought of a certain little silver dragon spending 3 days and nights alone in icy wilderness without a single familiar face. I just had to come along. I don't mind being alone, Noah replied, though her voice wavered slightly. I know you don't mind it, but you do like it either, right? Noah opened her mouth to argue, but no words came out. Helena was right. She didn't fear going on the test alone, but she didn't enjoy the thought of isolation. She'd always grown up with her sisters, under the watchful eye of her incredible parents. Besides those first few days at the academy, she'd never done anything truly alone. Well, maybe the next chance to challenge herself would come soon enough. The academy held plenty of tests, after all. She quickly consoled herself. As the two chatted, Leviathan began to slow down. What's happening? I thought we were headed straight to the northernmost lands, Noah asked, confused. Oh, you didn't hear, Helena replied. Hear what? There's a tour group traveling with us this time. Noah's expression twisted in disbelief. A tour group, on a mission to the northernmost lands. Helena shrugged, patting one of Leviathan's enormous scales. Leviathan's gotta earn his keep, right? So he's taking tourists along too, marketed it as limited edition tickets, smart. Noah let out an exasperated sigh, accepting the reality of the situation. For the next stretch of the journey, Leviathan made several stops to pick up tourists heading to the northernmost lands, adding to Noah's frustration. She was nearly drifting to sleep when, half an hour later, she spotted a familiar silver glow on the horizon, her mother's Silver Dragon sanctuary. Wow, Noah, it's your home. Are your mom and dad going to the northernmost lands for a vacation too? Helena asked, visibly excited. Noah, deep in thought, quickly grabbed Helena's hand and pulled her into a hidden corner. What's going on, Noah? Aren't you going to go say hi to your parents? Noah shook her head. Helena, remember you once said you envied the way my family interacts. Yeah. The eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen smirked mischievously. Today, I'll show you how they really get along in private. Hi. I'll bet you 10 days and they'll kiss at least 20 times. That's the confidence I have in my exemplary parents. Noah K. Melkve, the eldest princess of the Silver Dragons. (375). Vol 3ch, 74. Leviathan's spatial magic, unlike the techniques used by Lavi and other dragon kings, came with a cooldown period after each long-distance teleport. Due to his massive size, Leviathan's teleportation range was also somewhat limited compared to others. Still, for Leon and Rosvisser, this was their fastest way to reach the northernmost lands. That evening, after completing a long-range teleport, Leviathan paused to let his magic recharge. Standing near the edge of the dragon's vast back, Leon looked down at the seemingly endless forest stretching out below, the horizon curving in the distance. Flying above the world on the back of a colossal creature had a way of humbling one's perspective. Magnificent, isn't it? Everyone speechless their first time on Leviathan, came a familiar voice from behind. Leon turned, watching as a tall, graceful figure approached, her silver hair dancing in the night breeze like threads of moonlight. "It's not the view," Leon replied, turning back toward the horizon. "Oh, then what are you thinking about?" Leon, hands in his pockets, tapped Leviathan's enormous scales underfoot. "Just thinking how much effort it would take to chop down a dragon this big." Rosvisser rolled her eyes. She should have known her thick-headed husband wasn't thinking anything profound. "How much longer until we reach the north?" Leon asked. 3 days. Which means, Leon glanced over his shoulder at the group of young dragons behind them. "We're spending 3 days with these melodramatic teenagers on Leviathan." "Bold of you to call them melodramatic." "I'm passionate, they're melodramatic." "To me, you're all the same, just fools." Rosvisser, with over 200 years of life experience, really did see Leon and the young dragons as about the same. Well, not entirely the same. Leon, after all, was the more handsome one. The two exchanged light banter until Leon suddenly changed the topic. "When was the last time we had an outing like this? Was it Sky City?" "It was the family trip to the beach," Rosvisser corrected. "Oh, you keep track of every outing, huh? You don't, by chance, have a diary of our love story, do you?" "A diary?" The truth was she did, but admit it, never. "Stop being ridiculous, Cosmod. I have neither love nor stories with you." Rosvisser quickly changed the subject to avoid giving him any further leverage. "And we're not out here for romance. We're here to keep an eye on Constantine, remember." But Leon was more interested in her sudden, flustered reaction. Could it be that the proud dragon queen really did have a secret diary? He was definitely going to hunt for it once they got home. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, 2 small heads peeked out, watching the couple closely. "Why haven't they kissed yet?" Noah whispered. "It's weird. With no one else around and it being nighttime, they'd normally have kissed by now," Helena added. Noah knew her parents' private life was anything but modest, but she didn't realize that, before the shameless stage, there was always a ritual of pretend disinterest. The Melkveh family couldn't function without their habitual sarcasm. It was as essential as Jerusalem to the west. Noah's mind raced. Could it be they're worried about having a third baby? Helena looked down at her in confusion. What does kissing have to do with having a third baby? "Adults have babies if they kiss," Noah replied with certainty. This little piece of knowledge had come from a deduction she and Moon made years ago during a family beach outing. Back then, they'd even come up with a seaside rescue plan, attempting to set up a situation where their parents would kiss and give them another sibling. Despite their efforts, there was no sign of a baby afterward. Even after Aurora was old enough to walk and talk, their next attempt at a kiss mission failed to result in a baby. Eventually, Noah got so busy with her studies that she'd forgotten all about wanting another sibling. Now, however, she was thrilled at the chance to spy on her parents' private life, to see if they truly avoided affection in secret, or if the idea of a third child had just been pushed aside. "Who told you that kissing makes you pregnant?" Helena asked, bringing some accurate knowledge to her friend. "Kissing is just a way adults show love for each other. It doesn't make you pregnant." Noah blinked, taken aback. "Really?" "Of course. If kissing led to pregnancy, then we wouldn't be such a rare species anymore." Noah's big eyes blinked as she processed this new information. It did make sense. "So how do you get a baby?" Noah asked, her curiosity piqued. Helena's cheeks reddened slightly. "Well, that's a bit tricky to explain. You'll probably understand when you're older." Truthfully, most young dragons Noah's age wouldn't even be curious about how babies were made. But Helena's knowledge stemmed from a rather unique pet her aunt had brought home, leading her to learn more about biology and reproduction than the average young dragon. Helena shook her head to refocus and continued observing. Why are they still talking? I want to see a kiss. Doesn't your mom let you watch? Helena shook her head. Nope. Every time a couple shows affection in public, she covers my eyes. Same here. Our maids cover our eyes whenever my parents kiss. Noah huffed indignantly. And then they just enjoy the show themselves. It's not fair. Exactly, so this time we're seeing it firsthand. Right. The two young dragons were determined not to leave until they witnessed the kiss. Meanwhile, Leon and Rosvisser were wrapping up their ritual of banter. They were almost through the verbal back and forth, on the brink of crossing into affectionate territory. Quit it, Leon, I don't like you, Rosvisser declared. I dislike you even more, Leon replied smoothly. No way, I definitely dislike you more. For years, the couple had kept up this playful argument about who liked the other less. Both knew the truth well enough, but admitting affection aloud was harder than resurrecting Constantine twice. Leon glanced sideways at his stubbornly beautiful wife and leaned slightly over the edge of Leviathan's back. Inspiration struck. Rosvisser, I can prove that not only do you like me, but you care about me deeply, he declared. She rolled her eyes. The air is already freezing. Spare me your cold jokes. You don't believe me. Not at all. Fine, I'll prove it right now. Rosvisser watched him with interest. All right, show me. Leon simply turned to face her, smiling, then spread his arms wide. Let's see if your famous Silver Dragon speed can catch me before gravity does. As he tilted backward, Rosvisser's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Without a word, Leon leaned back and fell right off Leviathan's back. Hey, idiot, Rosvisser shouted, rushing to the edge to look down at him. Leon was in freefall, plummeting toward the distant ground. Rosvisser clenched her fists. You think I'm going to jump down there and save you? She spun on her heel, tossing her hair with exaggerated defiance. There was no way she was going to play into his hands. With all his techniques, void shadow, the 9 gates of hell, he had plenty of ways to make it back up. There was no reason for her to jump down after him. And yet, a flash of silver dove from Leviathan's back, and with speed almost invisible to the eye, Rosvisser reached her free-falling husband, pulling him into her arms. She brought him safely back to Leviathan's back and tossed him onto the ground in exasperation. Half-sitting, Leon looked up at her with a triumphant grin. See, I knew. Before he could finish, Rosvisser stepped over him, planting herself firmly on his stomach. You are absolutely the most childish person I know, Cosmod. Does that mean you like me? Her frustration boiled over, and she thumped his chest in exasperation. You idiot, you're just lucky I care, she muttered, flustered. Leon, still lying under her, leaned in close, inhaling her subtle scent. Gazing up at her elegant jawline, he murmured, Rare to have a wife who can fly, makes me want to push the limits of our daily excitement. She tilted her head, eyes narrowed. Flying * fake wife, thank you very much. Their eyes met. With the final sarcastic remark out of the way, they closed the distance and kissed. Their hearts raced, though they couldn't tell if it was from Leon's cliff dive, or simply the thrill of being so close. Wow, that was intense, Helena whispered in awe. I've never seen a couple like them. Wait, but all adult dragons can fly, so why did Rosvisser need to rescue him like that? Helena mused, confused. Noah thought for a moment. Oh, Mom told me once that Dad's wings were injured. It took him a long time to recover, and I've never actually seen him use them. Helena nodded. That explains it. Well, we finally got a front row seat. Mission complete, let's head to bed. Agreed. Helena turned to walk back to their room, but Noah paused, casting one last glance at her parents, who were still enjoying their stolen moment of intimacy. Her mom had mentioned her dad's wings were injured, but was Mom a bit too worried just now? As the night deepened, Noah's thoughts continued to swirl in the evening breeze. (376) Vol 3ch, 75. As they neared the northernmost lands, the temperature plummeted, and snow began to fall softly from the sky. Fortunately, the tour group had provided travelers with thick clothing, and St. Heath Academy had ensured proper winter gear for the students participating in the field test. That evening, Leon stood outside, watching the young dragons laughing and throwing snowballs at each other. It reminded him of his days at the Empire's dragon-slaying academy, where every winter, the students would flock to the training grounds for massive snowball fights. Snowball fights, he knew, had a certain etiquette. Unlike team battles, snowball fights were essentially everyone for themselves, and Leon had mastered the art back then. Never, ever become the random target of 3 or more students, or you'd find yourself pelted with an unmanageable number of snowballs. Watching the students play, Leon thought about how long it had been since he joined a good snowball fight. After graduation, he joined the dragon-slaying army, and his time had been entirely occupied with battle, leaving little room for simple fun. Even in recent years, with his daughters still too young for such a rough game, he hadn't had the chance. Well, perhaps when they grew a bit older, he could revisit those carefree days. "Hey!" A sudden shout broke his reverie. Leon turned, only to be hit square in the face with a snowball. Shaking the snow off, he looked in the direction it had come from and found Rosvisser, bent over and forming another snowball, grinning mischievously. She was bundled up in a fur-trimmed cloak, wearing gloves and a pair of pink earmuffs with little dragon claws, looking surprisingly playful for someone who just called him immature. "Here comes round 2, catch this." The queen mimicked a throwing stance and launched the next snowball with all her might. Leon had ample time to dodge, but seeing her so eager, he decided to humor her. He turned slightly to the side, just enough to make it look like he'd tried to dodge, but not enough to actually avoid the snowball. It struck him in the chest, bursting into fragments of snow. With a triumphant smile, Rosvisser brushed her gloves together. 2 hits, 2 shots, how would you rate that? The first one had caught him off guard. The second, well, that one he let hit him because he adored his wife. How would he rate it? He clapped, clearly amused. The queen, with her unparalleled aim, has once again proven herself the greatest dragon in history. Rosvisser smiled and patted her tail in satisfaction. She knew the second snowball had hit him only because he'd allowed it, but it still pleased her. It wasn't about the snowball itself. It was knowing that someone cared enough to be attentive to her mood, even with something as small as a snowball fight. Leon might have his stubborn streak, but his actions always spoke volumes. As the two strolled side by side through the falling snow, the background sounds of laughter and playful yells filled the air as the students continued their snowball fight. "By dawn, we should reach the northernmost lands," Rosvisser said, glancing at him. "Only 6 or 7 hours left." "Right, I wonder if we'll actually run into Constantine." Leon's tone was calm, neither tense nor relaxed. Rosvisser looked at him thoughtfully. "Last time, it took the 3 of us just to defeat him in the Red Dragon Sanctuary. This time, it's only us. Different circumstances. Last time, I hadn't fully recovered my magic, and you were still getting the hang of primordial force. We were on the back foot from the start," Leon said. "But this time, I have the magic reserves of 2 dragon marks, and you're more adept at primordial force. Plus, your soul judgment has come a long way. We have the upper hand." Rosvisser nodded. "I agree, but there's still an unknown variable. Last time, Constantine used a protective heart skill fused with other dangerous parts, but this time, he's using primordial force. We can't be sure just how much stronger he's become, so we'll need to be cautious." Hearing her analysis, Leon nodded solemnly. "If it looks bad, we retreat," he said. "We're just here to assess the situation and see if he's really going after the primordial force." "Yes, we have the upper hand in terms of strategy," Rosvisser agreed, though her voice held a hint of doubt. "The only issue is whether our approach will work. Constantine has fair with him, and he likely knows where to find the remaining primordial force. We'll be relying on luck." A few days ago, Rosvisser had tried to contact Grandmother Veronica to pinpoint the area where they'd found primordial force before. With a specific location, they could ambush Constantine. But Veronica was notoriously elusive, and neither Isha nor Headmaster Olith had any idea where she was. Their only hope now was that the primordial force Rosvisser had mastered would resonate with the energy beneath the northern ice, helping them locate Constantin. Nothing ever goes smoothly, does it? Leon said, trying to lift her spirits. Rosvisser gave a small laugh and nudged him in the chest. Since when are you the one comforting me, little human? Oh, am I the little one here? Who else? Leon squinted at her. Queen, could it be that you've also practiced? Have a snowball, idiot. Meanwhile, far from the chaos of the snowball fight, Noah and Helena had been invited to a cozy indoor barbecue. Well, banquet might be a stretch, as it was just 6 of them, including the 2 girls. They'd been joined by Yuna, the helpful senior Noah had met earlier, along with her friends, Anton, and 2 other senior students. These skewers are top quality. Anton scored them from the tourist group next door. Try some, Yuna said, handing skewers to Noah and Helena. The 2 young dragons each took a small bite. Thanks, Yuna, they chorused. Yuna's eyes curved into little crescent moons as she smiled back. Don't mention it, eat as much as you like. As they ate and chatted, Noah noticed Yuna's bracelet, a beautiful milky white band with a crystalline sheen. Yuna, your bracelet is gorgeous, Noah exclaimed. Oh, this? Yuna glanced at her wrist and smiled. My dad gave it to me recently. He said it's made of some rare material. Your dad? Noah echoed, surprised. Yeah, Odin, the Thunder Dragon King, Yuna replied casually. Both girls' eyes widened in amazement. Your dad is a Dragon King. While it was common for St. Heath Academy students to come from noble and royal dragon families, it was rare to meet someone who, like Noah, was the daughter of a Dragon King. Yuna chuckled modestly, rubbing the back of her head. I must have forgotten to mention it. Not surprising, Anton chimed in. Your dad's rarely around, easy to forget. Yuna rolled her eyes at him. Hey, adults have important things to do. Anton shrugged and continued grilling the skewers. Noah returned her attention to Yuna. My mom has a pendant necklace that looks similar to your bracelet. Really? Guess it's not as rare as my dad made it sound, Yuna laughed. Oh, busted, Anton teased. Yuna tossed a pillow at him, but Anton caught it effortlessly. No, my mom's pendant was a wedding gift from my great-grandmother. It's still pretty special, Noah clarified quickly. Yuna nodded thoughtfully and shifted the conversation. So, have you 2 found a team for the field test? Noah raised an eyebrow. Team, we need a team. Of course. The conditions in the northern lands are harsh, and the test is challenging. It'll be hard to do well if it's just the 2 of you, Yuna explained. Taking the hint, she offered, why don't you 2 join our team? Yuna, let me remind you, we're here for the test, not for babysitting, Anton interjected. Yuna ignored him and continued, come on Noah, Helena, join us. Noah hesitated. Yuna's offer was kind, but Anton's point wasn't lost on her. They were here to take the field test, not to look after younger students, and Noah wasn't sure if she and Helena would hold them back. Please join us, a soft voice added. Another senior girl smiled gently at Noah. If you applied for this test, you're taking it seriously. Follow our lead and you'll be fine. Still a bit unsure, Noah bit her lip. Great, it's settled, Yuna clapped, patting Noah's head. From now on, we're a 6-person team. Helena and Noah exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. The barbecue continued, and everyone's laughter filled the air. Meanwhile, Noah drifted over to the window, gazing into the snowy night outside. Snowflakes reflected in her bright blue eyes as she whispered to her reflection on the glass. I can do this, you've got this, Noah. (377). Vol 3ch, 76. As dawn broke, Leviathan descended slowly onto the far northern land. The icy wind howled, and snowflakes filled the air, creating an endless sea of white. Rosvisser, having arrived on the ground via a teleportation beam, squinted her eyes to shield them from the swirling snowflakes. Raising her hand to shield her brow, she gazed into the distance. I think we might have oversimplified things. This place hardly looks like somewhere you'd come hoping to get lucky. There's a saying in human society that's perfect for situations like this. Oh, wait, it's not a saying, it's just 4 words. Leon stepped up from behind her, coming to stand beside her. "Which for?" "We're already here." The queen shook her head, smiling wryly. Indeed, "we're already here" was a phrase that fit many unplanned situations. 3 days of hard travel had finally brought them to the far north. Turning back now without even beginning their investigation was certainly not in character for either of them. "All right, brave adventurers, we've reached our destination. This is the forbidden land of the dragons, the far north." Oh, right. This time, they'd come under the guise of an outdoor survival challenge. So naturally, someone was in charge of the challenge aspect. "We'll be here for a 3-day survival journey. During this time, we have no backup, no guides, and no convenient meals or fireplaces. All we have is a brave heart, ready to face the wild." And this was precisely why Leon never participated in these so-called survival challenges. Leaving the comfort of home, a cozy bed, and delicious meals behind to rough it out in the wilderness. Dragons like these were far too comfortable if they found themselves needing this kind of thrill. If they loved survival challenges so much, why didn't they try a real man-to-man fight with General Leon instead? Wouldn't that be far more exhilarating? As Leon silently grumbled, the challenge enthusiasts and Saint His Academy students had already split into 2 groups. These students are from the Academy's Young Dragons division. They're here to take their combat assessment, Rossvisser explained. "An assessment in a place like this?" Rossvisser nodded. "Yes, it's a tradition at the Academy. Didn't your mentor say that anyone who wishes to become a stronger warrior must make a journey to the far north?" "True." Leon exhaled, the mist from his breath visibly lingering in the freezing air. He looked at the groups of students, hesitated, then suddenly asked, "Do you think Noah might have snuck along?" "Noah won't be in the Young Dragons division until next year, so she probably wouldn't be here." Leon's question would have been better left unasked. It made Rossvisser doubt her answer a little. Their eldest daughter was not someone you could judge by typical young dragon standards. After all, what other 5-year-old would have the nerve to ambush a dragon king-level opponent? And not just once, but twice. Most importantly, Noah had perfectly inherited the part of both her parents, personalities that loved to challenge herself. So, if she had the chance to train in the far north, there was a good chance Noah would take it. But Leon and Rossvisser waited under Leviathan for a while. Once most of the students had moved along, they still hadn't seen a trace of their eldest daughter. Leon breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Perhaps we were just overthinking things. Truth be told, he didn't want his daughter to be here. At least not right now. There would be plenty of chances in the future for her to hone her skills and become stronger. There was no need to rush. He feared that if Constantine truly was here, Noah could get hurt. Retracting their gaze, the couple headed toward the group. It was time to get down to business. Meanwhile, once her parents had walked away, Noah peeked out from behind Yuna with Helena by her side. "Are they gone?" Noah asked. "Yes, they've gone on ahead," confirmed the enthusiastic Thunder Dragon Princess, tiptoeing to get a better view of Leon and Rossvisser's retreating figures. "They truly look like a match made in heaven," she gushed. "The legendary Silver Dragon Queen is so graceful, and your father is so dashing." Growing up surrounded by her parents' looks, Noah had long become immune to their charm. Breathing a sigh of relief, she stepped out with Helena. "By the way, Noah, why didn't you want your parents to know you're here?" Yuna asked, glancing at Noah as she watched her parents' figures fade into the snowy distance. After a brief pause, Noah replied, "My dad is such a doting father. If he knew I was here, he'd hover over me the entire time." Yuna's thoughts stirred, and she added, "So, you want to rely on yourself and your friends to complete this assessment, right?" Noah nodded firmly. "And, if they don't know I'm here, I can surprise them with my results when I get back. They'd be happier that way." Yuna raised an eyebrow. "Are they the kind of parents who care about grades?" "No, they don't care about grades. They care about me. But right now, results are the best way I can prove my abilities." With that, Noah lifted her backpack and stepped into the snow. "I will become as strong as they are. I definitely will." Her small figure gradually disappeared into the swirling snow. Helena called out to her friend and hurried to catch up. Watching Noah's slender figure, Yuna glanced back at the couple. After a long moment, a gentle smile spread across her lips. She murmured quietly to herself, "You will, my dear. Someday, you'll become a warrior stronger than you can imagine." Yuna stepped into the blizzard, officially joining her team for the start of their assessment journey. The survival challenge continued, but Leon and Rosvisser had already slipped away from the main group. Before leaving, Leon discreetly cast a tracking spell on the challenge leader, just in case they got lost. With this in place, he could focus on searching for Constantine with Rosvisser. As they'd initially thought, finding a flame-covered monster in a vast expanse of white would be a daunting task. So, they decided to use Rosvisser's primordial magic to detect him. Magical forces that shared the same origin tended to resonate with one another, a basic principle from magic class. Though they weren't sure if this applied to ancient primordial magic. Once they confirmed the coast was clear, Rosvisser began to gather her primordial magic. Soon, the swirling wind and snow seemed to be deflected by an invisible force, clearing a space around Rosvisser. The snow beneath her feet even began to melt slightly. Quickly, Leon wrapped his arm around her waist to steady her, in case the melting snow suddenly caved in. Fortunately, Rosvisser's control over her primordial magic was excellent. Soon, a soft, white light appeared, floating before them. The first step was a success. Exchanging a glance, the two shared a knowing smile. Now for the second step. Rosvisser held the light and closed her eyes, focusing on sensing any magical resonance. After a moment, Rosvisser furrowed her brow. "What's wrong? Did you not sense any other primordial magic?" Leon asked. Rosvisser opened her eyes, waved away the light, and nodded. "No, there was no reaction or resonance at all, which doesn't make sense. Given that the origin of all dragon lineage is the primordial dragon king, Noah, the primordial magic I gathered should resonate with that power. But why is there no response?" Leon pondered for a moment before offering a theory. Perhaps others tried to use resonance to locate this primordial magic back when your grandmother and her group were here. Yet, they spent years finding even a small trace of it. Maybe something is blocking the resonance. He paused before adding, or maybe our current level of primordial magic just isn't strong enough to connect. Rosvisser frowned. "Not strong enough, but this is the best I can do." Leon patted her shoulder reassuringly. "It's okay. We expected this might happen. Don't get discouraged, we'll think of something else." Thinking of alternatives was easier said than done. Leon looked up at the sky, still a vast, featureless white, with not even the sun's outline visible. After a long moment of sky-gazing yielded no insights, he looked down. Beneath the thick snow, there was supposedly an ice layer that even Constantine couldn't burn through. And below that layer lay endless treasures. "Rosvisser," Leon suddenly spoke up. "How did your grandmother and her team preserve the primordial magic they discovered? How did they preserve it?" Rosvisser thought for a moment, then replied, "Probably sealed it in some kind of container." A container from Noah's era seems unlikely. Leon bent down, scooped a handful of snow, and watched it melt in his palm. "I'm more inclined to believe that the primordial magic was sealed beneath the ice layer, and your grandmother only collected the bit that leaked out." Rosvisser perked up intrigued. "Sealed." "Right, the snow and the ice layer beneath it could all be part of the seal. But if it's sealed, doesn't that mean we'll never locate the source of the primordial magic? And that means we won't be able to track Constantine." Leon stood up, brushed the snow off his hands, and said, "No, quite the opposite. If the ice layer is a seal and your grandmother managed to collect a leaked portion, then that means there's a breach in the seal somewhere. And that might be our only chance to glimpse this ancient power." Just as he was about to elaborate, he noticed something glowing on her chest. "Hey, your chest is glowing," Leon pointed out. Caught up in his analysis, Rosvisser hadn't noticed. She glanced down and found a soft white glow emanating from under her shirt. She unbuttoned her collar slightly to find the pendant necklace my grandmother had Principal Olette give me. At that moment, the milky white pendant glowed faintly, flickering. When Rosvisser shifted slightly, the light intensified for a moment, then resumed its gentle flickering. Seeing this, Rosvisser took a few steps forward and the glow weakened. Then she took a step back, and the glow regained its previous strength. Didn't she say anything about this? Leon asked, surprised. Rosvisser shook her head. She only said it was a wedding gift she meant to send earlier and that it was made from a rare material. Only remembering the wedding gift now seems a bit suspicious. Leon thought for a moment, then made a bold guess. Could it be that this necklace is connected to the primordial magic? Your grandmother worked here in the far north for so many years, then gifted you this necklace. It doesn't seem coincidental. Rosvisser agreed. Previously, they hadn't known that grandmother Veronica was here searching for Noah's power. But now, knowing that, it was hard not to connect her timing in giving this necklace to Rosvisser. Shall we follow the pendant's guidance? Yes, it's the only clue we have. Through the wind and snow, the pendant's white glow guided them forward, leading them closer to that ancient, mysterious power. "378. Vol 3CH, 77. Awitilde." With a pitiful howl, a white figure slipped free from Anton's grasp. Left in his hand was just a tuft of fur yanked from the creature's tail. The proud young dragon stood up slowly, letting the fur drift from his fingers, carried off by the wind. "Anton, we're already into the assessment. Why are you still so unfocused?" Yuna approached him, her tone a bit reproachful. "Arctic snow foxes are rare finds. Catching one would have given us a huge boost in our assessment scores." Anton clapped his hands, brushing off the stray fox fur, and shrugged indifferently. "No matter how rare, it's still just a Class B threat. Catching a critter of that level isn't challenging at all." "You." Yuna was exasperated. She was out of patience with him. Their two other teammates stepped in, trying to smooth things over. "Don't worry, Yuna, it's just a snow fox. We'll probably come across another one," said a girl named Diane, one of Yuna's close friends. The other boy, Raymond, slung his arm over Anton's shoulder with a grin. "My buddy's got all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. Catching a snow fox is child's play. It doesn't matter if this one got away." Raymond looked rugged, but his manner showed that he was actually quite thoughtful and good-natured. Nearby, Noah stood silently, observing the little spats among her seniors. They'd been bickering like this at least 5 times since they set out. Everyone seemed used to the minor squabbles by now. But as someone who was only invited to join this team last minute, Noah just wanted to capture dangerous creatures that could boost her assessment score, as Yuna had explained earlier. Not stand around and watch this show-off of a senior. Helena, sensing her friend's thoughts, leaned in to whisper comfortingly, "Don't worry, older kids like to mess around. They'll get serious soon." Noah nodded but stayed quiet. After a round of debate, Anton began complaining again. "It's the same thing every year. Can't they come up with something fresh?" "What kind of fresh do you need? This time, we have Noah and Helena joining us. Don't try to pull any funny business," Yuna shot back. Anton glanced at the 2 younger girls and let out a cold snort, muttering, "I said from the start that they'd be dead weight." "How so? Weren't you around Noah's age and hadn't even passed the entrance exam?" Yuna defended her young friend fiercely. She seemed to have underestimated how thick-skinned Anton was. Shrugging nonchalantly, he replied, "So what? She came here on her own. If she thinks she's not up to it, she can just head back to the teacher. Nobody will hold it against her." "Anton's you." "He's right." Noah's voice was cool and expressionless. "Since we're here, there's no need to hold up the assessment on our account. We'll do what you do, nothing more, nothing less." Her best friend chimed in supportively, "Right, we'll be in the Young Dragons division next year, too. Don't underestimate us." Yuna looked a bit surprised, but then gave a pleased smile. Diane clapped, "Way to go, girls." Only Anton kept up his scornful attitude. "Big words are easy. Just don't go running with your tail between your legs when we run into a Class A threat." This time, everyone ignored his remark in unison. After this little detour, the group continued their assessment journey. They hadn't expected that the snow fox Anton let escape would be the only dangerous creature they'd encounter over the next 2 hours. The assessment standards were straightforward. The rarer and more powerful the captured creature, the higher the team's score. Catching a large, super dangerous creature would earn them the annual scholarship and an honorary medal presented personally by the principal. Such a distinction guaranteed a bright future for the students who achieved it. But there was a problem. They hadn't encountered a single dangerous creature for 2 hours straight. At this rate, other student teams would pull ahead in the score tally. How is this possible? I remember the test grounds being full of dangerous creatures. Why aren't we seeing any? Anton asked in frustration. Yuna seized the chance to tease. Maybe they're all hiding from the overwhelming presence of our grand dragon warrior, Anton. HMPH, childish woman. Pompous man. Nothing like the middle school phase, where teens live to roast each other. Although, why is it that a certain Silver Dragon couple, married 5 years now, still act like this? Baffling, truly baffling. After a few more quips, the group still hadn't figured out a way to locate any dangerous creatures. While pondering, Noah noticed something about Yuna's bracelet. The bracelet, supposedly made from an extremely rare material, seemed to be faintly glowing. Noah narrowed her eyes and pointed at Yuna's wrist. "Senior, is your bracelet glowing?" Everyone turned to look at Yuna. Yuna glanced down at her bracelet. "Wow, it really is glowing." Diane's eyes sparkled. "Your dad, Uncle Odin, got you a bracelet that even sparkles." Yuna blinked in confusion, but he didn't mention anything about it glowing. Maybe it's just some trinket from a market stall. Ouch. Yuna stomped on Anton's foot, cutting off his snide remark. Then she raised her hand, holding the bracelet up to the sky. She'd assumed it was a trick of the light, but as she held it up, she realized the glow was indeed coming from the bracelet itself. The glow wasn't bright, but it pulsed steadily, alternating every 2 seconds. "Yuna, didn't Uncle Odin say where he got that bracelet?" Diane asked. Yuna shook her head. "No, he didn't. He brought it back when he returned recently after years away. The clan elders said he'd been on some important mission, but my dad never mentioned his whereabouts." Hearing her senior's explanation, Noah suddenly thought of her mother. One day, she'd noticed her mom was wearing a new pendant necklace, which, as it turned out, was a wedding gift from her great-grandmother. And her great-grandmother had also reappeared after a long absence, before giving her mom that necklace. The young dragon scratched her head, sensing an odd similarity between the two situations. As Noah pondered, Yuna suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, the blinking speed changes." They watched Yuna pace back and forth, shifting her position frequently. The bracelet's blinking speed changed accordingly. Sometimes it sped up, sometimes it slowed down. It was as if it were sending a message or perhaps pointing to a location. Excited, Yuna jogged about 30 feet in one direction, and the bracelet's blinking intensified. Clearly, the closer she got to whatever this thing was, the faster the blinking became. The group ran over, and Anton suggested, "Let's follow Yuna's bracelet. Maybe it'll lead us to something interesting." "But what if it's nothing? Are we just going to waste our time?" Diane asked, sounding concerned. Anton shrugged and glanced around. "Like we're going to find anything just standing here. Let's vote. Hands up if you're for following the bracelet." Anton was the first to raise his hand. Then Raymond followed. After a brief hesitation, Yuna and Diane raised their hands as well. Noticing that the younger girls hadn't raised theirs, Anton immediately took the opportunity to jab, "What's wrong, girls? Too scared to follow, is that it?" Typical kids, he thought. They talk big, but when it's time to act, they freeze up. "That's not it, Senior," Noah said, her tone calm, almost mirroring the Silver Dragon Queen herself. Adjusting her backpack and holding Helena's hand, she looked at Anton with a steady gaze. "Since it's a vote and the decision is already made, whether we raise our hands or not won't change the outcome. Simple logic. Did you not follow that, Senior?" Yuna couldn't hold back her laughter. Diane giggled behind her hand. Raymond laughed even louder, clapping his friend on the shoulder, burned by a little girl. Anton's thick skin served him well with his peers, but having a 5-year-old throw shade directly at his pride was another story. His face flushed slightly, though he managed to keep his composure as he strode forward, his back to Noah. "Then hurry up, I can't wait to see you cry, little sister." 379. Vol 3CH, 78. Following Yuna's bracelet, the group reached a secluded spot. Of course, secluded was relative. Out here in the uninhabited far north, everything was snow-covered and desolate, one place looking much like the next. As they moved, Senior Diane pulled a compass from her pocket. The compass showed direction and a series of coordinates. Are we going to keep moving forward? The positioning compass says we're already quite far from the teachers, she pointed out. The compass was a special tool for students who hadn't yet mastered tracking magic, designed to prevent them from getting lost in the snowy wilderness. Yuna glanced at her bracelet, noting the almost constant glow. The bracelet's light, now steady rather than blinking, indicated they were incredibly close to the thing it wanted them to find. Yet, looking around, they couldn't see any visible landmarks or structures. Is the bracelet just blinking for show? Anton scoffed. Yuna sighed. Seems like we were excited for nothing. There's nothing here. Running her finger over the bracelet her father had given her, she couldn't hide her disappointment. Not only did we get our hopes up, but we also wasted time we could have spent capturing dangerous creatures. Anton sneered. This assessment score is as good as ruined. Once someone starts being negative, it spreads fast. While they were used to their regular banter, being out here empty-handed dampened their spirits further, leaving only Anton's complaints hanging in the chilly air. But Noah wasn't ready to give up. She scanned their surroundings, seeing nothing but endless white snow. Yet, every time Yuna took another step forward, the bracelet's steady glow would turn to a fast-paced blink. This meant whatever the bracelet wanted them to find was right here. Going further or back would take them out of its range. But if there was no obvious structure nearby? As she pondered, Noah looked up at the sky, then down at the snow beneath their feet. She crouched and began brushing away the snow. Looking back, she called to Yuna, "Senior, can you try placing your bracelet here?" "Oh, sure." Yuna quickly came over, crouched beside Noah, and placed the bracelet in the spot Noah had uncovered. As Noah had guessed, the light intensified, almost as if saying, "Here, this is it." "The reason we can't see the object is because it's buried beneath the snow," Noah explained, standing up and addressing the older students. "Let's melt the top layer of snow with dragon fire and see if anything shows up." Yuna, Diane, and Raymond were on board. Anton muttered something about taking orders from a kid, but readied his dragon fire as well. Even Helena conjured a small fire spell. "Noah, you don't know dragon fire?" Yuna asked. Hearing this, Anton jumped in. "For a young dragon, not knowing dragon fire is pretty lax, isn't it? When I was in the young dragons division." Anton's bragging was cut off by a sharp, crackling sound. Noah held a ball of lightning in her hand, the blue light casting a cool glow over her small, calm face. "My element is lightning. I haven't studied a secondary type yet, so I'll have to rely on all of you." "Amazing, to be able to control lightning at such a young age," Yuna murmured in admiration. "My dad would try to recruit you if he saw this." Noah dismissed her magic and shook the residual sparks off her hand. "Thank you, Senior. Let's get started. If there's nothing here, we should head back." The group got to work immediately. Dragon fire melted the snow layer by layer. Soon, they felt their dragon fire hit something that wouldn't burn through. Once the snow cleared, a massive stone slab was revealed beneath them. "There's actually something here," Diane said excitedly. "But what's this stone slab for?" Raymond asked. "Why don't we just take a look?" Anton jumped down onto the slab and crouched to examine it. The slab was covered in ancient dragon text and intricate magical runes. "These words seem to tell a story, a piece of our ancestors' history," Anton explained. "And these runes look like a seal of some kind. It seems to require specific magic to open it." Anton ran his hand over the slab. "It's less of a slab and more like a door. Beneath it lies the real thing the bracelet was trying to lead us to." Noah blinked, leaning toward Yuna. "He actually knows a lot." Yuna chuckled. "Anton's from a very old clan. He knows these things well." Noah nodded. While Anton might be a bit arrogant, he did know his stuff. The others jumped down to join him, landing on the slab. "So how do we open this door?" Diane asked. Anton turned, reaching a hand out to Yuna. "What?" The bracelet, give it to me. Fine, just don't break it or my dad will have a fit. Yuna handed over the bracelet with a word of caution. Relax, I'll replace it if it breaks. Anton took the bracelet, crouched down, and pressed it against the center of the slab. They waited. Nothing happened. A moment passed. Still no sign. Well, looks like our little treasure hunt ends here, Raymond joked. Everyone else sighed in disappointment. Just as they were about to leave, the slab began to shake violently beneath them. What's happening? An earthquake? No, we're on a snowy mountain. Snow causes avalanches, not earthquakes. Oh good, no earthquake then. Guys, an avalanche is still dangerous. In a panic, they prepared to climb back up. But just as they moved, the slab split down the middle and opened sideways, causing them to lose their footing. Gravity took over, and all 6 of them plummeted through the opening, falling into a seemingly bottomless cavern. Their screams rose with the wind and snow, but were soon lost in the blizzard. Noah didn't know how much time had passed before she slowly opened her eyes. Struggling to sit up, she looked around as her vision returned. They were in a spacious, grand hall with ancient dragon script carved into every stone step and column. Torches along the walls illuminated the area, casting light onto magnificent dragon reliefs carved into the stone. The ground beneath her was made of a polished, reflective material she didn't recognize. This structure must have been here for thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of years. Her gaze shifted, spotting Yuna and Anton lying nearby, but she couldn't see Helena, Diane, or Raymond. Panic rose in her chest, but she forced herself to stand despite the pain racking her body. Helena, where are you? Her voice echoed throughout the vast hall, but received no answer. Just then, Yuna and Anton groaned as they regained consciousness. That was a rough fall. Anton muttered as he stood, looking around in confusion. Where are we? Below the door. Yuna hesitated before adding, or rather, beneath the far north's ice layer. What kind of place is this, though? It's deserted, Anton muttered. He also realized that Raymond and the others were missing. Where's everyone else? Yuna shook her head. Maybe we got separated when we fell. Helena. Noah's voice interrupted them. She was making her way toward the only visible doorway in the building. Noah, don't go wandering off. The assessment rules say that in case of an emergency, we should stay put and wait for help, Yuna called after her. Noah stepped onto the stone stairs, turning back with determination. I have to find Helena. She's here because of me. I can't let anything happen to her. But before Yuna could finish, the ground began to tremble once more. Anton lowered his center of gravity, keeping his balance. Not again, we can't even fly yet. Dragons only began to learn transformation and flight after 20. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen down here in the first place. This time, however, the ground didn't cave, nor did any doors suddenly open. Booms boom. Heavy footsteps echoed from behind the only doorway. The 3 held their breath, staring intently at the door. With a thundering crash, the door creaked open. A massive stone giant strode through, each step heavy enough to shake the ground. The giant stood over 10 meters tall, nearly as large as a full-grown dragon. Its eyes glowed with an eerie white light, and a crystal shone on its forehead. Each step sent a wave of pressure washing over Noah and her companions. Hey, this can't be a Class A threat, can it? Anton backed away. Yuna, we have to run. Run where? The only exit is behind the giant. We have no choice but to go through it. With that, Yuna summoned dragon fire and hurled it at the stone giant. The flames struck its body but vanished instantly, leaving no trace. The giant seemed angered and quickened its pace toward them. Yuna and Anton launched attacks in a desperate bid to stop it. Kid, get out of the way. Anton shouted, sending 2 streams of dragon fire toward the giant. But the result was the same. Their combined attack couldn't harm it. Damn it, no effect at all, Yuna muttered, face tense. Anton was already sweating. Swallowing nervously, what do we do? Yuna wanted to mock Anton, but now was not the time. They needed a way to take down the giant before it turned them into paste. Suddenly, 2 arcs of lightning struck the giant, leaving it unharmed. "Kid, don't make things worse. Stay back," Anton yelled. Noah glanced at him calmly. Interesting, she thought, how he could be dripping with sweat and still have the nerve to tell her not to interfere. She turned back to the giant, carefully observing it. She recalled the recent attack in Aunt Isha's Red Dragon Sanctuary, where the Dragon King Constantine had used a body reinforced with steel rock mammoth parts, rendering regular magic ineffective. The only way to harm such a body was with either her mother's primordial magic or physical attacks. I wonder if Dad's 9 gates of the Inferno technique will work, and if I combine it with a lightning charge. With this plan in mind, Noah ran to gain some distance from the giant. "What? That kid's quick to escape. I didn't even get to see her cry yet," Anton taunted. "Anton," Una shouted. "What?" "Noah's not running away." "She's not, then what is she? What is she doing? That stance." A sharp crackling sound filled the hall, echoing off the walls. Explosive lightning surged at Noah's feet, kicking up clouds of dust. She crouched slightly, gripping her right wrist tightly as a dark blue spark flickered in her palm. This distance should be enough. Noah had only begun practicing the 9 gates of the Inferno, and her body reinforcement technique was limited. However, when combined with the piercing nature of her lightning charge, her chances of success skyrocketed. Yet if she failed, the consequences would be dire. But to find Helena as soon as possible, Noah had no choice but to take the risk. With a blast of lightning, Noah shot forward, the floor shattering in her wake. In an instant, she closed the distance, becoming a blur before the stone giant. The giant was too slow to intercept her. Leaping high, the girl thrust her sparking hand toward the giant's chest. Boom! The impact sent a cloud of dust soaring through the hall. "Noah!" Una cried out, rushing forward. As the dust cleared, Noah stood in the center of a pile of rubble, breathing heavily, her right hand trembling from the strain of the attack. "Noah, are you all right?" Una asked, her voice filled with concern. Noah bent down, picking up a white crystal from the giant's forehead, examined it briefly, then slipped it into her pocket. "I'm fine, let's go find the others, Senior." Noah brushed the dust off her face, stepping over the rubble as she climbed the stairs to the only door. Una glanced at Anton with a smirk. "Maybe you're the one holding us back, kid." Anton flushed red, saying nothing. The two quickly followed Noah, passing through the door and moving further in. Helena, where are you?" "Diane, Raymond, can you hear us?" Only echoes answered their calls. After walking a bit further, Anton suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Una asked, looking back. "Una, do you think they might already be?" "Don't jinx it, you idiot. We're going to find them." Anton shrugged. "And where will we look? We have no support, no map, we're completely blind in here. If another giant shows up, what's your plan? Make the kiddo use her lightning strike again? She'll break her right hand at this rate." Tension mounted, the joking turning to bickering. "So what's your plan? Just stand here and wait for death? Moving forward will just lead us to the same outcome. What's the point? It's better than standing here like fools, waiting to get crushed." The argument continued. Noah was too tired to try mediating. She was exhausted, feeling a growing urge to sink down against the wall and sleep. That last attack had drained nearly all her magic, and she had no idea how many more giants they'd face. Would she be able to find her friend before it was too late? She didn't know. All she could do was keep moving. Dragging her weary body, Noah forced herself to take another step forward. But her vision blurred, and she found herself leaning against the wall for support. As she lowered herself, her sharp eyes caught sight of something. It was a fine strand of hair. A faint blue strand. Blue, it's Helena's. This was Helena's clue for her. Revitalized by the discovery, Noah pushed on with renewed energy. Following Helena's trail, she felt her way forward. The others, seeing this, fell silent, abandoning their quarrel and hurrying to catch up. The trail stretched onward, guiding Noah to her friend. They passed through long corridors lit by torches, dodging more stone giants and navigating through traps. Noah felt an instinct. She was close to finding Helena. "Stop." Noah raised her hand abruptly. "What is it?" Una asked. There's someone in the room ahead. Noah gestured toward the end of the hall. Yuna and Anton followed her gaze. Indeed, a faint light spilled from the room ahead, along with murmured voices. Noah stashed Helena's blue strands into her pocket, then walked forward quietly. The others followed, careful not to make a sound. At the doorway, Noah could hear the voices clearly. So, this is the primordial dragon king, Noah. The ancient texts and murals on the wall confirm it. This is indeed Noah's resting place. Yes, I can feel it, the primordial power it pulses within. Senior, this magnificent power will soon be yours. Fair, I have to thank you. Without your help, I never would have reached this point. Oh, wait, it seems we have some new visitors. The three outside froze, realizing they had been discovered. They turned to flee, but it was too late. Several dragon guards emerged from the shadows, capturing them and dragging them into the room. The three children struggled, but they were already exhausted, no match for the adult dragons. Another three. Seems we're not the only ones interested in the primordial power, Constantin, Fayer remarked. Constantin. Noah stopped struggling, looking up at the two dragons before her. One of them was the hero dragon from her textbooks, the Crimson Dragon King who had been defeated by her father twice. She stared in disbelief, her eyes widening. Constantin, you're still. The blazing Dragon King took a step forward, his voice deep and commanding. Yes, children, I have returned. "380. Vol 3CH, 79. The Crimson Dragon King, Constantin, wasn't he defeated years ago during the Silver Dragon War? Even Yuna, a thunder dragon, had heard of that legendary battle. Why is he here now? Constantin had taken on his human form, appearing as a man in his 30s. Though only his head was original, transformation magic allowed him to take a smaller, more efficient shape, sparing him the drawbacks of a massive dragon body. It's a long story, little one. As he spoke, Constantin's gaze shifted to Noah, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized her face. After a moment, he said softly, "Ah, I recognize you. You're Leon and the Silver Dragon Queen's daughter. Maureen's reports mentioned you back then. You were just a little thing." Maureen had once been Constantin's informant within the Silver Dragon clan before Leon's sting operation exposed her. His tone sounded as if he were merely a distant uncle making conversation. But Noah knew better. This dragon was far from a harmless acquaintance. He had attacked her home twice, targeting both the Silver Dragon Kingdom and the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Leon, one of Constantin's Crimson Dragon guards, sneered. "If she's his daughter, let's deal with her now, Your Majesty. That would surely even the score." Constantin's rivalry with Leon spanned years, and his torture at the Empire's hands was indirectly tied to Leon's actions. The guard's suggestion of ending Leon's bloodline was tempting. However, my grudge against Leon doesn't extend to his children. Besides, do you think I, a Dragon King, would harm a child? In this, at least, Constantin had standards. Despite being sent to respawn twice by General Leon, he chose to focus on the present. Revenge on a child was beneath him, and killing Leon's daughter would taint his honor as a Dragon King. True to his words, Constantin preferred to defeat Leon directly, in combat, to settle their score. Keep an eye on these six, and don't let them escape. 6. Noah glanced up, noticing the three others in the spacious chamber for the first time. Helena, Diane, and Raymond were under guard, their hands bound. Helena. Noah. Quiet, enough talking, barked a guard, shoving Noah and the others toward the three captives. I saw the trail of hair you left behind, Noah murmured softly to Helena. Helena's weary face broke into a small, relieved smile before sadness clouded her features. But now we're all caught, and there's no one left to save us. No one. Not quite. Her overprotective dad and mom were probably somewhere nearby. While Noah had been curious about why her parents would venture to the far north, Constantin's presence had clarified things. They were here because of him or the primordial power. Her parents would never come to a place like this just for a romantic getaway. Even so, Noah knew she couldn't rely on them alone. She couldn't leave her friends, lives to an uncertain rescue. Noah raised her gaze toward the room's center and saw the purpose of Constantine's presence, the massive dragon statue. The statue was nearly as large as a dragon king, with wings half extended in a majestic, sweeping pose. Even as mere stone, the figure radiated an aura of authority that filled the room. Noah frowned slightly. Whose statue is that? The primordial dragon king, Noah, Helena whispered back. Constantine's been deciphering the ancient dragon's script on the walls. This place is the first dragon king Noah's resting place, or perhaps his tomb. Helena chuckled weakly. Funny, right? You have the same name as the primordial king. Noah pondered this and replied, It's not entirely a coincidence. My mom chose my name based on this ancestor. Looking around, Noah asked, We fell through a stone slab in the ice. How did Constantine get down here? Helena tilted her head, gesturing above them. Noah looked up and gasped. Directly overhead was a colossal opening, stretching up toward the surface. At least 100 meters high, the walls of the gap were lined with melted snow and heated stone, trickling with water. The cold wind gusted through the opening, and Noah swallowed hard, her disbelief clear. Did Constantine burn through the ice layer of the far north? Helena nodded. Yes, he did. I always thought that was an exaggeration grown-ups used to describe how extreme the far north was. It seemed the little dragon's tales were not as far-fetched as they seemed. Constantine's powers were something to behold. What's he doing here? Noah asked. I didn't quite understand everything, but it seems he's after a power that's sealed within the statue of the primordial dragon king. Quiet, you brats. His Majesty said not to kill you, but he didn't say you couldn't get hurt. A crimson dragon guard barked at them. The two fell silent. Noah watched Constantine, noting his movements and expression as he approached the statue. He opened his arms wide, closing his eyes as though sensing a powerful, ancient force. I can feel it, the ripple of the primordial power. Constantine's body was stitched together with the primordial power, different from the power Rosvisser could summon. This difference allowed him to sense it keenly at such a close range. Let's begin, Your Majesty. This supreme power will soon be yours, said Iron-Winged Dragon King Phaer, stepping back to give Constantine space. Constantine began the ritual. He focused, gathering the primordial power in his chest. A beam of white light extended from his chest toward the Noah statue before him. The light connected him to the statue, and a sharp cracking sound echoed as fragments broke from the stone. Slowly, the pure, ancient primordial power within the statue began to flow into Constantine. As he absorbed this power, his eyes snapped open, his red dragon eyes turning a pure, icy white as scales began forming around them. This is Noah's power, the oldest, purest strength of the dragons. It's mine. The relic chamber pulsed with energy as the floor trembled violently. Forcing herself to stay calm, Noah thought through her next steps. If Constantine was here for the primordial power, then her parents were likely here to stop him. After all, if they weren't here for a romantic outing, then they were here to prevent him from achieving his goal. And if Constantine's goal was to amass power, what would he do after that? Revenge. He would seek revenge on Leon. Her parents might be nearby, but she couldn't rely on that. She had to stall Constantine, buy time, and maybe even stop him herself. However, she understood the vast power difference between herself and Constantine. While she might excel at ambushing dragon kings, a direct confrontation was a different matter altogether. Biting her lip, Noah scanned her surroundings for anything she could use. That's when she noticed a stone giant statue beside the Noah sculpture, similar to the one she'd encountered when she first fell. But this one was inactive, its forehead lacking the white crystal she'd seen on the previous giant. The crystal. She remembered she'd stashed the first giant's forehead crystal in her pocket. Initially, she had planned to exchange it for assessment points once back at school. Her ambitious self was determined to score the highest possible points while also rescuing her friend. If I put the crystal in the giant's forehead, maybe I can activate it. She glanced back at the crimson dragon guards, noticing they were focused on Constantine's ritual. Perfect. Noah summoned her lightning magic. The sudden, crackling jolt stunned the guard behind her, forcing him to release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Noah bolted toward the stone giant. "Damn it, stop that kid, don't let her interfere." The guards rushed forward, trying to intercept her. Using agile footwork and her disadvantageous height, Noah dodged and weaved past them. When the guards closed in, Helena broke free from her captor and hurled dragon fire, blasting the guards chasing Noah and creating a temporary barrier of flames. "Go, Noah, do whatever you have to do," Helena shouted. She was immediately pinned down by 2 guards, but she continued shouting, "Hurry, Noah, you can do it, you've got this." Inspired, Yuna joined the fray, swinging her hand free to release dragon fire, adding to the chaos. "Run, little sister, don't let them catch you, run." Raymond and Diane did their best to create further distractions. Even Anton, who'd been pretending to faint in fear, tried his best. "Kid, if I end up with a broken leg, it's your fault. Ow, not the face, this face is my moneymaker." While Anton's face wasn't actually smashed, his efforts, along with the others, bought Noah just enough time. She sprinted with all her might, her small figure bearing the team's last glimmer of hope. The guards were close behind, but in a final leap, Noah reached the stone giant, pressing the white crystal into its forehead. In the next moment, the giant's eyes flared to life. It stirred, stepping around Noah to confront Constantine. The guards turned, their attention to the activated giant, launching magical attacks, but they had no effect. Iron Wing Dragonfire jumped in to assist. But the giant's target was clear, Constantine. The giant was the Relic Guardian, programmed to attack anyone who disturbed Noah's statue. The stone giant shoved Fair aside, heading straight for Constantine. Constantine couldn't stop the ritual now without losing everything, but he raised a hand, intending to use fire magic against the giant. Seeing his guard's magic fail, he realized that only physical force, or the primordial power itself, could damage the Guardian. Constantine gritted his teeth, channeling primordial power and releasing it in an attack. The power surged into the stone giant, shattering it to pieces. Constantine sneered, "Pathetic." But as the dust settled, a small, dark shape darted forward. Using the rubble for cover, Noah charged at Constantine, her hand crackling with lightning. The sound of a thunderbird echoed through the chamber. She really was good at ambushing Dragon Kings. Constantine was still pulling back from his last attack, giving Noah the opening she needed to reach him. "I hate this move." Leon's signature attack, burned into Constantine's memory, was unmistakable. Why couldn't Leon teach his daughter something more refined? "Constantine!" Noah screamed, thrusting her electrified fist toward the Crimson Dragon King. Primordial power and lightning collided, blinding white light exploding around them, swallowing Noah and Constantine whole. The shockwave threw Noah back, and she briefly lost consciousness. In the darkness, flashes of scenes flooded her mind. Ancient battlefields, littered with bodies, swords, and spears scattered across a barren land, skies choked with dust. Massive dragons fell from the heavens, shaking the ground. Mountains shattered, rivers reversed, and dragons clashed, their blood dyeing the icy plains crimson. It was the dragon race's darkest history, bloody, primal, brutal. And standing over the battlefield, atop a mountain of ice, was a colossal white dragon, its wings casting shadows over the world, its roar piercing the sky. This was a Dragon King, the first Dragon King, Noah. It felt like waking from a dream. Exhausted, Noah barely registered the sound of Constantine's voice. "Why won't you leave me in peace?" Was he talking about her? Or a familiar warmth enveloped her, and a soothing scent filled her nose. Noah slowly opened her eyes, silver hair meeting her gaze. "Mom." Holding her brave daughter, Rosvisser smiled through her tears. "You can rest now, sweetheart. From here on, leave it to me and Dad." "Dad." Noah turned to see the towering figure standing between her and Constantine. Blue lightning reflected in Noah's eyes as she heard her father's fierce, resounding declaration. "For the 3rd time, I'm sending you back to hell, Constantine." (381) Vol 3ch, 80. Leon Cosmod. The reflection of that man was in Constantine's crimson dragon eyes, a figure who had once haunted him, tormenting the proud crimson dragon king to no end. Yet, strangely, Leon had also become the very reason Constantine survived the darkest days of his captivity under the Empire. Their relationship was complicated. Leon had indeed once killed Constantine, severing his head and hanging it on the Silver Dragon's border. In retaliation, upon his first resurrection, Constantine had attacked Isha's Red Dragon Sanctuary, causing considerable damage. They had every reason to be enemies, but at the root, it was Leon or Constantine who had planted the seeds of their enmity. It was the human empire. If the Empire hadn't sent an assassin after Leon, none of this would have followed. Constantine would never have led forces against the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, nor faced his initial defeat at Leon's hands. But knowing this didn't change anything. Even if Leon's years with Rosvisser had softened his view of dragons, he still held deeply entrenched feelings about Constantine. To him, Constantine was the epitome of dragon kind, brutal, savage, relentless in the pursuit of power. And Rosvisser is Noah hurt. Leon didn't take his eyes off Constantine. Rosvisser examined Noah's hand carefully. She's burned from magical energy, and her hand is trembling slightly. She's likely suffered a severe shock. Upon hearing his daughter's injuries, Leon's gaze darkened as he clenched his fists, electricity crackling around his knuckles. Now, I finally have every reason to rip you to pieces, old man. Constantine noted Leon's rage, realizing it was because of his daughter's injury. Tisk, Maureen's and the Empire's reports had never indicated that Leon Cosmod was such a daughter lover. Though Constantine didn't care about Leon's anger, he still felt it necessary to clarify for his own reputation. Your daughter's injury wasn't from me. Lies. Constantine sighed inwardly, wondering if he should explain further. Was it worth risking his dignity as a dragon king? She's telling the truth. A voice spoke up as Yuna, arms restrained by a crimson dragon guard, confirmed. Noah hurt herself protecting Anton and me. She was injured after attacking a stone giant. Before Leon could express his confusion, Constantine looked at Yuna. A young one who understands what's right and wrong. Which clan are you from? The Thunder Dragon clan. My father is Thunder Dragon King Odin. Yuna identified herself, hoping to avoid any unwanted accidents with Constantine. Odin's daughter, no wonder you're more sensible than certain others. Constantine remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Leon, whose expression turned slightly red. Leon quickly shifted into a battle stance, ending the conversation. Taking his cue, Constantine focused and channeled the primordial power. Looks like you've already gained the primordial Dragon King's strength, Leon said cautiously, recognizing the magnitude of the power radiating from Constantine. This wasn't just Rosvisser's self-summoned power, it was the true essence of the primordial Dragon King, Noah. I feel it, this ancient power that crossed millennia, now fully under my control, Constantine said, sensing the strength coursing within him. Cosmod, this time I will claim my revenge. Then try it. In an instant, both Leon and Constantine vanished, only to reappear with their wrists locked in a test of raw power. Leon activated the gates of 9 hells, using lightning magic to reinforce his body. Meanwhile, Constantine's amalgamated body, now fused with the primordial power, made his strength soar. With the clash of their initial strikes, a shockwave rippled outward, causing the entire relic to quake. You've grown stronger, Cosmod, Constantine acknowledged. If I hadn't, you'd have never found your way back to hell. HMPH, arrogant brat. They broke apart, each pulling back for distance. Rosvisser approached Leon with their unconscious daughter, murmuring, "How are things?" I can feel the primordial power's pulse. He succeeded. I'll join you. I can handle this. Look after Noah and make sure the other children are safe. She opened her mouth to argue but ultimately chose to trust him. All right, be careful. Leon nodded, turning his attention back to Constantine, who was similarly accompanied by Iron-Winged Dragon King Fair. I'll assist you, sir, Fair offered. But Constantine held up a hand. This is between Cosmod and me, no one else. Fair, aware of Constantine's temper and uncompromising nature, reluctantly stepped back. Yes, sir, but will you win? I will. Both Leon and Constantine readied for a second round. But before they could launch their next attacks, the entire relic trembled. Everyone shifted their stance to maintain balance, watching as the stone giant Constantine had shattered began to reconstruct itself. And outside the relic, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. When they looked, they saw dozens of stone giants crowding the entrance, the white crystals in their foreheads glowing as they lumbered forward, looking as if they could flatten everything in their path. Without hesitation, the first stone giant charged. Knowing that his lightning magic wouldn't work against stone, Leon dodged, while Constantine used the primordial power to shatter the giant once more. Yet this time, the giant repaired itself almost instantly and resumed its attack on Constantine. Losing Noah's power must have triggered these stone guardians. Realizing the giant's regenerative abilities, Constantine chose to avoid further engagement, retreating to the side as more giants slowly advanced. Sir, what should we do? Fair asked, unfurling his wings in preparation for battle. Constantine quickly assessed the relic. They had burned their way down from the surface, so he wasn't familiar with the interior or aware of the stone guardians. He could destroy them if he used his full power, but that would leave him vulnerable to an attack from Leon. Despite his fierce rivalry, Constantine knew better than to gamble his life on Leon's sense of honor. As he looked over, Leon was coming to a similar conclusion. The two locked eyes across the advancing stone giants, each reading the other's thoughts. Leon shifted his gaze to Rosvisser, who had already subdued the Crimson Dragon guards and was sheltering the children beneath her wings. Hey, brat, Constantine called. Leon turned back to him. We're not finished yet. With that, Fair transformed into his dragon form, his iron-colored wings spreading wide as he flew up with Constantine toward the opening they had burned through. Leon and Rosvisser watched them retreat. Though they could pursue, their priority was the safety of the children and getting them out of the relic. Watching Constantine vanish into the sky, Leon muttered, "You're right, Constantine, we're far from done." As the stone giants closed in, Rosvisser shifted into her dragon form, taking Leon and the children through the opening Constantine had created. They emerged to the bitter cold of the far north. Rosvisser activated a protective barrier, shielding everyone from the icy wind. In Leon's arms, Noah stirred, her eyes slowly opening. Dad, did you defeat Constantine? Leon smiled wryly and shook his head. A complication came up, so we agreed to a temporary truce. Just temporary. He nodded, his heart softening as his daughter's first concern was for him despite her injuries. He brushed her face gently. I heard from your friends that you protected everyone again. She gave a tired smile. I thought, if it were you, you'd do everything to protect your comrades too. All she ever wanted was to be someone like her father, to follow in his footsteps, and do what she could to make a difference. Helena, dragging herself forward, sat beside Noah. Thanks, Noah. It's nothing, Helena. The other seniors joined in, expressing their gratitude. Even Anton, after some hesitation, approached, mumbling, Thank you, Noah, and I apologize for what I said. You didn't hold us back. You're amazing. There's no need to apologize, senior. I'm not mad. Just accept it, Noah, Una teased with a smile. Hearing an apology from Anton is rarer than a solar eclipse. He probably won't sleep if you don't. Noah chuckled. All right then, I accept. Anton scratched his head awkwardly and stepped back. But we still let Constantine take the primordial dragon king's power, Helena sighed. Who knows what he'll do with it? Leon, noticing her concern, asked, did he absorb all of it? Based on what he knew, primordial power could be divided. The Empire had used a portion of it for the elite units and Constantine's fusion ritual. So, it was possible Constantine hadn't absorbed the entire force in the relic. Helena shook her head. I'm not sure, but he absorbed a lot. Noted, we'll discuss it more once we return, Leon replied. And with that, the conversation shifted to lighter topics. Leon entertained Noah's friends with stories of their exam, his laid-back style making him an instant hit. Noah's weariness finally overcame her. Snuggling into her father's arms, she let the comfort of his warmth lull her into sleep. As she drifted off, she saw an image, dreamlike and hazy, of a white dragon. It was immense, towering before her, its inverted eyes emanating an ancient, regal aura. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. (382). Vol 3ch, 81. The journey to the far north had come to an end. The good news was that Leon's hunch was correct. Constantine was indeed after the primordial power. The bad news, however, was that in the end, a fragment of the primordial power still fell into his hands. From the brief clash in Noah's ancient tomb, it was clear Constantine hadn't absorbed the complete power yet. With Leon's current strength, he could still hold his own against Constantine, provided he was at full capacity. The only question was when that battle would come, and what unforeseen events might occur in the meantime. In any case, Leon, Rosvisser, and their master needed to be fully prepared for whatever might lie ahead. The journey to the far north had been transformative for their eldest daughter, too. Noah had shown courage and a calm resilience, so much like Leon's. General Leon couldn't have been prouder. With her talent, it was evident that Noah was destined to follow a path similar to his own as a warrior, starkly different from her mother's quick, spellcasting approach. Leon had spent days showing off to Rosvisser about their daughter's progress. A week after their return, Rosvisser resumed her usual work routines. With Constantine wielding the primordial power, he could strike at any moment, keeping the clan on high alert. More patrols were posted at the borders, and the entire clan was mobilized. The scouting teams, led by Sherry, were dispatched to gather intelligence, determined to gain any edge possible. Rosvisser's workload had grown significantly. And of course, some of her stress came from a certain foolish captive, freeloading in the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, eating, drinking, and even intentionally irritating her now and then. "Good morning, Your Majesty," Leon greeted her in a familiar tone beside the throne. "Spit it out," Rosvisser replied without looking up. "Summer break is starting soon, and I've prepared a training schedule for Noah. Take a look, please," Leon said, putting on a formal act as he handed her a list. She glanced at him, somewhat curious, and reached out to take it. The Queen's face went stiff as she read through it. Wake up at 8, with 1 hour for washing up and breakfast. 9 o'clock, warm up at the training field, followed by revision of thunder magic at 9:30. 11 o'clock, basic combat theory. 11:30 lunch, 1 hour rest. 1 o'clock, close quarters combat training. 3 o'clock, learn a new thunder magic skill. 5 o'clock, 3 laps around the training ground. Rosvisser put the list down and stared at Leon. Care to explain why it's all thunder magic and close combat training? Noah needs to work on her ranged magic skills, not your reckless thunder spells. Why would she need ranged spells? Leon shrugged. They're useless. And why exactly are they useless? Rosvisser, a classic artillery-style mage, was immediately annoyed. Enemies these days are pretty clever. By the time you're done casting, they've moved out of range, Leon explained earnestly. Can't I just use shorter casting spells? Rosvisser countered. But then they lose power. Or increase the casting frequency. That's just a waste of mana. Are you just trying to pick a fight with me? Rosvisser gave him a glare and scribbled an addition onto the schedule. Evening session, learn Thunder Wolf Breakthrough. Leon blinked, surprised she'd bring up teaching Noah this specific technique. Thunder Wolf Breakthrough was one of the few long-range spells in thunder magic, a classic for crowd control and pinning down enemies. In truth, Leon had shown her the list just to rile her up a little, loving her little pout when she got annoyed. Playful teasing like this kept the sparks in their relationship, and it was hardly one-sided, as Rosvisser often had him exasperated with her own mischief. But Rosvisser's suggestion had him taken aback. Noah's senior wrote a detailed assessment of her trial. Our daughter has impressive close combat skills and isn't afraid to take risks. But remember, her right hand was injured and only recently healed. Teaching her some ranged thunder spells would be for her own good. Leon put the list away, a twinge of guilt rising. How had he overlooked such an obvious need? He'd been too focused on showing off to Rosvisser to consider it. As he glanced at Rosvisser, she had a sly, triumphant smile. She knew him too well. She knew he'd cave if she approached him gently. If she opposed him, he'd only get more stubborn. But when she spoke softly, Leon would transform instantly into her loyal Queen Esgard. Handling her captive was just too easy, like the flick of a wrist. But truly, Noah did need some ranged magic training. Leon's reckless combat style was fine for him, but not everything should be the same. All right, I'll make some adjustments to the training list, so it doesn't interfere with Noah's own summer plans, Leon said. Good. Rosvisser paused, as if something came to mind. By the way, didn't Noah say she was planning to stay over at Helena's? When does she leave? Leon shrugged. Plans changed. She'll spend the last few days of summer break at Helena's and then go straight to the academy from the Sea Dragon clan. Rosvisser nodded. That's a good plan. Leon scratched his head, folded up the list, and tucked it into his pocket before turning to leave. Leaving already, Rosvisser's voice stopped him. He turned. Is there something else? The silver-haired beauty set down her pen and leaned back in her throne. She gave him a warm, mischievous look, her fingers lightly tracing the armrest as her gaze held his. Leon, I've been under a lot of stress lately. A chill ran down Leon's spine. Having me help you de-stress will have to wait until tonight. I can't wait until tonight. Rosvisser leaned forward, resting her cheek on one hand, her voice taking on a playful, sultry lilt. Think of something, help me now. Leon didn't need her to elaborate. They both knew exactly what she meant. But he had no clue how he could de-stress her right here in the bustling Silver Dragon sanctuary in broad daylight. He rubbed his jaw and ventured, how about a shoulder massage? That sounds perfect. Scooting over, Rosvisser patted the empty space beside her. Come on. Leon complied. Thus, Messer Leon was on duty. Rosvisser angled slightly, closing her eyes to savor the touch of the former Empire's top dragon slayer kneading her shoulders. The sensation was divine. A little more pressure on the left. Leon rolled his eyes. Massaging was one thing, but now she had requests. But determined to avoid her taking things further right now, Leon gritted his teeth and bore it. Okay. More pressure. Is okay. Haven't you eaten, darling? I put in some muscle. I'm a dragon queen, not a... Cracked. Ouch, Your Majesty, I think something just cracked in that dragon queen body of yours, Leon deadpanned. Rosvisser rubbed her shoulder irritably, giving him a sharp look. Just a moment ago, she'd felt so smug about having the Empire's strongest dragon slayer as her personal masseuse. Now she regretted every bit of it. His strength was no joke. But that strength could come in handy elsewhere. That would definitely be something worth enjoying. Clearing her mind, Rosvisser dismissed the distracting thoughts, stretched her shoulders, and resumed her work. So, I'll be going now, Leon asked, turning to leave. Do you have something to do? Leon shrugged, not really. Oh. That "oh" sounded casual enough. But with all his years of marriage experience, Leon knew there was a hidden meaning there. His brain raced, time to use all his high emotional intelligence as a married man. Do you have something to do? No, not really. Then stay and keep me company. Up era. Yes, that had to be it. If I'm free anyway, I might as well keep you company here, Leon said. Rosvisser suppressed a smile, and as usual, she put on a final bit of prideful pretense. It's not like I'm forcing you to stay. This is your own choice. Yep, Almi, I'm here willingly. HMPH. And so, side by side on the throne, the two of them sat, savoring a rare moment of warmth and quiet amidst the busy day. .383. Vol 3ch, 82. After dinner, Rosvisser did something unexpected. She invited Leon to go for a walk. Leon agreed. But before they started, he needed to clarify just what kind of walk this really was. Is this a date? He asked. No, it's not, Rossvisor denied outright. Oh, it's a date, Leon declared with certainty. It is not. If you don't admit this is a date, I'm not going. Fine, it's a date. Justice, Rossvisor thought to herself, maybe this was just payback for the teasing earlier in the day. With Rossvisor's reluctant confirmation, Leon didn't press further. Smiling, he rubbed his nose. All right, even if it's just a pretend family, sometimes I've got to fulfill my husbandly duties and keep my stressed wife company on a stroll. Rossvisor gave him a sideways glance, pouting slightly in irritation. That smug tone, but I bet he's thrilled on the inside, isn't he? HMPH, don't act so pleased. If you don't want to walk with me, I'll just go find Anna. Anna's busy. Then I'll find Milan. Milan's also busy. Then I'll go find Sherry. Sherry's out scouting, by your orders, remember. You insufferable fool, are you walking with me or not? Before her temper could fully flare, Leon reached over to take her hand. She tried to shake him off. But Leon wasn't fooled. He knew this wasn't a genuine no. Just like when a woman says do, but really means do, he figured this was one of those situations. So he tried again. And as he expected, she let him hold her hand. Even though she put on a reluctant face, muttering, "Who said you could hold my hand? You were complaining about walking with me, so don't hold my hand then." It was clear, her words were just part of their little game. "Your Majesty, if we keep bickering here, the sun's going to set," Leon said. "Then let it set. The sunset is beautiful. What does that have to do with me?" "Of course, it has to do with you. A beautiful view deserves a beautiful companion." His flattery hit its mark. Rossvisor's lips curved into a slight smile as she let out a soft hum, pulling Leon's hand as they strolled out of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. At sunset, just as Leon had said, the sky blazed in brilliant hues, like a fire igniting the heavens. They left through the back courtyard of the sanctuary, heading toward the clan grounds. On the way, they encountered several members of the Silver Dragon clan, who nodded respectfully upon seeing their queen and the royal consort. "So, why the walk through the clan grounds?" Leon asked. "I thought we'd just stroll around the courtyard." "Strolling around the courtyard doesn't count as a date, does it?" Rossvisor replied, looking straight ahead. Leon paused briefly, glancing down at their interlocked fingers. So, this is her idea of a date. It was rare for Rossvisor to be so direct. She didn't usually say things plainly, but this time, well, this was her version of being upfront. Since she'd thrown out this direct pitch, Leon felt he ought to respond, but just enough to keep her intrigued for the next time, of course. Definitely not because he wanted an excuse to be closer to his pretend wife. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I think as long as two people care about each other, anything they do together can be called a date." His hint was crystal clear. Naturally, Rossvisor caught on to what he was implying. But considering she'd already initiated twice that evening, she decided to push him just a little further. "Is that so?" she replied casually. Leon wondered. That response felt awfully neutral. "Yeah," he added, a bit thrown off. "Like us." Oh, so someone's finally about to confess his true feelings. Rossvisor grinned inwardly, but on the outside she kept her expression neutral. She countered, "Us, what about us?" "We were mutually, Leon stopped himself just in time, cleared his throat and looked away. "Nothing." Watching him struggle with his words, Rossvisor couldn't suppress her smile any longer. She gave his hand a playful shake. "All right, I'm just teasing. I know what you mean." Now it was Leon's turn to feign ignorance. "Oh, you know what I mean. What do you think I meant?" "I'm not telling." "If you don't say it, how will I know you really get it?" With a grin, Rossvisor turned slightly, her hand still holding his while the other wrapped around his arm. She leaned in close, her gentle scent drifting toward him as her soft chest pressed against his arm, her expression as playful as a girl next door. "What I mean, tilde, is that you, Leon Cosmod, like me." Pause 1 second. 2 seconds tilde. 3 seconds tilde. Leon replied, "That's it." "Hello, are you selectively misunderstanding me here? Do you even know what mutual liking means?" Rossvisor's smile widened. "And tilde, I like you too." With anyone else, such light-hearted words might come across as insincere or careless. But between these two stubborn fools, they knew each other all too well. For them, a confession was either completely genuine or left unsaid. They gazed into each other's eyes, an undeniable spark flashing between them, as if their affection was about to overflow like water from an overfilled cup. Words could be deceiving, but their eyes, never. After a few quiet, intimate moments, they reluctantly reined in their emotions, saving the rest for later in the privacy of their bedroom. After all, they were still in the middle of the Silver Dragon clan grounds, with too many onlookers around to indulge in a public display of affection. Well, the sun set, let's head back, Leon said. Emma. Hand in hand, they walked back to the Silver Dragon sanctuary. Just as they were about to reach the back courtyard, Rosvisser spoke up. This walk helped me unwind quite a bit. Thank you, she said softly. Leon took her compliment without hesitation, grinning with pride. He'd earned it. You know, you really don't need to worry so much about Constantine. Leon added, I've got this feeling that everything isn't as straightforward as it seems. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. Oh, what makes you say that? Even though Constantine got his hands on the primordial power, it's still the power of your dragon ancestors. Can it really be wielded that easily and without resistance? Leon continued, if the primordial dragon king Noah left a failsafe, then it could be the key to defeating Constantine one day. Listening to his reasoning, Rosvisser grew thoughtful. Ever since the Empire first showed its ambition, nothing has gone exactly as expected. I suppose you're right, this time will likely be no different. No one can foresee the future, so there's no use stressing over it. What matters most is staying focused on the present and taking each step as it comes, Leon said. Rosvisser nodded in agreement, then teased, not bad advice, Your Highness. Where'd you copy that from? I borrowed it from one of Noah's essays. Stealing your daughter's ideas? Shameless. Hey, I'm Noah's guide in literature. A bit of borrowing is harmless, right? Leon defended himself. Besides, when us cultured folks borrow, it's called inspiration, not stealing. Rosvisser rolled her eyes. You've really got an answer for everything. They continued bantering as they entered the sanctuary. Just as they were chatting, a small figure emerged from the dining hall. Noah. Their daughter, arms full of bread and jerky, turned around with a slice of ham in her mouth. Didn't get enough at dinner, they walked over to her. Noah released the ham from her mouth and nodded. Got hungry again. Leon looked at the pile of food in her arms. You sure you'll be able to eat all that? Noah glanced down at the stash. I think I can. I keep getting hungry lately. I'll ask Milan to make some more snacks for you, Rosvisser offered. Oh, don't trouble yourself, Mom. This is plenty, Noah replied. The three of them headed upstairs. When they reached Leon and Rosvisser's bedroom, Noah dutifully said her goodnights. Good night, Dad, Mom. Good night, make sure you get some exercise before bed, Leon reminded her. Yes, Dad. Their little dragon turned and carried her feast back to her room. Leon watched her go, then turned to Rosvisser. Why is her appetite suddenly so big? Rosvisser shrugged. She might be growing. Dragons need a lot of food while they're developing. I'll have the maids prepare some more high-protein dishes tomorrow then. Sounds good. The couple continued their conversation as they headed into their bedroom. Meanwhile, in the sisters' room, Moon and Aurora stared in surprise at Noah's armload of food. Big sis sneaking in snacks again, Aurora teased. Here, have some jerky. Noah handed a piece over generously. Aurora shook her head. I'm just curious why you're eating so much these days. It started after we got back from the far north, didn't it, Moon? No response. Moon, hello. I'll take some. Moon's eyes sparkled at the jerky in Noah's hand. Aurora's. Noah handed the jerky to Moon, then bit into a piece of bread, lost in thought. I don't know what's up. I've just been getting hungry a lot, probably because of all the training. I've also been losing sleep from strange dreams. Dreams? What dreams? Aurora asked, ever the curious one. Noah scratched her head. I don't know how to describe them, not nightmares, but definitely not pleasant. She didn't share everything with her sister. Because these dreams weren't just dreams, they felt more like memories. Memories reaching across thousands of years. 384. Vol 3ch, 83. The three sisters' sleeping arrangement was always in a specific order: Noah, Moon, and Aurora, from left to right. On the surface, it seemed to be based on birth order, but there was a bit more to it. Noah slept on the outer edge of the bed to keep her sisters from accidentally rolling off in their sleep. Aurora, the youngest, slept on the innermost side, where she could keep an eye on both her older sisters and observe any nighttime antics. As for why Moon slept in the middle, Aurora lay peacefully on her back, her breathing even and calm. A pair of little legs were draped over her soft belly, and Moon's arm hugged her shoulder tightly, effectively turning her into a plush, pink-haired body pillow. Aurora knew her second sister always needed to cling to something when she slept. Before Aurora was born, Moon had always clung to Noah. But after Aurora's arrival, Moon would alternate between her two sisters as her snuggle target. This was precisely why Moon always slept in the middle. On her left was her soft and cuddly little sister, and on her right was the classic comfort of her eldest sister. As the third princess of the Silver Dragons, Moon was all about spreading the love evenly. Aurora had grown used to this and slept soundly through it. Jerky, jerky is so yummy," Moon mumbled in her sleep, clinging to Aurora as she dreamt about the snacks Noah had brought back after dinner. Aurora, however, showed no reaction, staying deeply asleep. Years of practice had taught her to sleep through anything short of an earthquake, tsunami, or volcanic eruption. After a while, Moon rolled over, satisfied with her cuddle time with Aurora, and decided it was time to reach over and cling to Noah. But as she turned and stretched out her arm, she found nothing. With her eyes still closed, Moon frowned, reaching over again but still grasping at empty sheets. Wait, something's not right. She usually only had to reach out to find Noah. Could it be her sister had fallen off the bed? Drowsy and half awake, Moon squirmed closer to the edge of the bed, blindly feeling her way to the floor, but she found no sign of Noah there. There was no answer. In a flash of alarm, Moon sat up and, by the light streaming in from the moonlit windows, scanned the room. She called out for her sister again, her voice barely more than a whisper. Still no reply. Now fully awake and alarmed, Moon quietly pulled back the covers and jumped out of bed, her bare feet padding across the floor to check the bathroom. But the bathroom lights were off. She found no sign of Noah anywhere in their room. Rushing back to the bed, Moon knelt beside Aurora and gently shook her shoulder. Aurora, wake up. Noah's missing." Aurora mumbled in her sleep, her voice hazy. Maybe she went to the bathroom. "She's not in there." Slowly waking up, Aurora sat up with a yawn, rubbing her tangled pink hair. She glanced around the room and, seeing no sign of their sister, instantly felt a surge of alertness. Maybe she went to the dining hall for more snacks, Aurora suggested. Moon's eyes filled with worry. Sure, they were safe at home, but Noah had never disappeared in the middle of the night like this. "Let's go check the dining hall," Moon proposed. Aurora nodded. All right. The two little dragons hopped out of bed, put on their shoes and jackets, and tiptoed past their parents' room, down the hall and the staircase, all the way to the dining hall on the first floor. But Noah wasn't there either. She's vanished. Moon slapped her little hands to her cheeks, her mind already spiraling into tragic scenarios. What if a monster snatched her away? Or maybe that spatial rift from ages ago reopened and pulled her in. Or what if she left us? What if she decided to go off on her own? Or... Moon. Aurora clamped her hands over her sister's soft, chubby cheeks, stopping her from spiraling further. First, no dangerous creature could enter the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Dad would turn them all into roast beef before they got close. Second, that spatial rift was dealt with long ago. Dad handled it well. And finally, if Noah would leave anyone behind, it would never be you. So relax. Moon took a deep breath, slowly calming down thanks to her sister's reassurance. With a tearful look, she asked, "Then where could she be?" Aurora rubbed her chin thoughtfully. She's been eating a lot lately, says it's because her training has increased. Maybe she's out here training on her own. Moon's eyes lit up in realization. That's possible. Let's go check the training grounds. Right. The two young dragonesses made a beeline for the sanctuary's training grounds. Sure enough, under a towering ancient tree, they spotted Noah. Moon's eyes brightened and she called out, "Sis, MMPH." Her shout was quickly muffled by Aurora, who covered her mouth and pulled her behind a nearby tree. Together, they peeked around to observe Noah. "What's wrong?" Moon whispered. "Look at her. She doesn't seem to be doing regular physical training." Moon looked more closely and saw that Noah was sitting cross-legged under the tree, eyes closed, a faint aura of energy drifting around her, ruffling her hair lightly. She didn't look like she was working on physical training. If anything, it seemed more like she was gathering mana. Is she practicing magic condensation? Moon guessed. Aurora shook her head gravely. Noah's magic attribute is thunder. If she were gathering mana, we'd see some thunder element around her, but there's no elemental reaction at all. Though Noah wasn't gathering thunder magic, they both sensed a subtle energy pulsing around her. What could it be? Their thoughts were interrupted as Noah's voice rang out suddenly. "Who's there?" Startled, the two sisters peeked sheepishly from behind the tree and stepped out, one after the other. Recognizing her little sisters, Noah relaxed, her guard dropping. She stood up and walked toward them. "What are you two doing up in the middle of the night?" We couldn't find you in the room and thought something had happened, so we came looking for you," Moon explained. "Something happened. What could possibly happen to me?" Noah said, patting Moon's cheek. "Everything's fine, go back to bed." "Really?" Moon's wide, teary eyes were full of worry. Noah placed one hand on her hip and waved with the other. "Yes, really. Now go to sleep." "Then let's go back together." Moon took her hand. Noah hesitated, instinctively wanting to pull her hand away, but then caught herself. Her gaze flickered, and after a brief moment she said, "All right, let's go." With that, she led Moon back toward the sanctuary. Aurora followed a short distance behind, her eyes fixed on her sister's back with a pensive expression. Did Noah just refer to herself with an unusual title, or did I mishear? She scratched her head, shook off the thought, and quickly caught up with her sisters. Once back in their bedroom, Noah watched as Moon and Aurora got back into bed. "I'm just going to the bathroom. I'll be back soon," she said. Moon held onto the edge of her blanket. "Okay, but come back soon." Noah nodded, heading into the bathroom. She quietly closed the door, turned on the light, and stood in front of the mirror over the sink, gazing at her reflection. The cheerful smile on her face faded, replaced by an expression of cold detachment. This was Noah's usual look of acting grown-up. It was the calm, distant look of someone who'd seen it all, someone who had lived through countless lifetimes and every sorrow and joy the world had to offer. Though this body is female like mine, adapting to it isn't difficult. But this kid, she's still so young. It'll take time to fully recover my strength. Noah looked down at her hands, flexing her fingers as she tried to channel the power she'd recently gathered. But suddenly, a sharp pain reverberated through her mind. She massaged her temples, clicking her tongue in irritation. Seems this kid has a high level of alertness. I can only control this body for less than 2 hours while she's asleep. Well then, until my full power is restored, I suppose I'll just have to stay here temporarily. Consider it a fee for using my name without permission. $385. Vol 3ch, 84. Noah felt like something was wrong with her body. Her recent increase in appetite could, at a stretch, be explained by growing pains or intensive training. But as days passed, Noah found herself waking up each morning feeling unusually exhausted. This was unheard of for her. Even during the most grueling training sessions, she always woke up energized and ready to face the day. Her body's ability to recover was practically superhuman. It was a prerequisite for being a champion of relentless training. So, was this fatigue somehow connected to that strange dream? Noah rarely dreamed. Her sleep quality was usually perfect, only interrupted when Moon crawled into her bed for a cuddle. But could a dream really affect her physical state? She had no idea what to make of it. If it were just an illness, her body would have healed within a couple of days. But after almost 2 weeks, her condition seemed to be worsening. Finally, the determined young champion decided it was time to consult her father. Her dad always had a way of solving problems, no matter how big or small. Of course, she didn't want to make her parents worry, so she avoided mentioning anything about her physical discomfort. She had a theory. Maybe her recent changes, along with the strange dream, were somehow connected to the incident in the primordial Dragon King's ruins a couple of weeks ago. So she decided to approach her dad with that angle in mind. Noah found Leon in Rosvisser's private library. He was helping Moon and Aurora review material for the next school term. "Good morning, big sister." Aurora was the first to notice Noah's arrival and greeted her cheerfully. "Good morning, sis. Finally woke up, huh?" Moon put down her book, hopped off her chair, and ran over with her tail flicking excitedly as she grabbed Noah's hand. Noah smiled and greeted them both before walking over to join her father and sisters at the study table. "Good morning, Dad," she said, using the informal address Dad that Aurora had influenced her to use. "Good morning," Leon replied warmly. He was about to invite Noah to join their study group when he noticed the fatigue in her expression, a tiredness lingering in her eyes. He opened his mouth to ask, but after glancing at the younger girls, he decided against it and instead said, "Noah, let's go pick out a few books together." "Sure." "Moon, Aurora, keep studying, and let me know if you have any questions when I get back." "Yes, Dad." After giving the instructions, Leon rose and led Noah toward the nearby bookshelves. They each took a side, browsing through the shelves with casual interest. Picking books was just an excuse. Leon didn't want Noah to feel uncomfortable talking about her health in front of her sisters. Noah, smart as she was, understood his intention. She also felt that what she wanted to discuss should be a private conversation. After a few moments, Noah lowered her arm and turned to Leon. "Thanks, Dad." Leon set down the book he'd picked up and looked at her. "No problem. It's just us here now. Can you tell me what's going on?" Noah scratched her head, choosing her words carefully. "Lately, I've been having the same dream over and over again." "The same dream? What's it about?" "It seems like a war from a long, long time ago." They walked slowly between the rows of bookshelves until they reached the large windows at the far end of the room. Warm sunlight bathed Noah, bringing her some comfort, though her little face still held a serious expression. In that war, different dragon clans fought each other to the death for resources and territory, which led to a sharp decline in their population. At the end of the dream, there's always a massive white dragon. It perches on the highest mountain in the ice plains, bringing an end to the brutal war with its overwhelming strength and authority. Noah's brows furrowed as she looked up at Leon, a hint of unease in her gaze. "I wanted to look up some information about this white dragon, but its image is so vague in the dream. I don't know where to start." Leon listened quietly, not rushing to offer his thoughts or guesses. Noah was just recounting her dream, and he felt there was more to hear before drawing any conclusions. "Ever since I started having this dream, I've been feeling extremely tired every morning when I wake up," Noah continued, looking at her father with a look of quiet desperation in her eyes. "I've thought it over for days, and I decided to come to you. Do you know any way to stop me from having this dream?" Leon's expression grew serious as he stroked his chin in thought. The battlefield Noah described seemed to be the ancient civil war among the dragons, a conflict that occurred thousands of years ago. And the white dragon that ended the war was none other than the primordial Dragon King, Noah. Leon knew this because he had helped Rosvisser research the primordial power and collected various ancient texts about it. In those texts were records of Noah, the legendary dragon ruler of old. Noah was a hero among the dragons, the first dragon king in their history. It nourished the dragons' lands with its power, influencing dragonkind for generations, even to the present day. Such a revered ancestor would be considered a legendary figure among humans, too, someone who would always have a place in the history books. But why was this piece of history, appearing in Noah's dreams. Leon had a few ideas, but he wanted to hear if Noah had come to any conclusions of her own. He replied, "Controlling dreams can be risky. It's easy to get addicted to the sense of control within them, and that can make it hard to distinguish dreams from reality. So, before we figure out how to stop you from dreaming, maybe we should first understand why you're having these dreams." Noah blinked, confused. "But dreams are just random. Can we even figure out why I'm dreaming this?" Leon shook his head. "This isn't just a dream, Noah. It's a part of real history." He decided not to keep anything from her. Leon understood his eldest daughter. She was smart, and repeatedly having the same dream had likely raised suspicions in her mind already. Real history? Noah was only mildly surprised, her brows knitting thoughtfully. "Yes." Leon briefly recounted the story of the primordial Dragon King and the ancient dragon civil war. When he finished, Noah nodded, a glint of understanding in her eyes. "So the white dragon in my dreams is the primordial Dragon King." After a moment, she added, "And Mom named me after this Dragon King." After all, Noah was a hero to the dragons, and your mother hoped you'd grow into a warrior as noble as that," Leon said, though he thought privately. Forget the hero of dragonkind, the real hero here is Leon Cosmod. Crossing time and space, saving his wife and daughter, and incidentally the entire dragon clan, Leon would do it all, then quietly slip away, leaving his accomplishments unsung. Noah scrunched up her nose, muttering under her breath, "But honestly, I'd rather grow up to be like you, Dad." Ow, ow. Startled, Leon quickly reached out to steady her. "What's wrong? Headache?" Noah rubbed her temples lightly. "I don't know why, but my head suddenly started hurting. Maybe I really haven't been getting enough rest." Leon began gently massaging her temples. "Is that better?" "It just hurt for a moment. I'm fine now." An ancient dragon spirit, using my name, yet dreaming of becoming like someone else. These young dragons are just begging for a lesson. Author's note asterisk. No need to worry about Noah and the ancestors' connection. This isn't a case of possession, and Noah won't be temporarily sidelined. The backstory will be revealed gradually. Hang tight, everyone. "386. Vol 3ch, 85. But why am I dreaming about the primordial Dragon King, and so often?" Noah asked, confused. Leon thought for a moment. "When did you start having this dream?" He had a good guess, but wanted to confirm. "After we returned from the far north," Noah replied without hesitation. The two exchanged a glance, and as they put all the pieces together, the answer began to take shape. Noah's recent unusual symptoms seemed to be linked to the primordial dragon king's ruins they had explored beneath the ice in the far north. Right after they returned, Leon and Rosvisser had brought in the best healers in the clan to give Noah a full checkup. Physically, she appeared fine, aside from a mild injury to her right hand. But considering the nature of the ancient dragon ruins, a clean bill of health didn't guarantee everything was truly normal. Leon took it seriously. If something were really wrong with his precious daughter, he'd take down Constantine first, then wreck the ruins for good measure. Leon wasn't the kind to waste time with "I told you so" talks. He was more of the action first, lecture later type. But right now, the focus was on solving Noah's problem. When you interrupted Constantine's power absorption, it caused an explosion as your magic collided with the primordial power. This blast let you stop him, correct? Noah nodded. Leon thought for a moment, then suggested, "You might have accidentally absorbed some of the primordial power yourself. And because you can't control it, certain, let's say, substances embedded in that power might be causing your dreams." Noah blinked, curious about this new idea. Substances embedded in the power. Yes, it's difficult to define exactly. Some scholars believe they're the souls of those who have passed, while others think they're fragments of the deceased's memories, Leon explained. But it's widely accepted that the magic we wield. He raised his hand, and blue sparks crackled in his palm, does carry certain traces. If a person's physical form perishes, but their power and the substances within it are preserved, it can sometimes be revived through certain types of magic. Though resurrection was taboo across most species and a complex theory, Leon simplified it for Noah. He'd only ever read about it before seeing it with his own eyes, until the Empire shamelessly revived Constantine not once, but twice. Constantine had initially been little more than a head, with only a tiny shred of power left in it. And now, here he was, practically bursting with life. And this ancient power left in the ruins, it was immense in comparison. Noah tried to follow his train of thought. So you mean, there's a piece of the primordial power in my body, but because I can't use it, it's just stuck there, and a part of Noah's substance within it is affecting my dreams. Leon nodded. Theoretically, if you can release that residual primordial power from your body, you shouldn't experience those dreams anymore, and your physical symptoms should gradually improve. Noah paused, a bit exasperated. But Dad, I have no idea how to use primordial power. I've never learned it. This was one thing her talent couldn't help with. Leon, however, seemed unfazed. True, but someone does know how to use it. Hi. Why are you two smiling so suspiciously? Rosvisser asked, glancing sideways at Leon and Noah from her seat on the throne in the hall. Leon held Noah in his arms, smiling ingratiatingly at her. Honey Tilda. Mom Tilda. Out with it, I'm busy here. As her daughter grew older, she'd taken after her father in many ways. Her combat style, magic preference, and principles of action, they were all gradually becoming Leon-like. And now, she was even adopting his mischievous grin. Rosvisser sighed inwardly. Of all the things to imitate, why did she have to pick up this cheeky behavior? Not that she didn't appreciate the change. As she recalled, when Leon accidentally traveled 20 years into the future, the Noah of that era had grown gloomy and withdrawn in his absence. Rosvisser never wanted to see her daughter become that way. So watching Noah's bright and lively demeanor now, Rosvisser felt a bit of relief. Back to business. She knew they wouldn't disturb her without a good reason. Leon briefly explained Noah's situation and their recent insights. Rosvisser immediately understood the gravity of it. Teaching Noah to channel primordial power, sure, I can do that. Noah, when do you want to start? Whenever you're ready, Mom. Rosvisser set down her pen and stood up. Mom's ready right now. Leon and Princess Noah, But you just said you were busy, Noah protested. The world can wait, my daughter's needs come first, now to the training grounds. The workaholic was defeated by the daughter-obsessed mother. 10 minutes later, the family arrived at the training grounds behind the sanctuary. So as long as Noah releases the primordial power she absorbed by accident, her dreams will stop, and her health should improve, right? Rosvisser confirmed. Leon nodded. How long do you think it would take to teach her the basics? He remembered how much time and effort Rosvisser had invested when she first trained to control primordial power. Even if Noah was gifted, he figured it would take at least a couple of weeks to get the basics down. After a moment's thought, Rosvisser replied, if she were to learn it traditionally, it would take quite a bit of time. But given that her health is already affected, we shouldn't delay. I believe I could simply guide the primordial power out of her. That should yield the same results. Rosvisser made a good point. Only a couple of weeks in, and Noah was already showing clear signs of discomfort. If she had to learn new techniques while struggling with fatigue, it would only worsen her condition. Her suggestion was the most efficient option. Then let's do it your way, Leon agreed. All right, Noah, sit down here. Noah nodded, sitting obediently. Hold out your hand and place it in Mom's. Yes, Mom. Noah placed her small hand in Rosvisser's soft palm. Rosvisser held her daughter's hand gently. Don't worry, Noah, just relax. Okay. Now, close your eyes and start channeling your natural magic. Noah did as instructed, and soon, blue sparks crackled around her. Good, now, try to sense any foreign energy mixed in with your power. Noah frowned slightly. Foreign energy. Yes, your natural energy should feel pure to you, but the primordial power is different. Think of it as a drop of ink in water. It will spread through your magical circuits. If you focus, you'll feel it, Rosvisser explained. Having practiced with the primordial power for so long, Rosvisser had already developed a few effective techniques. All right, I'll give it a try. Following her mother's guidance, Noah quieted her mind, searching for the primordial power within her. During this process, Rosvisser used her own primordial power to guide Noah. Once Noah located the foreign energy, Rosvisser would help extract it. After a few moments, Noah's expression changed slightly. I think I feel it, Mom. Good, leave the rest to me. With that, Rosvisser immediately caught the primordial power that Noah had identified, carefully drawing it out of her magical circuits. This step required precision and caution. If she rushed, it could cause Noah harm. As Rosvisser was about to fully withdraw the power, she suddenly sensed an invisible force resisting her. What is this? She muttered. Leon, who had been standing guard, noticed her hesitation and approached quickly. Is something wrong? It feels like something is trying to stop me from drawing out the primordial power. Need a hand? Rosvisser shook her head. No, it's weak and faint. I can handle it. All right. If anything goes wrong, I'll sever your connection with it immediately, Leon assured her. Understood. Rosvisser focused on pulling out the foreign power. As she'd said, the resisting force was weak, not nearly enough to overpower her. Moments later, she succeeded in guiding all of the primordial power out of Noah. Both mother and daughter let out a sigh of relief. Noah flopped backward onto the soft grass, feeling significantly lighter. The slight headache that had plagued her eased as well. Rosvisser examined the orb of white energy in her hand. So this is the primordial power that seeped into Noah at the ruins. Leon crouched beside her. Compared to Constantin S., this looks pretty small. Rosvisser nudged him with her elbow. Can you compare it to something reasonable? Leon laughed, then walked over and lifted Noah into his arms. Feeling better. Noah nodded, smiling. Much better. She turned to Rosvisser. Thank you, Mom. Rosvisser stood and pinched her daughter's cheek. As long as you're okay, let's ask the maids to make some extra snacks tonight to help you regain your strength. Good idea. That night, in the sisters' bedroom, Moon finished cuddling Aurora and turned over to snuggle up to Noah. This time, she successfully latched onto her sister. As she slept, a content smile spread across her face, and she nuzzled her cheek against Noah's neck. Noah, however, lay wide awake, staring straight at the ceiling. She raised a hand and gently pushed Moon away. A second later, Moon rolled back and clung to her again. She pushed her away. Moon rolled back. She pushed once more. And Moon snuggled back yet again. Noah gave up. This annoying little brat. As the daughter of a dragon king, how can you have such a terrible sleeping posture? You're disgracing my legacy. Though, I suppose you are pretty cute. Could it be that all the dragons' potential got funneled into their looks? The ancient dragon spirit stared at the ceiling, pondering how the dragon clan she saved thousands of years ago could have ended up like this. Not that it was entirely bad. Just unexpected. Ah, it seems I can't secretly use this kid's body to reaccumulate my primordial power. That silver dragon, Rosvisser, is too sharp, already mastering my power at her age. And her husband, Leon Cosmod, he's a tricky one too. If I hurt this kid's body, he definitely wouldn't forgive me. If I still had my old body and power, I wouldn't be afraid of those two. But unfortunately, With a soft sigh, the ancient dragon pondered ways to quietly restore her former self. But as she racked her brain, the little dragon beside her finally rolled over, curling up against the pink-haired sister instead. At last, the ancient dragon's spirit exhaled in relief. She slipped out from under the covers and padded quietly to the bathroom. Looking at the young dragon's face in the mirror, she sighed, hesitating for a moment before finally deciding. It seems it's time to come clean with you, little one. (387) Vol 3ch, 86. After seeking help from her parents, Noah hadn't experienced that strange dream again for a few days, and her physical condition was gradually improving. Just as Noah thought she had completely rid herself of the primordial power's lingering effects, the ancient ancestor from 10,000 years ago continued to haunt her. That night, Noah slept soundly, hugging Moon close and breathing in the subtle scent of her hair, enveloped in her sister's soft embrace. Yet in the depths of her slumber, she seemed to find herself in a mysterious, tranquil space. All around her was an ethereal silence, with walls of dark gold stretching into the distance, and below her, a calm, mirror-like surface of water. She stood on the water, and ripples spread outward with each of her breaths, forming circles that expanded into the vast silence. The only sounds were her own heartbeat and the faint dripping of water somewhere in the darkness. Is this a dream? However, this scene was unlike any dream she'd had before. Noah was familiar with the feeling of dreams, fleeting, ethereal, powerless, as though everything was within reach yet impossibly distant. But this feeling was far more vivid than any dream. She began to walk along the dark golden corridor, moving deeper into the unknown. After a long walk with no change in scenery, Noah stopped, closed her eyes, and tried to clear her mind, hoping to break free from this dreamlike realm. Yet, when she opened her eyes again, she was still in the same place. "Where is this?" she muttered softly, crouching down. She reached out and touched the water with her fingertips, then brought her hand to her nose. No scent, it was just ordinary water. But standing on water without sinking required a level of magical control she hadn't learned yet, an intricate technique of magic. While she pondered this, the water suddenly trembled. She jumped up, observing her surroundings with caution. All she saw was the same dark gold wall and the looming shadows in the distance. Furrowing her brows, a thought suddenly dawned on her. The disturbance, it's coming from under the water. Just as she realized this, the water erupted, sending torrents of it high into the air. Noah leapt back swiftly, putting some distance between herself and the phenomenon. Stabilizing herself, she summoned her lightning magic with her right hand. She fixed her gaze on the watery veil, waiting patiently. A few seconds later, the water calmed, and the being that had surged from below revealed itself. Noah's eyes widened slightly. It was the giant white dragon from her dreams. The primordial dragon king, Noah. However, this dragon was much smaller than the one in her dreams. Noah remained cautious, the lightning spell in her hand crackling with an intense, bird-like screech. The white dragon gazed down at her from above, and after a brief stare-down, a deep, resonant voice echoed from its mouth. "Noah K. Melkve, we finally meet." Noah's mind raced in surprise. So, the legendary hero of the dragon clan was a female dragon. But more than that, Noah wondered aloud, "You know me. I have been hiding within your consciousness for half a month, so naturally, I know you well." "My consciousness." "Precisely, look around you. This quiet, dark yet perilous golden palace is your mindscape." The white dragon paused as though contemplating, then added, "Though I have no idea how others' mindscapes appear, yours is indeed surprising." Surprising? Noah considered the dragon's words. This quiet, dark, yet perilous golden palace. She saw the quiet and darkness, but what did it mean by perilous? Before she could ask, the dragon continued. "Choosing you in the northern ruins was perhaps a wise decision." "You chose me in the northern ruins." This statement snapped Noah's focus back. Now wasn't the time for cryptic conversation. She quickly asked the most pressing question. "Why are you in my consciousness? Were you the one causing my dreams lately?" "Mind your tone, young one. Do you even know who stands before you? I am the ancestor of the dragon clan, the first dragon king, the hero who ended the dragon civil war, and a meddlesome old codger who sneaked into someone else's mind without permission." "Insolent, don't think that just because I'm not at full strength I can't do anything to you. If I wanted, I could still control your body." At this, Noah's eyes gleamed with recognition. "Control my body? Is that why I've been feeling so exhausted after sleeping?" The white dragon let out a dismissive snort. "Afraid now, are you? Don't call me a child, and answer my question, why are you here in my head?" "This isn't your head, it's your consciousness. Mind your words when addressing me." So, it was a persnickety old spirit. Noah crossed her arms, pretending to be unyielding. "Head or consciousness, it's mine, so I'll call it whatever I want." Her father had taught her a few things about negotiation. The first rule, never let the other side control the conversation. take charge, no matter if it meant using humor or acting stubborn. You, very well, I won't stoop to your level, you insolent brat. Answer my questions, spirit, Noah demanded, her patience thin. If this old dragon didn't answer soon, she'd resort to force. After all, it admitted it wasn't at full strength. Why am I here in your consciousness? The white dragon leaned down, its massive head looming in front of her, its fierce eyes gazing at her youthful yet determined face. I have decided that compared to that crazed red dragon, you are better suited to be my vessel. Your vessel. Yes, I need your body to accomplish a great feat. You shall be my vessel. What great feat? No comment. Noah loathed cryptic responses. Conversations with her father were much easier. But she didn't press the question further. This spirit wouldn't reveal anything it didn't want to, no matter how hard she pushed. Instead, she changed her approach. If you've been in my consciousness all this time, why are you only showing yourself now? Because of your parents. My parents. Your father is sharp, highly vigilant. If I continued using your body, he might have noticed. The dragon continued in a deliberate tone, your mother is even more formidable, with control over the primordial power. No matter how much power I gather in your body, she would be able to extract it. My efforts would be for naught. So, rather than stay hidden, I decided to confront you. Perhaps we could reach an agreement. Noah knew well what her parents were capable of. And from the dragon's response, she picked up on something crucial. You've been gathering the primordial power in my body. Indeed, it's the key to restoring my physical form and strength. Noah's gaze sharpened, a cold smile forming on her lips. And you think I'd agree to such an unfair deal? Child, being my vessel is an honor. You dare refuse. Spirit, being able to reside in a princess's mind is your honor. Stop bargaining. You brat. Her father was right. Sometimes, a mix of wit and cheekiness was the best way to maintain control of the conversation. It worked like a charm. But how did her father know that? Could it be this dependable married man had also been a bit of a rogue in his youth? Aren't you afraid I'll take your body by force? The dragon challenged. Hattie. What's so funny? Arms crossed, Noah's expression was relaxed, almost smug. If you could take my body that easily, you would have done it already. You wouldn't waste time negotiating with me. Besides, I don't feel honored at all that my consciousness hosts the primordial dragon king. This is my body, my consciousness, and only my will counts here. I'm not anyone's puppet. Your great feat doesn't interest me. I just want you to leave my mind. The dragon paused, momentarily stunned. After a while, it raised its head proudly, looking down at her small figure. We are inseparable now, child. What? When Constantine took all my power, you stopped him at the final moment. That allowed me to anchor the last shred of my spirit to your consciousness. As it said this, the dragon's self-reference shifted from this king to simply I. You saved me, and for that I am grateful. But you must understand, if the primordial power falls into unworthy hands, a bloodbath will once again sweep across Samel continent. Worse, that ancient ultimate terror, from the dawn of chaos, will return. When that happens, you, your sisters, your mother, and your father will all fall to its wrath. And the only ones who can stop this are you and I. Noah took a step forward, the splash of water silencing the dragon's words. You're only saying this to make me surrender my body to you. But I stand by what I said. My will and my body are my own. I'm not anyone's puppet. As for your ultimate terror from the dawn of chaos, Noah raised her head, locking eyes with the majestic white dragon, and spoke with a steady, powerful voice. No matter how strong it is, my father will always be stronger. (388) Vol 3ch, 87. After days of observing this little girl who shared her name, Noah had come to understand a bit about her. She was diligent, hardworking, not prone to showing her emotions, and never boasted or exaggerated. Yet, every time she mentioned her father, that man named Leon Cosmod, her face lit up with pride, firmly believing he could accomplish anything. Noah couldn't quite understand if this was merely a child's admiration for her father, or if the man truly was exceptional enough to command such respect. She lowered herself slowly, resting her dragon head on her forepaws, assuming a relaxed, almost human-like posture. You really believe in your father that much? Of course. But if I showed you what ultimate terror truly is, I doubt you'd still think that. Noah frowned slightly. I've already told you, no matter how powerful this ultimate terror is, my father. All right, let's just go with what you said. They locked eyes, a small girl and a massive dragon, both calm on the outside but brimming with hidden thoughts. Noah's thoughts, this child has no concept of the ultimate terror, I'll let it go. Noah's thoughts, this old spirit has no concept of my dad Leon, I'll let it go. After a few moments of silence, Noah brought the conversation back to the previous topic. In any case, I need to use your body to gather the primordial power. This will benefit you too. Noah raised an eyebrow. How exactly? From what I've observed, you're a classic dragon descendant. No, even more so. Your desire to grow stronger surpasses most young or even adult dragons, doesn't it? Noah didn't reply, but didn't deny it either. Gathering the primordial power benefits more than just me. It will grant you access to a different kind of strength, something ancient and powerful. Isn't that worth it? Only for me to end up as your puppet in the end, right? The ancient dragon shook her head. If all goes smoothly, I hope to resolve the final crisis through you, rather than by my own hand. Noah blinked, a little surprised. Why? This is your chance to revive your reputation as the primordial dragon king. You could be a hero to the dragon clan once again, not just a figure in myths and legends. As you said, child, my days as a hero of the dragon clan were 10,000 years ago. This era belongs to you. You should enjoy its wonders, and its dangers should be yours to face. At most, I'll use your body to help things along, she said, carefully choosing her words. Noah fell silent, her gaze lowering to the water at her feet. The once still surface suddenly rippled, spreading outward and creating waves. The white dragon noticed this as well. You're uncertain, child. Think carefully about what I said. We have plenty of time. Noah lifted her head, looking straight into the dragon's eyes. After a pause, she said, I want to leave this place. Now that her thoughts had been exposed, Noah saw no point in continuing the conversation. She needed time to digest and consider what Noah had said. Better to leave now and find a quieter place to gather her thoughts. No, the dragon replied firmly. Noah blinked. Why not? Because I haven't gotten a breath of fresh air in ages. And so, I'd like to borrow your body for a little stroll. Relax. Right now, I can only control you for a maximum of 2 hours. Seeing Noah still hesitant, the dragon played her next card, a little moral coercion. Surely, the esteemed Silver Dragon Princess understands the importance of respecting one's elders. I've been sealed away for thousands of years, and it's so hard just to catch a breath and take a stroll. Sigh, kids these days. A huge question mark seemed to appear on Noah's forehead. She really couldn't handle this ancient spirit. Had she known, she would have let Constantine take all of the dragon's power back at the ruins. Then, it would be him dealing with this annoying spirit, not her. P. Tilda Ryenses Tilda I've been cooped up in here for days and feel utterly drained. Cough cough Tilda. All right, just 2 hours, not a minute more. Perfect, don't worry, I'm a dragon of my word. Back in the day, when I said I'd end the civil war within 3 days, I didn't delay a second. Don't get too excited. If you're going to use my body, you have to follow my rules. Refuse, and I'll take back the offer. Fine, go ahead. Noah held up a finger. First, no gathering primordial power. You've been sneaking around at night, using my body to gather energy, which has left me feeling exhausted every morning. She held up a second finger. Second, you can't leave the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. There's a barrier outside. The second you touch it, my mom and dad will come rushing in and they'll drag me right back, which means they'll discover you too. Finally, she raised a third finger. Lastly, when you get up, be gentle. Don't wake Moon and Little Light. Can you manage that? The ancient dragon lifted her head proudly and patted her chest with a claw. With such minor requests, of course, I'll stick to it. All right, 2 hours starting now. The moment Noah granted permission, the mindscape trembled. The dark gold walls around her faded into darkness, and the water beneath her feet receded, as though it was flowing away from some hidden source. In its place appeared a white, majestic palace, regal and luxurious, exuding a sacred aura. Looking ahead, she saw a grand staircase. At the top was a solemn throne. "This is..." "Welcome to my mindscape, child," awestruck. Noah looked away, scoffing. "It's all right." "All right? You think my grand mindscape isn't far superior to your dingy sewer?" "Who are you calling a sewer?" "You, child." "Then I'm taking back my offer to borrow my body." No, it's my sewer, princess, my sewer." She fit right in with the Melkveh family's knack for quick wit and changing expressions. Noah could understand the logic behind the shifts in mindscape when control of the body switched. "To keep you entertained for the next 2 hours, I'll generously share the sensory experience with you." "Oh, thank you so much for generously sharing the use of my own eyes, nose, and ears." As Noah's voice faded, a magical projection appeared before her. It displayed a dimly lit room, with moonlight pouring in through the window, her 2 sisters fast asleep beside her. "Remember what I said, don't wake them up," Noah reminded. Yes, I know." After so long, the dragon spirit felt whole again, with all limbs intact. "Fantastic." She quietly pulled back the blanket, gently got out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and opened the door, stepping softly into the hallway. The corridor was empty, allowing her to stroll freely. However, as she passed the room next door, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Where's the rope? Where did it go?" "How should I know? Do we really need rope, dragoness?" "No rope, no captive play." "Childish." The sudden voices startled Noah, and she quickly shrank back into a corner. Thankfully, no more sounds followed. "A close call." "Your parents are up in the middle of the night doing captive play. What is that?" Clearly, the spirit from 10,000 years ago had little understanding of modern pleasures. Not that Noah was any better, being a pure-hearted 5-year-old who once thought kissing made people pregnant. "I don't know, but we need to leave quickly before they spot us," Noah replied. "All right." The small figure darted down the corridor, heading outside to savor the fresh air and freedom of the night. "389. Vol 3ch, 88. True to her word, the old dragon returned Noah's body to the sisters' room just 10 minutes before the 2-hour limit. "See, I'm a dragon of my word." "Haha, how do I know this isn't just you trying to earn my trust?" Noah replied with skepticism. "It's like borrowing money. First, you borrow 100 gold coins and pay it back, then you borrow 200 and pay it back. But the third time, you borrow 1,000 only to take off with it." "How dare you, comparing me to some swindler? I never break my word, nor do I owe anyone anything." The old dragon huffed, indignant. Ignoring the rebuttal, Noah continued their banter until they reached the room. They carefully turned the door handle and tiptoed inside, gently closing the door to avoid waking the 2 sleeping sisters. Once inside, the ancient dragon said, "All right, I'll return control of your body now." Memo. Noah took off her shoes, resuming control of her body. But just as she turned around, her vision went dark, as if a black cloth had been pulled over her head. Startled, Noah tried to defend herself. However, a sudden, forceful blow landed on her head, leaving her dazed and unable to resist. Even the strongest young dragon can't withstand a sneak attack, and neither could Noah. Just before losing consciousness, she heard 2 familiar voices. "Little light, if we're wrong about this, Big Sister will definitely make us pay for it." "Don't worry, trust me, second sister." As she drifted off, Noah muttered faintly, "What are these 2 dummies up to?" When Noah finally woke up, the room was dimly lit. She glanced at the window, where the darkness and faint moonlight suggested it was still far from dawn. With a shake of her head, her mind cleared, and she looked down, realizing she was seated on a chair. Trying to move, she found her wrists bound behind her to the chair's back, unable to budge. The ropes were tight, and the texture felt slick against her skin. Looking up, she saw her 2 adorable little sisters standing before her. "Moon, little light, what are you doing?" Moon took a step forward, cupping Noah's face in her hands with a serious expression. Big sister, you've suffered a lot lately. Noah, what do you mean? Little Light thinks that maybe you're not the same sister we know anymore. So tonight, we're going to test this theory. Noah blinked. What was Moon talking about? You're not the sister we know. Who else could she be? Just as Noah was about to ask, a thought struck her. Had Little Light somehow sensed the slight changes when the old dragon took control of her body? This little pink-haired sister loved to be where the action was, so much so that even their dad called her a natural-born mischief magnet. Wherever there was something interesting happening, there she'd be, Aurora herself. Achieving that reputation required keen observational skills, after all. If Little Light had noticed something odd during the old dragon's control, it wouldn't be surprising. Hey kid, your sisters are pretty sharp. The old dragon's voice chimed in from Noah's mindspace, adding pressure. It's one thing for them to be sharp, but it's another for you to sneak around in my body, doing things that tip them off. HMPH, my disguise was flawless. No way I'd be noticed. Then how do you explain what's happening now? The ancient dragon, caught off guard, hastily changed the subject. It would be best if your family didn't find out about me. It would only bring unnecessary trouble. Right now, your top priority should be to keep these two sisters of yours in the dark. Noah agreed somewhat. If her dad and mom knew she had an ancient ancestor living in her mind, they'd probably worry themselves sick. Noah didn't understand strategy or war very well, but she did know that with Constantine looming as a threat and internal issues within the Silver Dragons, her mom already had enough to deal with. She decided to tackle this on her own first, only seeking her parents' help if absolutely necessary. Blinking to pull herself out of her mind space, Noah smiled at her two sisters. That's silly, I'm still the sister you know. She twisted her wrists, putting on a pleading expression. This rope really hurts. Moon, can you untie me? Moon blinked her big, innocent eyes. Big sister. Be a good girl, Moon, and untie your big sister, okay? Sister Tilda. Good girl Tilda. Nope. Moon's face was stern, even her cowlick standing at attention. Since the rope might make you uncomfortable, I coated it in aloe juice. This way, you won't feel pain, but it's still too tight for you to break free. So that's why the rope felt so slick. It was aloe juice. Noah couldn't decide whether to praise her younger sister's thoughtfulness or her extensive preparation. Well, if kindness wasn't working. Time for a little force. Explaining things too patiently would only make her seem guilty. She knew Little Light well enough to understand her sister's intelligence. Moon, Little Light, if you don't untie me right now, when I get out, both your little bottoms are getting smacked. The threat didn't faze the third princess in the slightest. She just crossed her arms and smirked. No use, big sister. That rope has anti-magic properties. Anti-magic. Noah tried to summon her lightning magic, but her magic circuits felt blocked, completely unresponsive. Give it up, big sister. I told you the rope blocks magic. Where did you even find anti-magic rope? In Mom and Dad's room. Little Light explained, after I noticed something strange about you, I began planning this operation. It took days, but I finally found the right tool in their room. She paused, looking puzzled, though I'm not sure why they had something like that in their room. Noah's eye twitched slightly. So the rope her parents were looking for earlier, her sisters had taken it. Now she was even more curious. Why did her parents even have anti-magic rope in the first place? Could it be related to that captive play they mentioned? Forget the rope. What matters is fixing Big Sister's problem before it's too late and she's possessed forever, Little Light said with utmost seriousness. Noah was about to refute, but the old dragon in her mind protested loudly. Possessed? What nonsense. The soul in your mind space is none other than the great me. Well, someone was getting agitated. But no need to worry. Agitation wouldn't help. Ignoring the dragon's complaints, Noah tried again to convince her sisters. I'm not possessed, I've just been a bit off lately. Give me a few days and I'll be back to normal. Possessed people say that too, I read all about it. So, big sister, I prepared a professional exorcism kit just for you. With that, Little Light pulled out an assortment of random items from who knows where. Bells, candles, a mirror, and various little objects Noah had never seen before. Isn't this a bit much? Noah sighed. For your mental and physical health, it's essential. All right. Little Light handed a bell to Moon. All right, second sister, let's begin. Memo. W8, what are you doing? For once, Noah was genuinely flustered. Who knew what these two little troublemakers would do to exorcise her? Jingling the bell, the two little dragon girls started circling Noah. They even arranged a ring of candles around her. As they circled her, they chanted rhythmically. Ghosts and goblins, go away tilde, ghosts and goblins, go away tilde. Moon and Little Light. Noah and Noah, Japanese letter, Chinese letter. After 7 times around, well, actually, only about 20 rotations before Moon got dizzy, they finally stopped. Little Light put down the bell, leaned in, and held Noah's face, examining her closely. How do you feel, big sister? I feel like laughing. You're still not better, continue. No more, Little Light, I'm so dizzy, Moon flopped onto the carpet in a star shape, waving the bell feebly. Let's try a different exorcism method. Little Light pursed her lips. All right. She then took an oversized mirror and set it in front of Noah. What's this now? Noah asked. A holy exorcism mirror. That name sounds made up. No way, that's what it says in the book. Little Light placed one hand on her hip, holding the mirror upright. Now, look into the mirror and tell me what you see. Noah glanced at her reflection, but before she could speak, Moon's head appeared beside her in the mirror. I see the cutest little dragon ever. Second sister, stop messing around. Oh. Moon backed away. With a sigh, Noah played along. All I see is myself, no ghosts. Do you feel any discomfort? No. Any guilt? No. Ugh, tilde tilde tilde. Little Light threaded her fingers through her hair. This can't be, did I misjudge? Moon froze for a second, then quickly clasped her hands over her bottom. Sister, if you're going to spank us, could you go easy on us this time? Noah looked at Moon, a gentle smile playing on her lips. After a moment, she replied sincerely. I was only teasing. You two are my beloved little sisters. How could I bear to spank you? Really, big sister? Mems, really? Little Light, let's untie her then. We've confirmed she's not possessed. Despite 1,000 lingering doubts, Little Light had to admit that all their exorcism attempts failed to reveal any possession. Which meant Noah really wasn't possessed. But then, how could she explain her strange behavior over the past few days? After a brief moment of contemplation, Little Light decided to let it go for now, pretending that big sister is fine, while keeping an eye on her sister for any future anomalies. All right, let's untie her. The little dragon girls loosened the anti-magic rope. Noah stood up, sighing in relief, rubbing her wrists before taking a towel from Moon to wipe off the aloe juice. Hee hee, big sister, I knew you'd always be the best sister ever. Memo. So, big sister, you'll keep your word, right? Noah raised an eyebrow. What did I say? Moon's face turned anxious, and she took a cautious step back, curling her tail over her little bottom. You said you wouldn't spank Little Light or me. Did I say that? I forgot. What? Crack, crack. Noah cracked her knuckles as she took slow steps toward her sisters. The little dragon girls clung to each other, shivering. Big sister, you said you'd spare us. Next time for sure. Well then, let's face this together, right, Little Light? Little Light, hey. Turning around, Moon saw her pink-haired sister already darting toward the door. Little Light, where are you going? Second sister, haven't you heard the saying, every dragon for herself? Don't worry, neither of you will be able to escape. Melkveh family breakfast. Leon glanced at his 2 daughters, both of whom were standing as they ate, looking confused. Moon, Little Light, why are you eating standing up? Because our bottoms, Moon started nervously. Little Light quickly interrupted, because standing while eating aids digestion. Really? Leon didn't ask further, continuing with his breakfast. By the way, Dad, where's Mom? Noah asked. Oh, she had breakfast early and said to meet her in the front courtyard later. Apparently, she has something important to discuss. Oh, I see. Speaking of which, her mom had been in unusually high spirits that morning, almost as if she had good news. Inviting him to the front courtyard so early, what could it be for? 390. Vol 3CH 89. After breakfast, Leon made his way to the front courtyard of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, where he saw Rosvisser in a quiet discussion with Anna, seemingly going over instructions. With his hands casually in his pockets, Leon strolled over, casting a quick glance at the head maid before giving Rosvisser a cheerful greeting. Good morning, dear wife. The word wife was spoken with such gusto that it sounded like he was making a solemn pledge. Rosvisser rolled her eyes at him. She knew why this scoundrel was so enthusiastic. In front of Anna, they needed to put on an act as a loving couple. If she teased Leon about it later, saying he must secretly wish she were his real wife, Leon would inevitably retort, Anna was right there. We needed to make it look convincing, didn't we? Acting was a convenient excuse for both of them. Good morning, dear husband, she replied, half irritated but unable to deny the strange satisfaction that came with calling him that. Anna, meanwhile, stifled a chuckle before resuming a serious demeanor and saying earnestly, Your Majesty, I'll carry out the tasks you assign to me to the best of my ability. Please don't worry. Thank you, Anna. We'll be back tomorrow night. Of course, Your Majesty. With a respectful nod, Anna also acknowledged Leon and then returned to the sanctuary. Once she was out of earshot, Leon asked, Tomorrow night, where are you going? Weren't you listening to a word I said? Leon shrugged. Did you say something? It's not where I'm going, it's where we are going. Leon blinked. So, where are we going? Sky City. A date. No. No need to be so worked up. It's not like you dislike going on dates with me. I do dislike going on dates with you, Rosvisser countered, sounding resolute. Sure, you hate it. I'm the one who always timidly asks you out, and you never ask me out. Happy now. A faint blush crept up Rosvisser's cheeks, and her tail gave Leon a swat on the backside. He could have dodged, but he didn't. Thankfully, she held back, only giving him a playful flick. This little exchange may have seemed silly, but there was a term for it: flirting. So, what are we doing in Sky City? A meeting. With that, Rosvisser unfurled her dragon wings and transformed into a massive silver dragon. She lowered herself to a height where Leon could easily climb onto her back. A secret meeting of the Dragon Kings. The Twilight Tower, a towering structure at the very center of Sky City, symbolized the city's supreme authority. It was said to have existed when Sky City first opened its gates to all dragons and was established by the city's founder. As the signature building of the largest neutral city in the dragon world, Twilight Tower also served as a platform for the different dragon clans to hold diplomatic discussions. Although the dragon clans had splintered into various factions, they still maintained necessary exchanges for matters like trade, culture, and external conflicts. The Dragon Kings would meet at Twilight Tower to discuss such matters. Today, the top-level conference room at the tower's summit had opened for the first time in years, welcoming each distinguished Dragon King. With about half an hour left until the meeting, the Dragon Kings had started arriving one by one. Inside the conference room, a long table had been set, and several Dragon Kings had already taken their seats. Senior Odin, I didn't expect you to attend. Senior, have you thought more about the alliance we discussed last time? The esteemed Thunder Dragon King, it's an honor to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you. One by one, the younger Dragon Kings respectfully greeted an elderly Dragon King sitting on one side of the table. Their words were filled with deference because the dragon before them was none other than the Thunder Dragon King, Odin, renowned for both his wisdom and power. Amid the courteous greetings, however, a voice with an entirely different tone rang out. Well, the old Thunder Dragon himself. If even you're here, this must be serious. Odin ignored the flattery, merely closing his eyes in silent meditation. But when this loud voice made itself heard, he felt compelled to respond, if only to avoid an awkward silence. Why? Because as long as that voice didn't feel awkward, someone else would. Morgan, is lack of decorum a family tradition you're determined to keep alive? Not only that, my son Anton has taken it to new heights. Morgan cheerfully sat down next to Odin, draping an arm over his shoulder like an old friend. By the way, my son told me about the practical test in the far north. He mentioned your eldest daughter, Yuna, did quite well. The Thunder Dragon King shot him a look that said, "You think I needed you to tell me that?" and then resumed ignoring him. Morgan came from the Golden Sand Dragon clan, one of the oldest. Rumor had it that his clan still preserved magical tomes from the era of Tiamat, the dragon god. Yet Morgan himself was hardly the type to evoke such ancient prestige. He was more like a smug, grinning uncle who refused to act his age. Who would guess that he and Odin had risen to power in the same era? And because of this long-standing familiarity, Morgan and Odin shared a somewhat close relationship, close enough for Morgan to dare put an arm around the revered Thunder Dragon King. The Dragon Kings engaged in quiet conversation until the conference room doors opened once again. This time, a striking beauty walked in. Her red hair, flowing crimson dress, and meticulously applied makeup framed a beautiful, mature face, exuding a unique aura enhanced by her cold, indifferent gaze. The Red Dragon Queen, so she's involved with Constantine too, Morgan asked in a hushed tone. This Dragon King gathering was primarily to address the issue of Constantine, who had recently acquired the primordial power. Odin's gaze settled on the red-haired beauty. After a moment, he said, "I heard that shortly before Constantine acquired the primordial power, he launched an unprovoked attack on Isha's territory. It makes sense that she would attend." Morgan nodded. That explains it. Isha took her seat, crossing her legs and resting her chin on her hand. Her gaze swept across the other Dragon Kings in the room, but seeing no familiar faces, she closed her eyes to rest. Female Dragon Kings were rare, and Isha's breathtaking beauty naturally drew attention. Of course, all the attendees were dignified Dragon Kings. No one would commit the faux pas of flirting in such a formal setting. They were content to admire her quietly. A few minutes later, the sound of high heels echoed from the hallway. Morgan's eyebrows shot up. Wow, are we heading toward a new era of equality? So many female Dragon Kings here today. Odin said nothing, only directing his gaze toward the door. He didn't care much about the presence of female Dragon Kings, but he felt a peculiar sense of familiarity from the aura of the one about to enter. The next moment, a woman with flowing blue hair stepped into the room. Compared to the younger Red Dragon Queen, this woman was slightly older, radiating a mature, seductive aura. "I think I remember her. Is she a water dragon?" "She's a sea dragon," Odin corrected. "Oh, right, the Sea Dragon clan. But haven't they kept to themselves for years? Why would one attend a meeting about Constantine?" Morgan paused before adding, "And I thought their Dragon King was that old man Poseidon. When did he turn into a beautiful woman?" "Show some respect, Morgan. Her name is Claudia, Poseidon's eldest daughter," Odin replied, his tone grave. "Poseidon sending her in his stead speaks volumes." Morgan's eyes lit up with understanding. Claudia is next in line to be Sea Dragon King. Perhaps. Leaning back in his chair, Morgan stretched his arms and said lazily, "I'll have to make sure to attend her coronation." You wouldn't even reach the palace without a sea dragon guide. "Hey, I was just saying, you don't have to take everything so seriously." Odin snorted, not bothering to respond. "Speaking of which, almost everyone is here, but it looks like the stars of today's meeting are still missing." Morgan glanced around the room, noting the 2 empty seats across from him, while every other spot was occupied. Odin pondered Morgan's words briefly before giving a low chuckle. The stars tend to make their entrance last. Just then, they heard a warm voice from across the table, as Isha waved toward the door with a welcoming smile. "Little Rose and brother-in-law, you're here." 391. Vol 3ch, 90. "Sis, you made it." When Rosvisser received her invitation to this meeting, she worried she'd find no familiar faces. Despite her usual icy demeanor as queen of the Silver Dragons, since marrying Leon, her inner introvert had emerged with surprising clarity. Most people talk about adapting to their partners. She married a man who specializes in embarrassing public displays. Her social anxiety was bound to increase over time. And yet, there was another reason for her quieter demeanor. In the past, she had dealt with every threat alone, relying solely on herself. But with Leon at her side, she found someone she could depend on, someone who made her feel secure. Over time, she had grown into the role of a gentle wife, though she might never admit it. Now, back to the present. Isha rose to greet her, a warm smile on her face. "What kept you so long?" Isha asked. "Oh, something came up on the way, a little delay." "Not really." As she spoke, Rosvisser couldn't help but shoot Leon a sidelong glance. They were late because, along the way, Leon had asked her what topics the meeting might cover. Rosvisser explained it would be about his recent battles with Constantine. "So we're the main attraction here, right?" Leon had grinned. "Yes, you could say that." "Then let's show up fashionably late, make an entrance." Rosvisser had frowned. "Why?" "Because the main characters always arrive last. That way, we look cooler and stand out." She could only sigh. The man she married was still a kid at heart, so she had reluctantly agreed. After arriving in Sky City, they strolled around the shopping district, making themselves late. "Come on over, we've been waiting for you." "We've been waiting for you." Those simple words instantly filled Leon with satisfaction. See, he knew it. The main character always has the best entrance. Once seated, Leon took a moment to survey the group at the table. Rosvisser had said this was a meeting for Dragon Kings, meaning everyone here held that title. With a few minutes left before the meeting's official start, Leon leaned in close to Rosvisser and whispered, "If I'd known Dragon Kings had to gather for meetings back when I was in the army." He trailed off, but Rosvisser instantly caught on to his line of thinking. One-by-one kills are tedious. If he'd known back then, he would have wished the Dragon Kings gathered in one place so he could finish them all at once. She rolled her eyes and whispered, "These Dragon Kings are different from the ones you fought." Leon's eyebrows arched with interest. "How so?" Rosvisser subtly nodded toward the elderly dragon across from them. "See the older Dragon King? He's Odin, Thunder Dragon King and Yuna's father, the one who accidentally ended up in the ancient ruins with Noah last time. He rose to power over 700 years ago, and even back then, his strength was among the best. There were few in the Dragon clan who could match him. Even that Star Dragon King we defeated together, Star, couldn't stand up to him." Leon remembered Star well, one of the Dragon Kings secretly allied with the Empire, who led the first attack on the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. In the end, he'd self-destructed using his protective scales out of sheer frustration. Despite his final act, Leon respected Star's strength. Among the Dragon Kings he had faced, Star was top tier. Yet here was this Thunder Dragon King, even stronger than Star. "You dragons sure do keep surprising me." Their hushed conversation caught Odin's attention. His gaze fell upon the two, stern and quietly intimidating. Leon narrowed his eyes, meeting Odin's gaze without flinching. In his experience, whenever a Dragon King looked at him like that, a fight usually followed. But after a few moments, Odin looked away. "These older dragons have keen senses," Rosvisser whispered, "and you're the focus of this meeting, so when you speak, be cautious. A single misstep could betray you, understand." Meetings were never Leon's strong suit back in the Dragon Slayer Corps. His unit focused on direct action, never needing the formalities of a structured discussion. However, he'd spent enough time with Rosvisser at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary to learn some politics and the subtleties of diplomacy. With that, his former views were gradually evolving, and he was improving in this area. He nodded, "Got it." As he turned his gaze away from Odin, Leon noticed a mature woman with blue hair sitting across the table. "Claudia's here too." Following his gaze, Rosvisser nodded. "Looks like it. Maybe because Helena was in the ruins at the time, so Claudia's here on her behalf." "But isn't Poseidon supposed to be the Dragon King of the Sea Dragon clan? Why send Claudia?" Representing her clan at such an important gathering indicates that Poseidon fully trusts her. Claudia has the strength and skill to be the next Sea Dragon King, Rosvisser explained. I see. Sensing their gaze, Claudia offered a slight smile and wave, which the couple returned. Moments later, the meeting facilitator entered. Standing at one side of the long table, he rang a small bell and began. Thank you all, esteemed Dragon Kings, for attending this meeting on Constantine and the primordial power. As the Twilight Tower's master cannot attend, I will act as your host. During the meeting, please feel free to share your thoughts on Constantine's situation. We will not interfere. I hope you all arrive at a solution to prevent further chaos within our dragon clan. With that, the meeting is now in session. He bowed and then exited the conference room. As the doors closed, every Dragon King turned their attention to Leon and Rosvisser. Silver Dragon Queen, among us, only you and your husband have had direct contact with Constantine. You discovered his attempt to seize the primordial power and tried to stop him. So, tell us, what is your opinion of Constantine as he is now? The one who spoke was an older Dragon King, not Odin. There's one correction I'd like to make, Rosvisser replied smoothly. My husband and I did try to prevent Constantine from stealing the primordial power, but in the end, we did not succeed. He managed to seize most of it. She spoke calmly, with the serene dignity of the Silver Dragon Queen. As for our view of Constantine now, my husband, and I believe that his strength has indeed surpassed most Dragon Kings, but still falls short of the highest tier. Falls short of the highest tier. A younger Dragon King raised an eyebrow. Lady Melkve, I've heard of the primordial power's might, an ancient force unlike any modern magic, beyond our understanding. And yet, even with such power, Constantine still can't reach the top tier? I find that hard to believe. The primordial power may be formidable, but without mastery, it's little more than wasted potential. It was Rosvisser who answered this time but Claudia. All eyes turned to the elegant Sea Dragon Princess. With her arms crossed and gaze lowered, her expression remained impassive. Even in a room filled with Dragon Kings, Claudia showed no sign of intimidation. So you're suggesting Constantine hasn't yet fully mastered the primordial power? No, primordial power is ultimately just energy. Think of it as holding a bomb. Throwing it can deal damage, Claudia explained, her voice calm. For someone like Constantine, hurling it isn't the hard part. The challenge lies in maximizing its impact. How do you add more explosive material, increase its range, its accuracy, and control the aftermath? Leon and Rosvisser exchanged glances, finding her explanation quite reasonable. When they had faced Frankenstein Constantine at the Red Dragon Sanctuary, Rosvisser had dealt him significant damage using the purest form of primordial power. Later, they had acquired soul judgment from Leon's mentor, a spell derived from the primordial power. Claudia's point was clear. Constantine may have power, but he lacks the finesse to wield it effectively. In other words, he's not much of a threat for now. The Sea Dragon Princess is right, added an elderly Dragon King. Ancient primordial magic has long been lost. Finding records of it would be nearly impossible. This old Dragon King's tone dripped with the confidence that only age could bestow. Dragon Kings are like that. The older they get, the more certain they become of their knowledge. Having lived longer, they assume their understanding encompasses the entire world. A younger Dragon King chimed in, either to curry favor or genuinely believing he'd investigated the topic. The elder is right. I spent years searching for ancient primordial magic but found nothing. I dare say it's truly extinct in this era. Extinct primordial magic asterisk. The Silver Dragon couple stifled a chuckle. Yes, perhaps primordial magic has truly vanished. As Claudia spoke, she shot a knowing glance at Leon and Rosvisser. They were well aware that Claudia was the author of Soul Judgment Asterisk, meaning she was subtly downplaying the truth about the primordial power. It made sense. Since this meeting focused on Constantine, there was no need to share crucial information from within her clan. They were here to strategize, not form alliances. The couple also avoided any further eye contact with the graceful sea dragon. It wouldn't do to give her a look that said, "Wow, so you're the one who wrote." That power-packed manual. The discussion about primordial magic soon returned to Constantine. "If you don't mind me veering slightly off topic," said Morgan, the Golden Sand Dragon King, directing his question at Leon. "What is it?" None of us know how Constantine learned about the primordial ruins, but we're curious. How did you know he intended to seize the primordial power? You see, my former boss turned Constantine into a patchwork monster using primordial power, hoping to use him as a weapon. But things went sideways. Constantine gained self-awareness, decided he wanted more power, and, oh, vengeance against me and the boss. So he set off to find the ruins. Up era. Shall I explain all that, old pal? Say a word of it, and not a single one of us leaves this room. I have a unique information network, Leon said smoothly. Tracking Constantine's movements wasn't difficult. An information network? Fascinating. What prompted you to establish something like that? After fighting Constantine twice, I felt a little on edge, so I set up a communication hub to share intel, just in case he decided to ambush us again. Oh, Silver Prince, that's quite. Before Morgan could dig deeper, Isha cut in. Hey, Morgan, aren't you being a bit nosy? That's their secret information network. You don't have to know everything about it, right? That's... Rossvisser joined in, keeping the momentum. Besides, this was meant to be a preventive measure. If you dig too deep, all my husband's effort goes to waste, doesn't it? Morgan hesitated, briefly flustered by the two formidable women. At last, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. You both make a fair point. Humph, Isha huffed with satisfaction, throwing a playful wink at her brother-in-law, Leon. The meeting continued for hours as the Dragon Kings discussed their options against Constantine. Eventually, they voted to adopt a plan. 1. Deploy a guard unit to monitor the territory around the Red Flame Dragon clan. Any unusual movement from Constantine could be intercepted promptly. 2. Apply pressure on Constantine, gradually tightening the net until he was forced to react. 3. In the meantime, gather as much information as possible on the primordial power to extract it from Constantine's control. When it came time for additional comments, Leon raised his hand. Once we've extracted the primordial power from Constantine, then what? Obviously, we'll put it to good use. Good use. Leon mulled over the phrase. The words were harmless enough, but he wasn't so sure about the one who'd said them. It wasn't that Leon held a grudge against dragons, it's just that the power at stake was so overwhelming. Did he really believe that these dragons would wield it responsibly? You have a different idea, Silver Prince, an elderly dragon king prompted. Leon glanced at Rossvisser, who gave him a subtle nod, her way of saying he should speak his mind. I believe we should simply monitor Constantine and his territory without applying pressure or provoking conflict. Leon was no fool. He knew exactly how to play the game. Using their own people's lives to seize a power that doesn't belong to them. You go for it, you're heroes. Don't, just watch him closely. No games, no drama. The old Dragon King chuckled, as if humoring a naive child, then said, Very well. Let's put the Silver Prince's suggestion to a vote. His tone carried a hint of certainty. After all, who among the Dragon Kings wouldn't want a piece of the primordial power? And sure enough, besides Rossvisser, Isha, and Claudia, no one else raised their hands. What a shame, Silver Prince. It seems your proposal has not been accepted. In that case, I declare. Before the old Dragon King could finish, Odin, who had been silent the entire meeting, slowly raised his hand. I agree with Cosmod's suggestion. Morgan, the Golden Sand Dragon, immediately followed suit. Hey, Leon makes a solid point, no need for all this bloodshed. Let's all just sit down, have a nice cup of tea, and chat. One by one, the remaining Dragon Kings exchanged glances and raised their hands. They all knew better than to go against the Thunder Dragon King's stance. Soon, the hands in favor far outnumbered those against. Leon smirked, arms crossed. Old man, I declare your declaration invalid. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. 392. Vol 3ch, 91. As the evening settled, the Dragon King's secret meeting finally came to a close. One by one, the Dragon Kings who had eyed Constantine's power as an opportunity to seize the primordial force began to take their leave. In the now emptied council hall, only a few figures remained. Leon and Rosvisser, their elder sister, the Sea Dragon Princess Claudia, and the Thunder Dragon King Odin, along with the Golden Sand Dragon King Morgan. Odin and Morgan were engaged in a hushed conversation, barely acknowledging Leon's presence. Leon glanced at them briefly, refraining from making any effort to initiate a conversation. After all, even though the other Dragon Kings had backed his proposal in the final vote, it had only been out of respect for Odin. That didn't mean Leon felt the need to express personal gratitude. In the political arena, he'd learned well, trust no one. However, politics wasn't of particular concern to the lovely woman at his side. As most had departed, she approached the Melkve family trio with a smile. "Well-spoken and thought-out, Leon," Claudia complimented him, her voice softened as if to bridge the gap that had grown during their absence from each other. She even made a rare attempt at a joke. "No surprise, given you're the Empress's son." The Empress's son? That was a line from As Love Fades to the West Asterisk, an old play where Leon had ironically played Claudia's son. Leon cracked a grin. "Always the comedian, aren't you, Claudia?" After the brief pleasantries, Claudia got to the heart of her visit. "Helena recently told me about your intervention in the northern lands. I'm grateful for your quick actions and bravery. And extend my thanks to Noah as well. She's a smart and courageous girl." "Yes, we'll let her know," Rosvisser replied smoothly. Claudia made no mention of the primordial force, and both Leon and Rosvisser tactfully avoided the topic as well. While their relationship with Claudia wasn't one of pure friendship, it was built on a cautious mutual trust. After offering her thanks, Claudia bid them goodbye, giving a brief nod to Isha before departing. Watching the elegant woman leave, Isha couldn't help but chuckle. Poseidon's lineage is alive and well, it seems. Turning back to her sister and brother-in-law, Isha's gaze lingered. Finally, she addressed Leon with a smirk. "So, a specialized intelligence network, hem." Leon shifted uncomfortably, though he forced a smile. "Oh, yes, exactly, sis." "Interesting, how'd you pull that off? I'd like one for myself." The truth was simple. If you married a human captive, you two could have access to a top-tier intelligence network. But Leon just chuckled and tried to brush it off. "Oh, it's classified information, I'm afraid." In the past, Isha would have pressed harder, seeking out any hint or chink in his mystery. But now, there was no need. "Well, classified or not, I won't pry further." Satisfied with teasing her brother-in-law, she turned her attention to her sister. "So, little Rosvisser, how have you been lately?" "Doing quite well, actually." "Yes, I can tell you're enjoying yourself. Marriage life is sweet asterisk, isn't it?" Isha casually ran her fingers over her immaculately painted red nails, the tone light but loaded. "If it hadn't been to ask about our grandmother's whereabouts the other day, you probably wouldn't have found the time to write me, Rosvisser sighed, half smiling. "Sis, we're family. I just got a little busy recently and forgot to send you a letter, that's all." "Busy, Busy with?" "Busy with the sweetness asterisk of married life, right?" Rosvisser bit her lip, silenced in the face of her sister's taunts. Even after 200 years, she had yet to win a single sparring match against Isha. And now, her so-called fake marriage with Leon had become Isha's latest favorite tool for teasing her. This was all, in every way, Leon's fault. Seething, the queen shot a glare at the man by her side. "Leon, what did I do to deserve that look? Or have you evolved to the point of holding an instant trial against me? The might of a species that can reproduce on its own, indeed." All right, I'll stop teasing you too." Isha sighed, changing the subject. "Still no news of Grandma." Rosvisser's brow furrowed. "Still, hasn't anyone found a trace of her yet?" Isha shrugged helplessly. "You know how she is, wandering around wherever she pleases. She could be off somewhere enjoying herself with her old friends for all we know." Not that likely, but still, Isha was just as clueless as anyone about their grandmother's current location. When their grandmother, Veronica, had visited the sisters, they'd investigated Leon's background together. They'd found some leads, but their grandmother advised Isha to stop digging. Isha followed her suggestion, albeit reluctantly. The night before she left, Veronica gave Isha a ring embedded with a primordial crystal, encouraging her to learn to harness its powers. And this, Veronica had insisted, was to be kept secret from Rosvisser. While Isha wasn't keen on probing her brother-in-law's past any longer, she still kept a measure of caution. It was simply good practice to have some safeguards in place. "If I get any news, you'll be the first to know," Isha said. "Thank you." Rosvisser was eager for answers. She and Leon both had numerous questions to ask their grandmother, particularly about the northern lands and the primordial ruins. They weren't exactly historians, and the truth of the past didn't overly concern them. But if it held implications for the Empire or the Dragon Clan's schemes, they needed to know. Who knew what else the Empire might have up its sleeve? "Well, it's getting late. I should head back," Isha said, rising from her chair and glancing between the couple, a sly smile dancing on her lips. "Or are the two of you planning a little asterisk overnight rendezvous here and heading home tomorrow?" "Oh, we don't need to do that, really." "Why not? The feel of home and a hotel are worlds apart, you know, Tilda." Rosvisser's cheeks flushed. She stole a glance at Odin and Morgan, who hadn't left yet, thankfully too engrossed in conversation to hear Isha's comments. "Stop it, sis, there's nothing like that going on." Isha just laughed, waving them off. Fine, don't forget to write me, little sister." Yes, I will." The red-haired beauty strutted out, her heels clicking on the floor as she left the council hall. Leon stood up, stretching his limbs. "Let's head home." "Okay." But as the couple turned to leave, they heard a voice behind them. "Wait a moment, you two." Turning back, they saw Odin and Morgan approaching. Leon's gaze flicked briefly over Morgan before settling on Odin. During the council, he'd had a brief moment of eye contact with the Thunder Dragon King, a look unlike any he'd shared with another dragon. Most dragons, no matter how much they tried to mask it, inevitably showed traces of bloodlust and violence in their gaze. Odin's eyes, however, held none of that. Instead, his dark blue dragon eyes were weary, calm, disciplined, yet radiating authority. As Odin stepped in front of Leon, the two stood close, locking eyes. Leon never lost his composure before a dragon, not even one as esteemed as Odin. Finally, Odin spoke. "Do you know why I supported your proposal during the council meeting?" Leon remained silent, and Odin continued without any further delay. "Because this meeting was just a ruse. That old fox Arl was simply looking to use this gathering as a pretext to seize the primordial force from Constantine. This isn't the first time they've done such things." Leon wasn't surprised. He cast a glance at Rosvisser, who looked equally unfazed. They had speculated as much on their way here. As Rosvisser had said, power always serves politics. But I understand the nature of the primordial force. I was part of the original expedition to the northern lands. Odin paused, looking at Rosvisser. "I'm a friend of Veronica." Rosvisser nodded slightly, offering no further response. "There was another reason. Though it wasn't the deciding factor, it did influence my decision." "And what was that reason?" Leon asked. "Like Claudia, I owe you a debt. You saved my daughter Yuna back at the ruins. For that, you have my sincere thanks." With a nod, Odin gave a formal bow, expressing his deep gratitude. "I owe you a favor, Mr. Cosmod, until we meet again." With that, Odin walked toward the exit. Morgan gave a lazy wave. "Odin already thanked you for me, so I'll skip the formalities. See you around, you two." As the two Dragon Kings departed, Leon scratched his nose. "The Thunder Dragon King owes me a favor." "That's not all. It's more than just a favor," Rosvisser said with a smile. "In the future, if you have any requests within his power, he'll likely do his best to fulfill them. But it's a one-time deal." "Of course, what did you think? You're not going to mooch off an old Dragon King for life, are you? How naive. Hey, what are you doing?" Before she could finish, Leon pulled her into his arms. "Living off an old Dragon King is one thing, but living off you for a lifetime, my dear wife, now that's an achievement." You're disgusting. Let go of me." She feigned a weak attempt to escape, wriggling her waist in protest. "I will, but on one condition." "What is it?" "Come on a date with me." 393. Vol 3ch, 92. The queen's heart skipped a beat, though she maintained a cool, indifferent expression on the surface. There was no way she'd let him see just how pleased she was about his invitation. Letting him know she was thrilled would only make his ego soar. And she wasn't about to let that happen. Before agreeing, Rossvisser made sure to clarify. "So, just to be clear, you asked *me on a date, right?" She emphasized, "you and me," clearly invested in who had the upper hand in this fake marriage. Leon shoved his hands in his pockets and nodded emphatically. Yes, it was all me." Rossvisser let out a satisfied little hum. "Good. That way, you can't go claiming later that I dragged you into this." Sure. In that case, let's get going. We can even grab some dinner." "All right." Rossvisser had originally thought the meeting on Constantine would last until tomorrow, which is why she'd told Anna they'd be home by the next evening. But thanks to Leon's last-minute proposal, which put the power-hungry Dragon Kings on edge, they'd wrapped up early. It also meant she'd get an evening with Leon to enjoy Sky City before heading home tomorrow. After leaving Twilight Tower, the two strolled side by side through Sky City's bustling streets. The evening breeze grew cool, so Leon shrugged off his coat and draped it over Rossvisser's shoulders. She wore a formal white suit, appropriate for the meeting but useless against the chill. Not that Dragon Kings could catch a cold, but it was still fitting for her fake husband to do such things. As she felt the warmth still lingering on the inner lining of his coat, her lips curved slightly. "Not bad. You're finally showing some thoughtfulness. I'm just preventing you from claiming I'm an unfit fake husband." To maintain his stubborn pride, it seemed he'd go so far as to defend his worth as a fake husband. She huffed softly, a mix of pride and grace lacing her usual cool tone. They continued walking, chatting about whatever came to mind. Oh, by the way, at the start of that meeting, there was a host who introduced himself as the servant of the Twilight Tower's master. Do you know who this master actually is? Leon's years fighting dragons and his education at the Dragon Slayer Academy had given him an extensive knowledge of dragon history, but he'd never heard of this Twilight Tower master. Someone powerful enough to create a neutral city like Sky City and gather the Dragon Kings had to be significant, after all. Neutrality requires strength. "I don't know too much," Rossvisser admitted. "The master is an extremely mysterious figure. It's said that Sky City was built by him personally, and that its creation predates even the Silver Dragon clan." Leon's eyes widened in surprise. That long ago? Then why would he go to the trouble of creating a neutral city for dragons to retire? She thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I'm not sure, but I remember hearing from the elders when I was young that the story behind Sky City runs much deeper than just being a neutral city. Regardless of the wars, disasters, or crises in dragon history, Sky City has maintained absolute neutrality. So it could just be a legend." She tapped the stone beneath her heel, the sound echoing crisply. "I quite like this city. Strolling through it with someone important, it has a relaxed charm." Rossvisser was usually so focused when discussing serious topics that she let her guard down and said more than intended. Leon raised an eyebrow. "Wait, what did you say?" "What? I said it's a neutral city with a lot of legends. Why?" "Not that part, the next sentence." I. She opened her mouth, but her mind quickly caught up, and she realized what she'd just blurted out. Fortunately, the Silver Dragons were famous for their speed. Surely a simple slip of the tongue couldn't defeat her. "I didn't say anything. You must have misheard." "No, you definitely said it," Leon insisted. "You said that walking with someone important feels relaxing." Her cheeks turned pink, and she instinctively clutched his coat's collar. "Even if I said that, what makes you think you're the one I consider important?" Leon took a step back and spread his hands. "Well, aside from me, do you see anyone else you know around here?" "Oh, forget it. I don't have time for this." She huffed, striding away in a mixture of irritation and embarrassment, her heels clicking sharply against the cobblestone as she walked. Leon followed, keeping a few steps behind, his shadow blending with hers under the streetlights. After dinner, they continued their leisurely stroll. "By the way, why did you want to stay for a date tonight?" she asked. While she was pleased about the date, she couldn't shake the feeling that Leon had some ulterior motive. Leon blinked, thinking that the real reason was hard to admit. With the girls home for summer, his days were spent training Noah in magic in the mornings and helping Moon and Aurora with their studies in the afternoons. He and Rosvisser barely had alone time except at the dinner table or when they retired to their room. Even though the assignments hadn't lessened, the physical interactions had remained purely surface level. He just wanted time alone with Rosvisser. No one else, no work, no worries about Constantine or the rest of the Dragon Kings. He just wanted to be here with the one who mattered most. And tonight in Sky City gave them a rare chance for just that. Back in reality, Leon shrugged, pretending to be casual. "I noticed you've been under a lot of stress lately, so I thought it'd be nice to get out and relax a bit." After a moment, he added, "Anna can handle the work and the girls are taken care of, so there's no rush to head back." The first half of his explanation didn't affect Rosvisser much, but the mention of their daughters reminded her. Since the girls had been on break, she and Leon hadn't had a moment's peace. They'd been constantly busy. The Queen connected the dots quickly. Her husband wanted some alone time. She gave him a faint smile. "All right then, let's relax a bit." She understood his true feelings, but didn't call him out. Partly to spare the pride of a stubborn man. And partly because she, too, wanted a bit of alone time with her husband. But with the night growing late, it was time to find a place to sleep. Neither of them was keen on wandering the streets until morning, so they headed to a nearby hotel. As they entered, Rosvisser remembered Isha's earlier comment back at the meeting. Home and a hotel have totally different feels, Tilda. That meddling red dragon asterisk, she fumed. She didn't even have experience in romance, yet here she was, spouting lines like a pro. Is that what they mean by those who can't teach? Rosvisser shook her head to clear her thoughts. It was just a hotel stay, nothing more. They approached the front desk. "Welcome, we have rooms with queen beds, water beds, and several themed suites. What type would you prefer?" the receptionist asked cheerfully. The moment they heard water beds and themed suites, both Leon and Rosvisser felt an uncomfortable twitch and instinctively swallowed. They exchanged a glance, then said in unison, "2 rooms." The receptionist blinked, momentarily thrown off. In her years of experience, she would have pegged them as a couple, or perhaps even a married couple with children. So why the 2 rooms? She watched as they shared another brief look, before quickly averting their eyes. Leon's internal monologue. "I've already crossed a line suggesting the date. If we stay in the same room, she'll think she's won this game. Not happening." Rosvisser's internal monologue. "2 rooms is my test to see if he'll go the extra mile. But if he wants 2 rooms as well, fine. No way am I letting him into mine." The receptionist scratched her head. All right, 2 rooms then, Hang on, I need to use the restroom," Leon interjected. "Certainly, it's just down the hall to the left." The recent meal might have disagreed with him, so clutching his stomach, Leon rushed toward the restroom. Watching his retreating figure, Rosvisser's silver eyes gleamed as she turned back to the receptionist. "Miss, can I make a special request?" "Of course, what is it?" "When he comes back, please tell him that only 1 room is available, a queen bed." The receptionist blinked, mildly perplexed. Rosvisser smirked. "You don't get it? That's fine. Marry a stubborn as dragon scales fake husband and you will." She said she didn't want him in her room. She never said she wouldn't go into his. Not long after, Leon returned to the front desk. Rosvisser shot the receptionist a discreet glance, who immediately caught on. "I'm very sorry, sir. We only have 1 queen room left," the receptionist said, throwing herself into her performance. Leon's eyes widened in exaggerated disappointment. "Only 1 room? Seriously?" Rosvisser feigned her own dismay. "What a pity." Leon sighed. "It's late now, other hotels might not have rooms either." Rosvisser nodded, Looks like we'll just have to settle for it." Together, they sighed melodramatically. Ah, what a shame. The receptionist stifled a laugh, muttering to herself, "A pair of true actors, these two." $394. Vol 3CH, 93. After checking in, the two headed upstairs and located their assigned room according to the number on the keycard. Before opening the door, both felt a touch of nervous anticipation. Although they'd convinced each other with their seamless and flawless acting that they were forced to share a room out of sheer necessity, they hadn't had time to discuss what kind of room the receptionist would actually give them. So, would it be an over-the-top S&M suite filled with props, or a cozy, romantic room with a rose-covered waterbed? Click. The key slid into the lock, turned gently, and the door opened. With a mix of tension and excitement, they stepped inside. What greeted them was a simple, tidy room with a large, round bed draped in a thin canopy, filled with a pleasant lavender fragrance. No strange props, no bathtubs filled with rose petals. Seeing this, Leon and Rossvisser both sighed in relief. Thank goodness, it looked like tonight would be a peaceful night. After all, they'd been married for 5 years, and flashy stuff like that didn't suit an old married couple like them. The same old married couple who regularly engaged in rounds of prisoner, teacher, or bunny waitress roleplay thought this. However, after the initial sigh of relief, a slight disappointment crept into their hearts. The craving for the forbidden and thrilling, truly a basic instinct for any creature. Leon stepped into the room and pulled the curtains closed, shutting out the moonlight and city noise. The lighting in the room was a warm amber, soft and relaxing. Rossvisser opened the frosted glass bathroom door and peeked inside. Satisfied with the setup, she asked from the doorway, "Are you going first or should I?" "Ladies first." The queen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, playing the gentleman now." Leon rubbed his nose, thumping his chest proudly with a thumbs up. "Of course, didn't you see me at the front desk just now? I was being a complete gentleman, not trying to take advantage of you by insisting on 2 rooms. But alas, only 1 room was left," sighed Tilda. Rossvisser snorted, thinking the nerve of this guy, putting on such a show. "If I weren't smart and considerate, you'd never even have a chance of sharing a hotel room with me." "Oh yes, such a pity the hotel didn't let you flaunt your gentlemanly spirit," she replied in a faux regretful tone. Leon smirked, thinking, little dragon, so easy to fool. Just a little act and I've got you right where I want you. They continued their banter, each not giving an inch in their performance. After a few more exchanges, Rossvisser finally released her grip on the bathroom door. "You go first. I need to review the points from today's meeting." Leon nodded. "All right." With that, he went into the bathroom. Once she heard the sound of running water, Rossvisser moved to the wardrobe and pulled out a white bathrobe, slipping it on. Removing her dress and heels, she immediately felt a lot more comfortable. She then sat down at the wooden desk, grabbed a pen and some paper, and began recalling the details from her private meeting earlier that day. It was a habit of hers as a workaholic. No matter how good her memory was, she preferred writing things down. As they say, even the faintest ink is better than the best memory. About half an hour later, the sound of water stopped. Leon emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist, his chiseled, inverted triangle torso still glistening with droplets that slowly trickled down his muscles. Rossvisser gave him a casual glance before looking away. Then another glance before looking away again. Then yet again, sneaking another glance and quickly averting her eyes. And once more. "If you want to look, just look. Sneaking peeks like a thief is just silly," Leon said, drying his hair with a towel, fully confident in showing off his physique in front of Her Majesty. Rossvisser's cheeks reddened. "Who's looking? I've seen it more times than I can count. I'm not interested." With that, she quickly stood up, her head low, eyes downcast, and shuffled hurriedly to the bathroom. Leon smiled softly, opting not to tease her further. He moved over to the bed and noticed a few magazines and books on the nearby shelf. He picked one up at random and flipped through it. mostly celebrity gossip and romance novels, not exactly must-read material. In fact, there was probably no gossip in this world more sensational than the tale of Leon and Rosvisser's legendary human-dragon romance. As for romance novels, Leon read a few pages, smacking his lips as he mentally compared it to his and Rosvisser's everyday life, then concluded, "This isn't even close to sweet." Nothing could beat the drama between him and his dragon queen. Setting the book back, his gaze shifted to the nightstand. Besides a few complimentary hotel beverages, there were some unfamiliar items. Leon picked up a small brown bottle and shook it. From the sound, it seemed to be some kind of liquid. He turned the bottle around and found the product description. Silky smooth, never greasy, Durex Ultra Smooth Edition. He read it out loud and noticed a line in the fine print. Note edible. Edible. Oh. After a moment's pause, Leon realized what it was for. Even though they'd been married 5 years, they didn't stay in hotels often, so he hadn't realized that this sort of thing was a staple in every hotel room. Just then, Rosvisser finished her shower. The glass door opened, and a smooth, slender leg slowly stepped out, a small, delicate foot landing on the carpet. Her skin was so soft that the water droplets slid right off her calf, unable to cling to her. Her silver hair clung to her cheeks and shoulders, and with her makeup removed, Her Majesty's face was flawless and breathtakingly beautiful. Her long eyelashes were still damp, fluttering as she blinked, giving her an adorable, almost innocent look. Her bathrobe was loosely tied, exposing her swan-like neck, her collarbone, and a tantalizing hint of cleavage. And there, etched in silver-white scales, was her dragon mark. Leon gave her a casual glance before looking away. Then another glance before looking away again. Then, yet again, sneaking another glance and quickly averting his eyes. And once more. "If you want to look, just look. Don't act like a thief." Rosvisser repeated his words from half an hour earlier, throwing them back at him verbatim. Leon pouted. "Who's acting like a thief? I'm just appreciating okay." Rosvisser raised a brow, gracefully settling beside him on the bed. "So you gentlemen call it appreciation when you keep sneaking glances." "Correction, looking at my own wife isn't sneaking glances." "Correction, it's a asterisk fake wife." "A fake wife is still a wife." "HMPH, she chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Whatever you say." As she finished speaking, she noticed the item in his hand and asked, "What's that?" A couple's heat enhancer." "A couple's heat enhancer." Rosvisser took it, glancing over the label herself, quickly realizing its purpose. Ah yes, quite the warming tool indeed. While they did have a variety of homework routines, they rarely used such items. "What else is there?" she asked. With newfound interest, they began examining the other couple's accessories. Experience the thrill of breathlessness, like a python coiling tight, Durex restraint collar, giving your partner a new thrill. This one, Durex Dragon Mint, straight to the heavens, unlike anything else. Leon blinked. Dragon Mint, what's that? Ever heard of catnip? Of course, cats get all snuggly after they sniff it. Well, Dragon Mint has a similar effect on dragons in a relaxed state. Leon's mischievous side stirred as he shook the Dragon Mint bottle. "So, how about we try?" Declined, Rosvisser immediately made an X with her hands. No way was she going to let herself turn into some soft little pet around Leon. She was a queen, a proud dragon. "Let's see the rest," she said, gesturing toward the other products. Leon picked up another one. Durex Ultra Stamina Kit. Endless power, infinite energy, effect comparable to Dragon Force. "This is perfect," Rosvisser's eyes lit up. "Leon, your stamina has been slipping. This suits you perfectly." Leon shot her a look. "What do you mean slipping? Every time we finish our homework, it's till dawn, and besides, I can train Dragon Force myself, no need for this stuff." He placed the stamina kit back. Rosvisser chuckled. With till dawn on her mind, she glanced at the wall clock, noticing it was nearly midnight. "Let's go to sleep, it's been a long day." "Oh." As they moved, they both noticed the sofa across from the bed. It was just the right size for an adult to sleep on. By all accounts, gentlemanly General Leon should have volunteered to take the sofa. And Her Majesty, who wasn't one to be close to men, should have commanded her captive to sleep on it. But the next second, they both completely ignored the sofa as if it didn't exist. What sofa? There's only one bed in this room. Sai once again forced to share the bed with their fake wife husband. They climbed into bed, pulling the covers up, lying back to back. A good stretch of empty space separated them. Good night. Good night. 10 minutes later. Leon. Yes. My back's itchy, can you take a look? They didn't actually need an excuse for homework. Some couples just enjoy the thrill of finding one. $395. Vol 3ch, 94. The dim purple glow of Rosvisser's dragon mark blended with the warm amber light from the crystal chandelier above. Behind the translucent bed canopy, two bodies intertwined in an intimate embrace. Rosvisser's silver tail coiled around Leon's body like a graceful, cunning serpent, winding and tightening, drawing him in with an undeniable allure. Isha had been right. There truly was something different about being in a hotel compared to home. In this quiet, secluded environment, there was no need to worry about disturbing anyone. No matter how wild things got, there would be no interruptions. The unfamiliar setting heightened their senses, adding a layer of tension and making every touch and response more vivid and thrilling. Rosvisser lay on her stomach, a pillow propped beneath her chest, her breath hitching at the tingling sensation as Leon's lips trailed down to her lower back. Her silver eyes, glazed with desire, reflected the shimmering waves of her dragon mark as they pulsed in harmony with her heartbeat. Leon, you bastard. After years of marriage, they were intimately familiar with each other's most sensitive spots. Her lower back was one of those places that made Rosvisser's strength melt away, her will faltering under his touch. Just a simple caress there, and she was rendered utterly defenseless, her regal demeanor replaced with helpless surrender. She called him a bastard, but in truth, she ached for him to continue. Women can be such contradictions, and in the bedroom, even more so. Leon's knee pinned down her tail, leaving only the very tip twitching defiantly, though it was a futile resistance. He reached out, letting his fingers glide over the dragon mark at the small of her back. With each press of his fingers, the glow of her mark grew brighter. Tell me, Your Majesty, how much magic have you stored up? Idiot, of course, it's all full. All full. Obviously. This jerk talking about magic storage when they were in the middle of something so intense. Still, in her foggy consciousness, Rosvisser managed a response. We planned this from the start, so of course, I stored all my magic. No, my queen, I think. He leaned closer, pressing his body against her soft back, his breath warm against her ear. You're not full enough yet. Realizing his implication, Rosvisser's eyes widened slightly, her breath catching. What are you? Hey, don't you jerk. Well then, Your Majesty, let me help you top it off. Rosvisser gripped the edge of the pillow, her face flushed as she gritted her teeth. Always with the dramatic teasing lines, can't you just, hey, stop. A roar of the Dragon Queen was all she managed before her words were swallowed up by the intensity of the moment. Not that she minded, in fact, she preferred it this way. Without a bit of roughness, she would have felt something was missing. In short, it wouldn't have been nearly as satisfying. With a hand on her nape, Leon looked down at her, taking in the sight of her flushed face. Melkve, tell me you want it a little rougher. No, I won't say it. Wanting it but refusing to admit it, that was Her Majesty for you. Say it or we'll stop right here. HMPH, stop if you want, I don't care. Rosvisser, come on, I want to hear the truth. You want me to go a bit harder, don't you, you naughty little dragon? Physical force was one thing, verbal jabs were another. Were it not for this moment, even 100 versions of Leon wouldn't dare call Rosvisser a naughty little dragon. Yet in their marital exercises, playful names like Naughty Dragon, Useless Captive, and Fallen Queen had become part of the charm. In essence, *anything can be seductive *. A lesson from the shameless married life of a certain Silver Dragon couple asterisk. Boring, absolutely boring, she quipped. Though backed up to the edge of the bed with nowhere left to retreat, the Silver Dragon Queen's words were as unyielding as ever. That's all you've got, Leon. Are you even up for this? Caught off guard by her comment, Leon froze. What do you mean, am I up for it? Don't you know the answer? Slowly, Rosvisser turned to him, wrapping her long, slender arms around his neck, her gaze sultry, lips curving into a smirk. Think again about what I said, you fool. What else could up for it mean? It's clearly doubting me, isn't it? Taking advantage of his momentary pause, Rosvisser eased herself up, looking into his deep, dark eyes. After a brief stare, her gaze trailed downward, then back up to meet his. The look in her eyes held a suggestive weight. Need me to spell it out, my little lion? Leon's eyes flickered. All the way. All the way. Ding. Oh, tilde, so that's what she meant. HMPH, you asked for it yourself. I was only using a third of my strength just now. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. Oh, my dear, so you're actually measuring things down to a third? You've calculated that precisely. It's not calculated, it's measured. That really was only a third. After a moment, she understood his meaning. Apparently, she wasn't the only one with a mind in the gutter. It was true what they said, sharing a bed breeds shared thoughts. All right, show me what you're truly made of. With a smirk, Rosvisser traced her thumb along his cheek. Now go on, let me see, my full-powered little lion, ah. Of course, this jerk loved launching surprise attacks whenever she was mid-sentence. And so, what began as playful teasing quickly turned into another intense round. At the height of passion, neither of them cared about thirds or anything else. As Rosvisser had thought, satisfaction was all that mattered. The bed trembled, lights flickered. Where their shadows overlapped, only whispers of their shared passion remained. In the early hours, the couple lay entwined, savoring the warmth and softness of each other. Rosvisser's tail drooped loosely along the edge of the bed. Nestled in Leon's embrace, her silver eyelashes fluttered as she closed her eyes, a rosy blush still gracing her cheeks, her expression a picture of exhaustion. They held each other in silence, as they had come to do. This quiet time was their moment to let the residual embarrassment slip away. Why embarrassment? Despite having lived together for 5 years, they still felt a lingering sense of taboo in their hearts about their interspecies bond. Though, admittedly, the forbidden nature of it added a little spice to their married life. At times like this, they held one another close, without any banter or prideful pretense, just feeling each other's breath and heartbeat. After a long while, Leon gently brushed aside her bangs and placed a light kiss on her forehead. You did great. She didn't respond, only burrowed closer, her arms tightening around him a little more. (396) Vol 3CH 95. It was nearing noon the next day when they finally checked out. Unlike their maintaining distance stance from the night before, by the time they were checking out, Leon and Rosvisser were close enough to be inseparable. Leon had his arm around her slender waist, and Rosvisser leaned against him like a delicate bird nestling beside her mate. Who could tell that just last night they'd both insisted on separate rooms? To a stranger, it might have looked like they were there for a divorce. The receptionist from last night was still on duty, her eyes widening slightly as she observed the refreshed couple. With her years of experience, she could tell they'd had quite a passionate night. The fact that it was already almost noon suggested either they'd indulged until late, or they'd had another round in the morning. The receptionist quickly shook her head, stopping herself from speculating on their private life. Normally, she wasn't like this. Having worked at the hotel front desk for so long, she'd seen all kinds of couples. But something about this particular pair was strange, unique even. And yet, beneath that strangeness, there was an unmistakable sense of deep love and affection between them. Your checkout process is complete. We look forward to your next stay, she said politely. Rosvisser nodded and followed Leon out of the hotel lobby. Once on the bustling street, they dropped their intimate pose and held hands more casually. After an intense night together, they often dropped their usual guard, acting more like a true married couple, sharing gentle moments like hugging, holding hands, and small talk. Indeed, regular bonding helps keep postmarital passion alive. Turns out this saying wasn't wrong at all. So, are we heading home or? Let's grab something to eat first. Truth be told, Rosvisser's legs were still feeling a bit weak. Leon had gone all out last night. Well, actually, he always did, which had left her in need of some extra energy. She thought, a bit nostalgic for the days when she'd been the one to drain the life out of a certain top dragon slayer. Now here she was, turned into his cream puff. Shaking her head, Rosvisser dismissed these wandering thoughts. After turning a few corners, they arrived at the food street. Both suffered from a bit of decision paralysis. With so many enticing options on display, they didn't know which one to choose. I don't know where to go, Rosvisser murmured. Leon scratched his head. How about I pick at random? I don't like chicken, she said, misinterpreting him. No, I meant pick at random like. He raised his hand and pointed at various restaurants while muttering, eeny, meeny, miny, moe, okay, this one. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow, so childish. But cute. Hee. What? You think I was charmed? Don't be absurd. Cute is practically an insult among dragons. All right, let's go with this one. However, just as they were about to step inside, someone blocked their path. Looking up, they saw a somewhat familiar face. Leon sized him up, then recognized him. Aren't you the one from yesterday's meeting at the Twilight Tower? The man wore a perfectly tailored suit, his hair neatly styled, hands gloved in white, shoes polished to a mirror shine, either a doorman or a high-ranking attendant. The man bowed slightly and introduced himself as a servant of the Twilight Tower's master. Yes, that's right, it's a pleasure to meet you again. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance before shaking their heads slightly. Neither of them understood why the Twilight Tower servant would seek them out after the Dragon King's meeting. What's this about? Rosvisser asked coolly. My master requests the honor of your company for lunch, if you have the time. Lunch with the Twilight Tower's master. Could this be a trap? After all, during the meeting, several Dragon Kings, led by Alrez, had suggested eliminating Constantine under the guise of maintaining stability within the dragon clans, hoping to seize his primordial power for themselves. As Thunder Dragon King Odin had hinted, those Dragon Kings were no strangers to such schemes. Since the Twilight Tower's master had organized the meeting, it was likely he was involved as well. Leon looked at Rosvisser. It was clear she was considering this possibility too. With a quick exchange of glances, they began a silent, internal conversation. Leon, what do you think? Should we go? Rosvisser, if this is indeed about Constantine, I think it's worth going. Primordial power isn't something to take lightly. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences could be dire. After the meeting, Leon had shared his thoughts on Constantine with Rosvisser. Cruel, talkative, vengeful, and violent. But principled, he didn't harm children or involve innocent parties. Even Noah, to Constantine, had no role in his revenge against Leon. So, if Constantine held the primordial power, he'd likely only turn it against Leon and the Empire. But if someone else took it, who knew where it might end up? The former was something Leon could manage. The latter, he had no such confidence. So, if the Twilight Tower's master wanted to discuss this matter, it was worth their time. All right, lead the way. This way, please, the attendant gestured, then led them away from the bustling food street. After about half an hour, they arrived at a charming, standalone villa. This is as far as I go. My master awaits inside. Understood. The couple entered the villa. They had expected an extravagant and luxurious interior, but to their surprise, the spacious room held only a single dining table. Amidst the large, empty space, the lone table placed dead center gave the room an odd, almost unsettling feel. It was as if the entire villa had been built solely for this meal. At the far end of the table sat a middle-aged man. He carried himself with a calm and dignified air. Seeing Leon and Rosvisser, he stood up and greeted them. Thank you for coming. Please have a seat. 2 chairs were placed on the opposite side, clearly set out for them. Leon and Rosvisser took their seats, and Leon leaned over, asking softly, "You're the Twilight Tower's master." "Yes, I am Mr. Cosmod." The master merely confirmed his identity without further introduction, which made Leon and Rosvisser feel slightly at a disadvantage. Not that it was unexpected. After all, the Twilight Tower's master, the founder of Sky City, was famously mysterious. "Let's enjoy the meal first," he offered with a friendly smile. However, neither Leon nor Rosvisser so much as glanced at the sumptuous dishes on the table. "If there's something you want to discuss, let's be straightforward about it," Leon said bluntly, wanting to seize control of the conversation. The master looked slightly surprised, then chuckled, shaking his head. "Direct, just as people describe you, Prince of Silver Dragons." "People?" Leon scoffed, leaning back slightly. "So many people keep tabs on me." "Let's not sour the mood, Mr. Cosmod." The master loosened the scarf around his neck, setting it on the table, entering a more serious tone. "I asked you both here to discuss the events of yesterday's Dragon King's meeting." Just as they'd suspected, he was here to talk about the meeting. With that confirmation, Leon and Rosvisser now had a better sense of how to respond. "What does the master wish to discuss?" Rosvisser asked. "I understand that, Mr. Cosmod, your proposal concerning Constantine was supported by Odin and most others, leading to a consensus for action, correct?" "That's right." The master's choice to separate Odin from most others indicated his understanding of Odin's unique status among the Dragon Kings. Leon noted this, but decided to let the master proceed. "Normally, Mr. Cosmod, the final decision on actions has always been made by the Mountain Sea Dragon King, Alrez," the master said. Alrez, the very Dragon King, advocating for seizing the primordial power. "Is the master suggesting we negotiate privately to support Alrez's plan?" Leon asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. He saw the fox's tail poking out, and he didn't intend to play coy any longer. But the master shook his head, surprising Leon with his reply. "I don't care if Alrez's plan is carried out or not. He's exploited the Dragon King's meetings for personal gain before, and I've never interfered. The Twilight Tower remains strictly neutral, merely providing a forum for the Dragon Kings to discuss matters. Whatever actions follow, and whatever results they bring, those are for the Dragon Kings to bear. As a result, the fractured dragon clans have only grown more unstable over the centuries. Though, who really cares?" The master's tone turned slightly sardonic as he continued. "Everyone has always lived for themselves." Leon's thoughts shifted, so he's not aligned with Alrez. Still, he decided to probe further. "Self-preservation is an age-old truth. That's hardly new, master." "Indeed, self-preservation is one thing, but when it begins to affect others or when others bear the consequences, that is a different story. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Cosmod?" Leon's brows relaxed slightly. "Not bad, he's someone we can work with." "Master, since you've opposed Alrez's methods, as the powerful founder of Sky City, why tolerate or even condone him?" Rosvisser asked. "We dragons need a neutral force like Sky City, a middle ground where we can talk without resorting to violence. Or perhaps we need order." The master explained, "If I take sides, the balance is broken. At that point, more Dragon Kings might incite conflict, creating an even worse situation." It made sense. If those in power couldn't be satisfied, those below would receive even less. For Sky City, neutrality was non-negotiable. It was a steadfast equilibrium, tilting toward no side. After all that talk, the master had voiced his frustration with Alrez's conduct. So, was he hoping for Leon's help? That didn't quite align with his strict neutrality, though. "So, master, I doubt you asked us here just to say this." "No, Mr. Cosmod, I invited you here with a request." "A request?" "Odin rarely attends the meetings, and this was your first time, yet despite that, you managed to prevent an internal dragon war by standing up to Alrez. Odin's influence is well known. Many vote in line with him. And you, Mr. Cosmod, are the opposite of Alrez. The meetings need someone like you to counterbalance Alrez. Only then can the dragon clans sustain themselves over time. So, my request is that you attend future meetings whenever possible. So it was to counterbalance Aurez. It didn't violate the master's neutrality, after all. Why don't you just ask Odin? You yourself said he has sway over the others. The master shook his head. I spoke with Odin last night, but he said he only attended to express his gratitude to you. Odin's exact words were, I find that kid interesting. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't attend such boring meetings. So, Mr. Cosmod, I must turn to you. Without you, Odin won't attend. Leon. So now he was a prized asset for the dragons. Once upon a time, slaying a big shot like Odin would have granted him a lifetime of riches. But times have changed, Leon thought. Now he had to sit alongside this big shot, balancing the scales against Aurez, who hoarded every coin. So, Mr. Cosmod, what's your answer? Leon stood up. I'll need to discuss it with my wife. You'll have your answer at the next meeting, Master. The Master's gaze flickered, and he nodded. Very well, Mr. Cosmod. Then we'll be on our way. Thank you for the lunch. Even though neither of them had touched a bite, they still expressed their gratitude. As he watched the Silver Dragon couple leave, the Master's polite smile faded, replaced by a cold, contemplative expression. Just then, his servant entered, bowing respectfully. Master, how did it go? The Master narrowed his eyes, looking toward where Leon had disappeared. As Odin said, he's an interesting fellow. But interesting won't be enough, will it? Considering he held his ground against Constantine in the northern ruins, even after Constantine gained primordial power, his strength must be formidable. The Master recalled, and, for the past few years, every time the Silver Dragon clan faced incursions from their kin, Leon Cosmod single-handedly resolved it. That alone shows he's at least preliminarily qualified. The servant pondered for a moment, then asked, But Master, Leon Cosmod's background is unclear. My investigation shows he practically appeared out of thin air among the Silver Dragons, eventually marrying the Silver Dragon Queen. Could someone like him really be the one foretold? Who knows? The Master lowered his gaze to the floor, feeling the steady pulse of Sky City beneath him, and closed his eyes. Balance, neutrality, order. These ideals are too abstract for most dragons. If not for the prophecy and the ultimate fear, I wouldn't have kept Sky City and the Twilight Tower standing all these years. Let's hope that hot-blooded soul, Leon Cosmod, is the one foretold in the prophecy. (397) Vol 3ch, 96. It's an ancient prophecy, the voice of the primordial dragon king echoed. About 10,000 years ago, right after I quelled the dragon clan's civil war, a dragon priest made this prophecy. He recited, the words of the priest were, when the sky falls and the universe collapses, the end of all things and the fear of all beings will once again descend upon this land. Only the one who holds the power of thunder shall reverse fate and save all from annihilation. The dragons of ancient times believed deeply in prophecies and foretelling dreams. Even though most of them rarely turned out to be accurate, whenever one or two did hit the mark, they gained a strong following. When people asked the priest how he could foresee such a world-shattering event, the priest simply said he saw the future of the dragons and all species on the Samal continent through the whales of fate. You know how it is with priests or prophets, they always sound cryptic. If you were to use modern slang, I guess you'd call them riddlers. Regardless, the ancient prophecies did hold a level of credibility. And this prophecy about the fear of all beings likely aligns with the ultimate terror I'm trying to prevent. So, even I can't entirely ignore this apocalyptic prophecy. In the dimly lit waterway, Noah leaned against the wall, silently listening to the ancestral dragon recounting an ancient tale. Since the primordial dragon king had revealed her presence to Noah, she'd not only borrowed Noah's body occasionally for fresh air, but also told her stories and knowledge rarely found in any textbook, especially historical details. After all, what could beat the first-hand stories from a living fossil like the primordial dragon king? Noah, always eager for knowledge, especially history, absorbed every word. Understanding history meant grasping the true nature of this world. After hearing the tale, Noah pondered briefly and then asked, "So, the prophecy mentions this person who wields thunder as the world's savior." Indeed, later generations called this figure the Child of Thunder as a nickname. And has this Child of Thunder appeared yet? Up until I sealed myself away, the one foretold as the Child of Thunder had not yet appeared, the ancestor replied, lounging comfortably in front of Noah, her inverted dragon eyes reflecting the young girl's image. And, of course, the end of the world hasn't come either. According to the priest, the Child of Thunder should only appear when the catastrophe itself begins. Only at that moment of ultimate terror can they truly become the Child of Thunder from the prophecy. Noah nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "But earlier you mentioned that even you couldn't ignore this prophecy. What did you mean by that?" "I mean that, when I chose you as my host back at my ruins, it wasn't only because Constantine was a crazy dragon and unfit for the role, but also because your lightning magic truly caught my eye." It was rare for the ancestor to praise Noah, and while Noah wasn't the type to seek validation, the compliment, "Your lightning magic impressed me," felt genuine. At just 5 years old, you could wield such intense lightning magic, even using it to defeat the titan guarding the ruins. Remarkable. The ancestor spoke slowly. "That's why I think you might actually become the Child of Thunder from the prophecy." Noah blinked, processing the statement. Although she felt a slight ripple of emotion, she wasn't one to believe much in destiny or coincidence. She waved her arm dismissively. "If that's the case, your task of saving the world would be way too easy." After a pause, Noah added, "Besides, as you said, only when the catastrophe arrives will the Child of Thunder appear." Ah, who knows? Prophecies are only references after all. True, when you put it that way, it makes sense. So, kid, do you want to be the savior Child of Thunder? I can help you, just hand over control of your body, Tilda. "If you were a creepy old man, I'd have already told my dad," Noah retorted coldly. "So, as a nagging old auntie, could you maybe stop saying you want to take over my body?" Though they still exchanged barbed words, their relationship had noticeably softened since they first met. Back then, Noah outright called her the old relic. Now, Auntie was practically affectionate for someone constantly eyeing control of her body. "Well, it's not my fault you only give me 2 hours of use per day," the ancestor protested, raising her dragon head. 2 hours only lets me gather a smidgen of primordial energy. At this rate, when will I ever regain full power? Take as long as you like. Keep complaining, and I'll reduce your usage time to 1 hour. To live under someone else's roof, there's just no recourse. The ancestor quietly settled back down, releasing a resigned dragon sigh. But she was well aware that Noah's attitude toward her had softened considerably. This little girl wasn't as prickly as she seemed. She saw their interactions as a kind of duel or negotiation. Noah's father had taught her well, giving her a good grasp of these games of wits. And Noah put those lessons to practical use here, treating their talks about body control as a bargaining table. As for other matters, the ancestor could sense that Noah, as the Silver Dragon Princess, was a thoughtful child. When she couldn't control Noah's body, the ancestor stayed in her consciousness, sharing her experiences. She'd seen Noah's research on ancient dragon clan wars and understood just how awe-inspiring the primordial dragon king's achievements were. As a kid who admired heroes and longed to grow stronger, Noah couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence for this ancestor. Only that respect was usually confined to her thoughts. Out loud it became, "Hey, old auntie, stop thinking about my body." After all, Noah was determined not to lose on this negotiation table. Back to the previous topic, the ancestor continued, "Such incredible lightning magic, was it all taught by your father?" Noah nodded. "Dad started teaching me when I was 2. You're only 5 now, and you've mastered such intricate lightning magic in just 3 years. Yet you claim you're not the Child of Thunder." The old relic had clearly picked up on modern humor. Noah merely smirked dryly, forcing a smile. "Just because I know lightning magic doesn't mean I'm the Child of Thunder. If that were the case, the Samel continent would have a whole army of them." The ancestor chuckled before replying with a playful seriousness. "Ah, but you're no ordinary lightning magic user. Noah blinked in curiosity. So, what am I then? You're a lightning magic user possessed by me. This old relic again. As if having you inside me is some grand honor. Is it going to get me full marks at the academy or something? Noah huffed, crossing her arms, and ignored her, striding away down the waterway. Leaving already, the ancestor called after her. Noah didn't turn back. My sister's back, no time to entertain you. Her small figure gradually disappeared into the dark gold depths, the ripples on the water slowly fading. The ancestor watched her go, her dragon eyes softening as she muttered to herself. Will it be you, Noah? $398. Vol 3CH, 97. The bedroom door creaked open, and a set of quiet, sneaky footsteps made their way inside. After a moment, a tuft of pink hair cautiously poked through the doorway, revealing a pair of big, curious eyes scanning the room. Noah slowly drifted out of her consciousness space, opened her eyes, and turned toward the door. Aurora, what are you doing? Seeing her older sister notice her, Aurora stepped fully into the room, her face breaking into a mischievous grin. Good morning, big sis. What are you doing? She ignored Noah's question entirely, expertly steering the conversation her way. Reading. It wasn't like she could admit she was actually in a history lesson with a dragon relic from thousands of years ago. Aurora's gaze shifted to the book on Noah's desk. Sure enough, a book lay open, but the pages hadn't been touched, lying there flat without a single turn. Aurora knew that this book had been on her sister's desk for at least a week. Given Noah's usual reading speed, she would have finished a book of that size in 3 days at most. So, reading, just a cover. Clearly, her big sister was up to something else, and Aurora had a pretty good idea of what it was. Where Moon? Noah asked. Oh, second sis is in the backyard with Dad. Noah nodded and turned her attention back to her reading, leaving further questions alone. But she didn't realize that her oversight, leaving a finished book out as a prop, was exactly what Aurora had been waiting for. Pretending to read, Noah only half noticed when Aurora pushed a chair taller than herself over to Noah's side. Using hands and feet, she scrambled up and sat beside her sister. What are you doing, Aurora? I'm studying with you, of course. You gave me all those books for next semester, didn't you? I thought I'd get a head start. Oh, okay. Without much thought, Noah continued pretending to read. Aurora opened one of her books and flipped through it, but her pink eyes kept darting up at Noah, watching closely. When she judged the time right, Aurora let her book fall to the floor with a loud asterisk thud, and she herself toppled from the chair dramatically, limbs flailing. Noah quickly rushed to her sister's side, steadying her. Are you okay, Aurora? Did you hurt yourself? But Aurora slumped against her, wincing and clutching her head, her face twisted in pain. It hurts so much pain. Where does it hurt? Did you hit your head? No, stop, don't come out. Noah froze, confused by the strange response. What don't come out? Aurora. Big sis, you need to leave. I can't hold her back. My other self, she's coming out. Hi. She's coming out, she's coming out. Aurora's legs gave a few dramatic kicks, her tail twitching, before she fainted in Noah's arms. Alarmed, Noah shook her gently. Hey, Aurora, don't scare me. I'll take you two. Before she could finish, Aurora sprang up, leaping out of Noah's arms in one agile flip. The little pink-haired girl now stood before her, hands on her hips, a look of triumph plastered across her face. Noah was baffled. What was this all about? Did she lose a dare or something? Or Aurora, Noah ventured, her voice cautious. I am not Aurora. That soft-hearted girl has gone to sleep, and this body is mine now. This sounded very familiar. Wait, don't tell me. Do you have a legendary dragon hero in your head too? Enough with the nonsense, Aurora. Who's talking nonsense? With a self-important look, Aurora struck a pose, lifting her little arm and flexing a non-existent bicep. I am Aurora's hidden personality. Unlike her soft side, I am strong, brimming with asterisk power. This bizarre performance didn't faze Noah. She kept a straight face, placing a hand on Aurora's forehead. No fever, so why are you talking such nonsense? Aurora shook her head, batting Noah's hand away. I already told you, I'm Aurora's hidden personality. Aren't you impressed? Noah crossed her arms, giving nothing away. Oh, then what's your name? Aurora blinked, thrown off. What name? You said you're different from gentle Aurora, didn't you? So you must have a name of your own, right? What? Don't tell me you don't have one. Who says that? Of course I have a name. It's Hikaru. Yes, Hikaru. Oh, so you do have a name, Noah replied coolly. And what about you? Noah raised an eyebrow. What about me? Quit pretending. If everyone has a hidden personality, then surely I can sense yours, Noah K. Melkve. Bring her out and let's chat. For real? If Aurora hadn't bonked her head just now, then this must be some kind of bizarre outburst. But she wasn't even old enough for this kind of thing, was she? Mom always said that only people like Dad were prone to that sort of dramatic flair at any age. So let's see, Noah got Dad's competitiveness, Moon got his talent, and Aurora got his melodrama. I don't have a second personality, Aurora. Now stop messing around. Noah kept her tone steady. She was pretty sure Aurora was just putting on an act, nothing more. I'm not messing around. Come on, let your alter ego come out. I'm excited to meet my new friend. Noah sighed, now she understood. This wasn't some random outburst. Aurora was still hung up on that ghost hunt incident from a few days ago. Noah should have known. Her other sister was an airhead, but this little sister, not so easy to fool. She couldn't just tell her the truth, either. If she did, the ancestor would never stop nagging her about it. So, Noah suddenly got an idea. You've seen through it, so I guess I can't hide it any longer, Noah said with utmost seriousness. Aurora's eyes lit up. It worked, she'd finally gotten her sister to admit it. Suppressing her excitement, she tried to keep her tone casual. Good, so what's her name? Noah. No, I'm not asking for your asterisk name. I'm asking for your second personality's name. Noah. No, not your name. I mean your second personality's name. Noah shrugged, believe it or not. I'm telling you the truth, it's your fault if you don't believe it. Aurora was about to lose her cool. Why had her sister stopped following the script as soon as things were going well? As she looked at her sister's expression, a perfect replica of their mother's icy look, Aurora began to realize that her tactic wouldn't work this time. Noah had probably just been humoring her. With a quiet sigh, Aurora resigned herself. Today's plan was a bust. It seems our time together has been so short. I must say goodbye to this free world. She placed a hand to her forehead, putting on a theatrical display of sorrow. Noah said nothing, watching her sister's dramatics with a raised eyebrow. The world shall fall to darkness without me. Farewell, my friend. With that, Aurora flopped backward, dramatically, passing out onto the floor. A few seconds later, she slowly opened her eyes, scratching her messy hair as she sat up, looking around in confusion until her gaze met Noah's. Big sis, what happened? Noah smirked, nothing much. Oh, then, if there's nothing wrong, I'll go play in the backyard with second sis. Just as she tried to slip away, Noah called out. Wait. Yes, big sis. Noah's eyes glinted. Actually, you just awakened a second personality. Aurora blinked, feigning innocence. Oh, what's that? I'm not exactly sure, Noah said, walking over and taking her sister's hand. But your second personality seemed really scary. It might even be some sort of illness. Let's go tell Mom, maybe she can help. Tell Mom? No way, absolutely not. The whole point of this act had been to draw out the ghost, not to get herself in trouble. Aurora dug her heels in, even her little tail standing stiffly in resistance. No, big sis, we can't tell Mom. But your second personality was really scary. If it goes on for too long, I'm afraid it might affect your mind. Actually, I was just pretending. Aurora could tell Noah wasn't kidding. Reluctantly, she confessed. Pretending? That looked way too realistic for acting, Aurora. This is for your own good, let's go. No, please, big sis. If Mom finds out, she'll think I'm a weird kid. Seeing her little sister finally looking panicked, Noah smiled and let go of her hand. Will you keep scaring me with all this second personality nonsense? Aurora shook her head vigorously. I won't, I woe. Good, then go on and play. Thank you, big sis, for your mercy. Aurora bolted out of the room, her footsteps fading into the hallway. Noah chuckled under her breath. Gotcha, you little rascal. Even though she'd managed to fool Aurora this time, she knew her little sister wouldn't give up so easily. What kind of scheme would she come up with next? $399. Vol 3CH, 98. The plan from the Dragon Kings meeting half a month ago, the one where everyone voted on how to deal with Constantine, has already been set in motion. Each clan has sent people to station near the Red Flame Dragon clan's territory to keep an eye on him around the clock. I'm thinking of sending Sherry. What do you think? After dinner, Leon and Rosvisser strolled side by side along the training track in their backyard, the soft sunset casting a golden glow over their steps. In the background, their daughter's laughter filled the air. Leon walked with his hands casually in his pockets, but his serious expression betrayed the deep thoughts running through his mind. That'll work, Leon nodded, but I have a request. What is it? I want to go along. Rosvisser stopped in her tracks, her brows furrowing slightly. You want to go? What for? There are certain things I want to ask Constantine face to face. Rosvisser could tell from his tone that Leon wasn't joking, nor was this some impulsive decision. Dee thought this through. The dragons working with the Empire are all extremely tight-lipped, Leon explained. They'll never share anything about the Empire. But Constantine is different. He once cooperated with them, but he was also horrifically mistreated by them before he escaped. By now, he probably resents them deeply, so I'm thinking he might spill a thing or two. Leon's master had discussed this tactic with him early on, gathering information through the dragon clans. So far, he'd exhausted all his resources, and progress had stalled. But Constantine's falling out with the Empire opened a new path forward. Though the enemy of my enemy is my friend didn't really apply to Leon, Constantine, and the Empire, Leon figured that if Constantine wasn't going to be an ally, he could at least be a source of insider info. But you have a grudge against Constantine, too, Rosvisser pointed out, analyzing the situation. If you two meet, it'll end in a fight. Leon was sure she'd object to him going to the Red Flame Dragon clan's territory, but her next words caught him off guard. I'll go with you. Leon paused, surprised. Rosvisser's face was dead serious as she spoke, and as he looked at her unwavering expression, he was reminded that his contract wife wasn't an ordinary woman. An ordinary wife would never let her husband go on a dangerous mission like this. But Rosvisser was a dragon queen. Danger, she'd just charge in alongside him. Leon shook his head with a small smile. No, you can't go. Rosvisser blinked, a bit annoyed. Why not? Up until now, she and Leon had faced every challenge together, relying on their teamwork. So why was he suddenly refusing her help? All the dragon clans have stationed people around Constantine's territory to monitor him. That alone would set him off. But if you, a dragon queen, were there too, he'd see it as a full-on invasion, Leon explained. So it's better if I go alone. Rosvisser considered his explanation thoughtfully. With her hands clasped behind her, she swished her tail over the ground, muttering softly, You just don't want me to come with you. Was she feeling a bit left out? Leon chuckled and gently took Rosvisser's hand, his thumb lightly tracing her cool skin as he said in a soft voice, I promise I won't fight Constantine. If he tries anything, I'll just run. As if I'd believe that, you idiot. Rosvisser huffed, attempting to shake his hand off. But when she couldn't, she simply let him hold on, muttering, When Constantine challenges you, you're probably going to shout something like, For the honor of the Dragon Slayer? And charge right in. Wow, 5 years of living together, and you know me so well. Fake wife, thank you. If even my fake wife knows me this well, I can't imagine how it'd be with a real one. Rosvisser gave him a humorless smile, rolling her eyes. You're just hilarious, Cosmod. Leon continued to stroll down the track, still holding her hand. Seriously, though, I know we think of Constantine as just some battle-crazy dragon, but after the incident at the ruins, I got the impression he's capable of reason. He's not going to start a fight the moment he sees me." Despite his words, Rosvisser still seemed unsure. "Then swear to me, no heroics if things go south." "I just promised you I wouldn't." "A promise is one thing, a swear is another." Leon's master had always said women were linguistic creatures who valued every word. But it wasn't until now that he truly understood what that meant. All right, I swear." Swearing's not that simple. You need to swear on something." Leon thought for a moment, then stood still, raising 3 fingers to the sky as he solemnly declared, "I, Leon Cosmod, swear on the name of my beloved donkey that I will not fight Constantine." Rosvisser blinked in surprise. Well then, if he was swearing on that asterisk, then she could trust he wouldn't pick a fight. Even though she'd never met his donkey, she knew it was precious to him. Finally, she relaxed. "All right then, tomorrow I'll have Sherry take you." "Great, wait for my good news." The next day, Leon accompanied Sherry, and the Silver Dragon's assigned surveillance team toward the Red Flame Dragon clan's territory. True to her loyalty, Sherry refrained from asking any unnecessary questions. Whatever the prince said went. If he said to fly left, she flew left. If he said to fly right, she went right. The silent, get-the-job-done type. Upon reaching the Silver Dragon clan's designated watchment, Leon hopped off Sherry's back in her dragon form. "Thanks, Sherry. You guys set up camp here. I'll go in alone." Bringing in the Silver Dragon guards would only worsen tensions on both sides. Even though Constantine was rational, showing up with a whole unit on his territory would definitely spark a confrontation. Sherry tucked in her wings, shifting into human form. "Please, Prince, be careful. If anything goes wrong, signal with the flare." Leon glanced down at the flare in his hand. Rosvisser had given it to him before he'd left. Although she'd agreed to let him go alone, she still insisted on taking precautions. "Got it, thanks. We'll be here waiting for you, Your Highness." Leon nodded, turning to look at the boundary of the Red Flame Dragon clan's territory. A gust of wind stirred up dust and sand, causing him to narrow his eyes. "Constantine, let's have a talk." "400. Vol 3ch, 99. Years ago, Leon and Rosvisser had ventured into the Red Flame Dragon clan's territory to investigate which dragon kings might be cooperating with the Empire. So he still remembered where the Red Flame Dragon Palace was located. Passing through a forest, Leon saw the flicker of flames in the distance. Soon, he'd be face to face with that tenacious male dragon. It was ironic. In the glorious career of General Leon the Dragon Slayer, Constantine was the only dragon king he'd fought at least 3 times, and who was still alive. Leon chuckled to himself. He was almost embarrassed to knock Constantine back into a resurrection match yet again. But as he made jokes to himself, Leon remained cautious. Constantine now had a boost from primordial power. Even though he might not have mastered its spells, his strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. Thinking he could defeat Constantine, as he had before, was unrealistic. However, Leon was confident enough to come alone, which spoke to his faith in the difference between their powers. Even if he couldn't beat Constantine, he was sure he could escape without harm. With this in mind, Leon reached the outer boundary of the Red Flame Dragon Palace. Strangely, no dragons came out to stop him. It's way too quiet, suspicious. Not only suspicious, but oddly familiar, stirring an unpleasant memory. He remembered the time he'd tried to escape from Rosvisser's Silver Dragon Sanctuary after waking from a 2-year coma. Not a single guard had appeared in his path. It felt like strolling through his own backyard. Until he reached the river, where Rosvisser caught him. Only then did he realize it had been her little game all along. She'd let him think he was getting away, only to pull the rug out from under him when he was sure he'd won. It was just like a dragon to go for both the body and the pride. So, could Constantine be trying the same tactic? Leon snapped to full alert, scanning his surroundings. Meanwhile, inside the Red Flame Dragon Palace, Constantine leaned back on his throne. A guard approached, bowing low. "Your Majesty, After each dragon clan stationed troops outside our territory, one person entered the inner grounds. Constantine closed his eyes, nonchalantly saying, "Kill him." What? Can't manage it. It's Leon Cosmod, sir. Oh, well, that explains it. Upon hearing Leon's name, Constantine's disappointment in his subordinates vanished. He opened his eyes, asking, "Are you sure he came alone?" "We are certain." "How strange." Constantine could understand why the dragon clans had stationed troops around his territory. It was obviously for the primordial power. It had likely been decided at the Twilight Tower's ridiculous Dragon King meeting. That old fox Alrez had been using these meetings to serve his own interests for centuries and wouldn't miss a chance to snatch up primordial power. But even if Leon had attended that meeting and taken part in monitoring Constantine, there was no reason for him to venture alone into Red Flame territory. Did this human brute plan to take on Constantine and the entire Red Flame clan by himself? That was wildly. Or perhaps it wasn't so impossible after all. Constantine pondered, deciding to hold off on any rash moves. He hadn't fully adapted to his new power yet and wasn't sure of his control over it. Fighting Leon now might not go well. Better to find a way to politely send this guest on his way. Send some men to drive him out. Avoid direct confrontation if possible. "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard withdrew from the palace. 10 minutes later, the palace doors were flung open, and 2 red flame dragon guards flew in, landing with a thud. "Constantine, I'm here to negotiate." Leon stood in the middle of the grand hall, surrounded by dozens of red flame dragons, not an ounce of fear in his expression. Constantine remained calm, seated on his throne, looking down at Leon. "I don't know what wild idea made you come here to negotiate, and I don't care. Guards, remove him." The guards surged forward. Leon considered retaliating, but reminded himself he was here to negotiate. Fighting in Constantine's office would hardly make for effective diplomacy. So he resigned himself to being pushed out. 1 minute later, the palace doors were thrown open again. This time, 4 red flame dragon guards flew inside. "Constantine, I really am here to negotiate." Aside from Rosvisser, General Leon had never been this sincere with any other dragon king. But Constantine wasn't buying it. Who knew what tricks this human was up to? "Guards, remove him." Once again, Leon was pushed out. Another minute later, the palace doors flew open yet again. "Constantine, I truly, honestly came to negotiate." "Remove him." Thrown out, the doors slammed shut, only for them to burst open once more. "Constantine, I'm here too." "Your Majesty." One of Constantine's most loyal subordinates, now bruised and battered, knelt before the throne, hands clasped in plea. "Your Majesty, please just hear him out. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out any longer." Constantine looked down at his groaning. Battered guards sprawled across the floor and finally conceded. Since Leon seemed determined to stay and had yet to start a fight, perhaps it was worth hearing him out. Constantine rose and stepped down from the throne. Standing face to face, only 5 meters apart, he waved his guards off. "You may leave." "Yes, Your Majesty." Gratefully, the guards helped each other limp out of the hall, relieved that their leader had finally agreed to talk. Once everyone had left, Constantine turned to Leon and spoke coldly. "You're bold, coming alone into my territory. You're bold, too, letting the Dragon Kings monitor you without doing a thing about it. HMPH, those fools can watch all they want. Let's see if they have the guts to come inside." "Oh, come on, Red Flame King," Leon said, shrugging. "If they really did come charging in, do you think your clan could hold them off in its current state?" Leon had instantly seen through Constantine's bluff. "Enough of the posturing, old dragon. I know exactly where your strength stands." The Red Flame clan had been without a proper leader for years. Many of their best warriors were dead or gone, leaving the clan weakened. And Constantine had only recently returned, hardly enough time to rebuild. Constantine's pride took a slight hit, but he maintained his composure. "Whether I can hold them off or not is none of your concern." "Oh, I think it is." "And how, pray tell, does this concern you?" You know Alres, right? Constantine nodded. Well, at the Dragon King meeting, he proposed a full-on assault to seize your hard-won primordial power. Leon continued. Now, guess who argued against that and convinced them to settle on mere surveillance? Constantine narrowed his eyes. He already knew the answer from Leon's smug expression. But he wasn't going to make it easy for him. Who? Odin Morgan, some other old coot. Constantine could guess which Dragon Kings had attended the meeting, knowing Odin and Morgan's descendants had been at the ruins as well. Leon rolled his eyes. It was me. I'm the reason your clan isn't facing a full-blown attack right now, got it? Cosmod, I'm not fighting you because I'm impressed you had the guts to come here alone, but that doesn't give you the right to talk down to me. No, you're not fighting me because you're not sure you'd win, Leon retorted confidently. For a moment, Constantine couldn't help but wonder if Leon really was only in his 20s. Why did he feel like he was speaking with someone who had the cunning of a 200-year-old? After a few exchanges, Constantine realized Leon had taken the upper hand. There was no point in further games. It was time to be direct. So, what exactly do you want to talk about? Let's talk about the Empire. Leon paused, then added, specifically, the Empire's dealings with you Dragon Kings. I want to know why you allied with them and what you're getting out of it. And why should I tell you? Constantine was aware that, although Leon held the advantage in this standoff, he did not control the terms of the negotiation. Realizing that Leon had come for personal reasons unrelated to the Dragon King meeting, Constantine stood his ground. Leon remained calm. Because the Empire is our common enemy. Because I came alone, unarmed, to have a civil talk. Because the Dragon clans haven't attacked you yet, thanks to me opposing Alres's proposal. And lastly, because the Empire tortured you and left you for dead. After all that, do you still want to protect them? That final point hit the mark. Constantine's expression shifted slightly, and after a pause, he finally spoke. I can share a few details, though I had no part in anything like what's happening in the far north. Hearing Constantine agree to talk, Leon felt a small sense of relief. See, he thought, this mad dragon wasn't completely impossible to reason with. All right, I'm listening, Leon said. Constantine turned, pacing slowly as he began. About 30 years ago, when the war between humans and dragons was at its fiercest, the Empire struck an agreement with a few Dragon Kings. The purpose of this alliance was simple, to prolong the war. Leon's jaw dropped in disbelief. To prolong the war, how's that possible? Years of conflict had only drained the people, increasing taxes and depleting the population. The common folk were worn down to the bone. Though each victory brought celebration, the cost of these battles was staggering. So why prolong the war? I was just as shocked. But think it through, Cosmod, and you'll see, the profits of war far outweigh its downsides. That's nonsense, Constantine. War only brings death and suffering. There's no profit in it. Not for the common people, no, but for those in power. Constantine explained, the longer the war drags on, the more manpower, finances, and resources the people funnel into supporting it. The Empire's rulers can reap the rewards without raising taxes or changing labor laws. And if anyone questions the war or opposes it, they just stage another victory to keep the people content. For over 30 years, the Empire has squeezed every last drop from your people through this grand illusion. So, before Constantine could finish, Leon cut him off. This can't be true. Leon rarely showed such emotion, but now, he felt his beliefs shaking to their core. All the honor he'd fought for, risking his life to end this war, was just an illusion. How could he accept that? And what about you Dragon Kings? Leon asked urgently. What do you gain from it? Seizing territories becomes effortless. Constantine continued. Many battles left both your Dragon Slayer army and our clans severely weakened. Once your army withdrew, it was easy for us to swoop in and claim territory and resources. Of course, one clan's resources were usually enough to sustain us for years. Using this method too often would have exposed the scheme. Leon's brow furrowed, a cold sweat forming on his temple. His master had once told him he left the Dragon Slayer army after discovering some dark truths within the Empire. Could he have glimpsed a part of this very scheme? Seeing Leon's reaction, Constantine chuckled. Are you regretting your quest for the truth now, Cosmod? Leon steadied himself, his voice low. Then why does the Empire want me dead? Oh, that's simple, Cosmod. You almost ruined their plans. What do you mean? You see, you stormed the stage and nearly brought their whole charade down. Constantine explained, your presence on the battlefield made the Dragon Slayer army unstoppable. You crushed both staged victories and real battles alike. Your black armor was feared by everyone, even us Dragon Kings working with the Empire. The Empire realized that if they let you continue, you'd wipe out all the dragons within a decade. And if that happened, where would they get their excuse for more war? So they set up a traitor to stab you in the back and sent me to the Silver Dragons to finish the job. Constantine stepped closer, meeting Leon's gaze directly. Cosmod, you became too powerful. You threatened their carefully crafted plans, and they'll hunt you to the ends of the earth for it. (401) Vol 3ch, 100. After revealing the truth, Constantine quietly observed the man before him. It was no surprise that Leon found the news hard to believe or accept. As a fellow warrior, Constantine understood the shattering feeling of having one's faith collapse, so he refrained from any mocking comments. Besides, he was curious about what choice Leon would make next. Would he continue to outwit the Empire, or would he upend the board entirely and go head-to-head with the powers in charge? After a moment, Leon seemed to have absorbed the information, his emotions settling. So that's the whole story, he asked. It's all I know, Constantine replied calmly, crossing his arms. Ever since I learned about the far north, I suspected the Empire had even deeper dealings with other Dragon Kings. Leon nodded. Regardless, thank you for telling me. We're hardly in a position to be grateful to one another, Cosmod. As you yourself said, the Empire is a shared enemy right now. And you did stop an all-out war against my clan at the Dragon King meeting. Constantine paused, so consider us even. Leon's eyes flickered, but he left it at that. Nothing else, Constantine asked. Leon shook his head. I thought you challenged me to a fight, Constantine remarked with a smirk. I promised my wife I wouldn't. Constantine blinked, then let out a mocking laugh. I see, so you're what humans call, yes, asterisk under the wife's thumb. Leon, what? Who's under the wife's thumb? Me. I'm the one who calls the shots at home. Oh, so you're a male chauvinist. Where do you pick up all this human slang? Leon asked, looking baffled. My curiosity about a Dragon King and human forming a family led me to pick up a few things. Constantine explained calmly before adding, since you've no further questions, there's something I'd like to ask you. What is it? To you, what does battle mean? Leon was surprised by the question. But then again, Constantine was a dragon, a species born with an innate, almost untamable lust for combat. Given the rare opportunity to have a civil conversation with Leon, Constantine was probably curious to know more about his enemy. After a moment of reflection, Leon replied, when I served the Empire, it was about defending our land, protecting my country. Now, it's about protecting the people and things I care about. That simple phrase, protecting what I care about, bore a tremendous weight, far beyond what it sounded. From the moment he was forced into the vortex of this conspiracy, Leon had fought tirelessly against fate itself. He intended to save himself from the chaos, along with those he treasured. His master had once told him that as a man, his shoulders must always be ready to bear responsibility. More people depended on him than he realized. As Constantine had put it, perhaps his master's words were indeed a touch old-fashioned. But for the people who relied on him, Leon would never stop fighting, not until he overturned the board and shattered this sinister scheme. Constantine nodded thoughtfully, and then, with a serious expression, offered his take. Just as I thought, you're the kind of guy who fights for love. How did you interpret my noble, selfless goals as just fighting for love? No matter how grand the ideals, when you strip them down, it's about protecting the one you love. Hey, who's making unfounded assumptions here? For your information, Rosvisser and I are only married in name. In name, huh? Yet you've still managed to have 3 daughters together. How many would you have had if you were a real couple? Somehow, after his transformation into that strange fused creature, Constantine's wit had also sharpened. The same dragon who would normally start a fight at the drop of a hat was now leaving Leon speechless. Amazing, an Empire-endorsed enhancement that even improves sarcasm. Enough, I don't need to know about your marriage, Constantine said dismissively, as though he hadn't been the one bringing it up repeatedly. What was it with these dragons and their tsundere fascination with others, love lives? Anyway, if that's all, guards, see him out. Wait. What now? You asked me why I fight. I'd like to know your reason. At this, Constantine raised a brow. My reason. He slowly lowered his gaze, staring at his right hand before clenching it into a fist. Why do I fight? Simple, because it feels amazing. That evening, Leon returned to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. As soon as Rosvisser heard he was back, she gathered her skirts and hurried to the entrance, standing at the top of the steps and watching him approach. She'd been concerned he might have gotten into a fight with Constantine but didn't want to show it. Watching him from this distance felt just right. Fortunately, Leon was in one piece, clean and without a scratch. It didn't look like he'd been in any battles. Your Highness. Welcome back, Your Highness. Leon calmly ascended the stairs, his pace unhurried as he stopped in front of Rosvisser. Neither of them said anything at first, they simply looked at each other. After a moment, Leon lifted his hand, gently brushing back a strand of her hair from her face. Rosvisser thought that perhaps he'd learned to be tender after this journey, and was just about to say something to praise him. But of course. I was gone all day. You worried yourself sick, huh? Got sweat stuck in your hair and everything. Some things never changed. With an annoyed huff, Rosvisser swatted his hand away. Worried? Not a chance. It's hot out, that's all. Leon narrowed his eyes playfully, shielding his eyes as he looked at the sky, pretending to ponder. Hot? It seems pretty mild today. How could you be sweating? He looked back at her with a grin. Is admitting that you were worried about me that difficult? As difficult as climbing a mountain, Cosmod. She shot him a look, trying to think of something snarky to say, but as she opened her mouth, the words faltered. She hesitated, her brows knitting as she crossed her arms, then finally relented with a flick of her tail. Fine, I was worried, all right. Satisfied, Leon wrapped his arms around her waist. Hey, let go of me. You're embarrassed, with so many people watching. Oh, so the problem wasn't that she didn't want to be held, it was that she didn't want to be held in public. Her modesty was endearing. After all, who didn't know that she and the prince were the model couple of the dragon clans? They made their way into the sanctuary together, their arms wrapped around each other. In their room, Leon recounted the day's conversation with Constantine. By the end of it, Rosvisser looked genuinely shaken. I can't believe that's what's really going on. Yeah. Rosvisser sat on the edge of the bed, while Leon pulled up a chair to sit in front of her. Though the small gestures and humor had lifted his spirits slightly, the grim reality still weighed on him. There was no avoiding it. Rosvisser pressed her lips together, then slowly reached out to hold his hand. Her fingers, always cool to the touch, felt warm in his grasp. Leon looked up at her, feeling the pulse of her warmth in his palm. Some things you'll have to face sooner or later. Knowing the truth now is better than finding out later, especially with those power-hungry zealots trying to take you down every chance they get. You're not alone, though. You have your master, your comrades, the Lion Chart Society, and me. We'll all be here with you, fighting against this conspiracy. So don't fear what's to come, all right? Whatever happens, we'll face it together. She was like a gentle, invisible current of water, always finding her way to the place in his heart that needed soothing the most. In the past, now always. Thank you, Rosvisser, I know. So what will you do now? Are you planning to officially declare war on the Empire? Leon paused, considering, then shook his head. We've learned the truth from Constantine, but we don't have enough proof to convince the Empire's people. Declaring war outright would only make me the traitor they've already tried to paint me as. If I want to truly expose the Empire's corruption, end this dirty war, and free the people from their suffering, we'll need one final piece of the puzzle. And I think it's going to have to come from my master and his allies. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda.